Chapter 566. It's not that I don't understand. It's just that the world is changing too quickly. The changes in the situation in the past few months are really dazzling, especially those who dislike Yangdingtian. During the conflict between the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Yangdingtian, they couldn't help but think of the Cloud Sky Pavilion as Yun Kalin. In those few months, she was in the limelight. She scolded Yangdingtian so badly that he was covered in dirt. She also sentenced Yangdingtian to 99 major crimes. Yangdingtian didn't refute her at all. Then, her crystal demon fleet attacked the West Continent. They attacked wherever they wanted. The West Continent's fleet couldn't catch up at all. After receiving the support of the Vulture sect, she became even more valiant. She completely defeated Yangdingtian. Moreover, with the support of the Vulture sect, Zhu Qingzhu and Ning Wuming, she was in the limelight for a while. There were no magazines in this world. Otherwise, Yun Kalin would be on the front page every day. If there was Time magazine, she would be on the cover many times. She would definitely be the person of the year. However, people without a foundation could only be said to rise and fall abruptly. For some reason, in the blink of an eye, she had become the main culprit behind the plague in Central State. Her illegitimate daughter had actually become a spy for the evil Tao. How did the righteous Cloud Sky Pavilion suddenly become a pawn of evil ways? How did they become a heinous, dark organization? As for Zhu Qingzhu, he was originally involved with evil ways. How did he suddenly become a hero of justice? That was why people who couldn't recognize their own faces were the scariest. If someone gave you a stage, you wouldn't care if it was a trap. You would just jump on it and dance happily. In the end, you would fall into a bottomless abyss when the stage was removed. This drama lasted for a few months. The main director was Qin Wanqiu, the assistant director was Zhu Qingzhu, and the main lead was Yun Kalin. The two of them worked together to dig a big hole and trapped the idiot Yun Kalin. Of course, they also trapped Kuei Si. At this time, the evidence in Zhongzhou was getting more and more conclusive. The demon eagle warriors from Fisher City, who used to release the plague corpses belonged to, and the crystal demon worship, which belonged to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Everything was clear. Moreover, the people on the worship was captured. They also confessed that Yun Kalin's cooperation with Ning Wuming had completely joined the evil ways. No one was surprised by this. Back when they were fighting against Yangdingtian, Yun Kalin and Ning Wuming were fighting fiercely. The two of them had the same voice, and it was a resounding battle friendship. In fact, Yun Kalin and Ning Wuming often went in and out of Zhongjing together. This scene was still fresh in everyone's mind. Now that he was saying that Yun Kalin had colluded with the evil Tao, he was not surprised at all. Within a castle on the Cloud Sky Plateau, Yun Kalin seemed to have aged 20 years. His waist, which was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was completely bent. She's teaches the past few months were like a dream. Yun Kalin had always been a loner, so she wasn't popular in the Tiando League. Other than Kuei Si, she was a loner. Recently, maybe because of a strange combination of factors, or maybe someone added fuel to the fire, she stepped onto the stage of the center of the world and became the focus of the entire world. It was a great feeling. Countless people were looking at her, or even looking up to her. Every word you say will be heard by countless people, and countless people will pass it on to them. It was great to be the center of the stage and be the center of attention. As if she was addicted, Yun Kalin enjoyed this feeling. She felt that everything else had lost its flavor, including her relationship with Kuei Si. After getting addicted, she was afraid of losing this feeling, so she tried her best to increase her popularity and presence. She chose the most direct method, which was to step on Yangdingtian's head and climb up the ranks. Yun Kalin was self-taught. She found the essence of hype in an instant. Wang Shuo was going to release a new book, so he started to step on Jin Yong and start a war of words. His popularity skyrocketed. However, Wang Shuo knew very well that this was just a show. Don't take it seriously. After the book was sold, He turned around and left, leaving behind a trail of chicken feathers. However, Yun Kalin used her life to act. After stepping on Yang Dingtian's head and gaining the attention of the entire world, she suddenly felt that she had great power. Zhu Qingzhu was supporting her, the vulture sect was supporting her, and Ning Wuming was following her blindly. In order to maintain this power, she could only become more and more explicit, and her table manners became uglier and uglier. From the crime of breaking up the Tiando League to the scandal of Yang Dingtian molesting Mrs. Shimin, she knew it was fake. She also knew that if she talked about this kind of thing, it would affect her image and make the world look down on her. However, she had no choice. In order to maintain her presence, she had to play the game of edge ball. For power, she didn't care about her image. Therefore, Yun Kalin acted as if she had taken poison. She became more and more intense and couldn't stop herself. In the end, she fell into a bottomless abyss. Suddenly, she said in a daze, Am I a clown? I've been jumping up and down in the limelight recently, but in reality, am I a clown? After realizing this, Yun Kalin instantly aged 10 years. After calming down, she realized that Zhu Qingzhu had dug a big hole for her to jump into. Zhu Qingzhu was treating her like an idiot. Therefore, Yun Kalin aged another 10 years. She even felt that life was meaningless. Mother, you have to pull yourself together, Yun Zhenu said. We can't sit and watch the Cloud Sky Pavilion be destroyed. We can't sit and watch Zhu Qingzhu frame us like this. Yun Kalin raised her head. Yes, this can't go on. It doesn't matter if I die, but I can't let the Cloud Sky Pavilion be destroyed in my hands. I can't let my daughter be destroyed in my hands. We still have the Vulture sect. I'm going to marry Lingxi now. The Vulture sect won't sit and watch, Yun Zhenu said. Once the Vulture sect says something, Zhu Qingzhu won't be able to do anything to us. Yun Kalin perked up and said, Yes, let's go to the Vulture sect and find young Master Lingxi. He can save the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Suddenly, an elder of the Cloud Sky Pavilion said, Pavilion Master, should we go and find Yang Dingtian? After all, Yang Dingtian is still the only one who can compete with Zhu Qingzhu. For the sake of the world's righteous path, perhaps Yang Dingtian will help us. No, Yun Kalin said sternly, Yang Dingtian and I are irreconcilable. I'd rather die than beg Yang Dingtian. I'd rather the Cloud Sky Pavilion fall into Zhu Qingzhu's hands than Yang Dingtian's. I don't want to either, Yun Zhenu said. I'll never forget Yang Dingtian's disgraceful behavior. Moreover, Yang Dingtian is nothing compared to the Vulture sect. Not going to the Vulture sect, but begging Yang Dingtian is completely neglecting the essentials. Instantly, the elder of the Cloud Sky Pavilion sighed and didn't say anything else. The Cloud Sky Pavilion wasn't full of idiots. For example, Elder Yun Qi had sensed danger when she heard that Wu Yuming had brought his wife back to the Sea of Hades. However, Yun Kalin was very stubborn and wouldn't listen. In addition, the Vulture sect had supported the Cloud Sky Pavilion a few times. In the end, they even let the Black Vulture Corps leave the southern barbarian continent. Yang Dingtian was scared out of his wits. However, Elder Yun Qi was usually quiet and didn't have much charisma. An hour later, Yun Zhenu rode on a black vulture and flew towards the Vulture sect. The Vulture City gave Yang Dingtian a demon vulture king. The Vulture sect was also very generous and gave Yun Zhenu a black vulture queen. This black vulture queen was a few times bigger than the other black vultures. Its flying speed was extremely shocking. In 2 hours, it covered about 2,000 miles. During this period, she had flown to the Vulture sect countless times. However, every time she went to the Vulture sect, she could feel the power of the Vulture sect. It was indeed the strongest force in the world. It could completely turn the situation of the world around. Therefore, every time she went to the Vulture sect, Yun Zhenu sighed at the power and low profile of the Vulture sect. The Vulture sect was so powerful that it could control the fate of the world. Young Master Lingxi was still so low profile. As for Yang Dingtian, when he was in Cloud Sky City, he jumped up and down like a clown. Comparing the two of them, it was like comparing heaven and earth. Moreover, every time she went to the Vulture sect, Yun Zhenu felt very happy. This was because the entire Vulture sect welcomed her and respected her. They even treated her as the future mistress of the Vulture sect. The little princess of the Vulture sect, even called her sister-in-law. Moreover, the extremely strict old ancestor Wulingzi, one of the only 2 half-sages in the world, also received her many times. His attitude was kind and amiable, as if he was talking to a close junior. There were even a few times when Wu Lingzi had proposed marriage for Lingxi, inviting Yun Zhenu to marry Lingxi to fulfill Lingxi's infatuation. At that time, Yun Zhenu felt numb all over. This feeling was very strange and very honorable. Although she didn't agree, this didn't stop her from enjoying this feeling. As they were about to reach the Vulture sect, Yun Zhenu couldn't help but feel slightly nervous. This time was different from before. This time, she was slandered as a spy of the evil ways, and the Cloud Sky Pavilion was slandered as a lackey of the evil ways. Moreover, it seemed that the evidence was conclusive. Would the Vulture sect still help her? Would young Master Lingxi still help her? This time, when she entered the Vulture sect, would she still be able to enjoy the feeling of being the future mistress? After passing through the thick black fog and countless black vulture spaces, Yun Zhenu rushed into the space of the Vulture sect. The Vulture sect was still like a fairyland. It was still so mysterious and powerful, as if it controlled the fate of the world. After entering the space of the Vulture sect, no one came to welcome her. Yun Zhenu suddenly felt a chill in her heart. In the past, every time she came, there would be countless people riding black vultures to welcome her and fawn on her. Right at this moment, a white crane flew over from afar with Lingxi sitting on it. Lingxi looked elegant and carefree, as though nothing had happened. He was still as gentle as ever. The moment he saw Yun Zhenu, he said gently, "Silly girl, if you want to cry, just cry it out." After hearing this, Yun Zhenu immediately broke down and cried loudly. Lingxi didn't take the opportunity to take advantage of her, nor did he hug her. He only patted her shoulder gently. Yun Zhenu's heart was filled with warmth. She said gently, "Lingxi, please save the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Zhu Qing wants to harm us, and Yang Dingtian is also adding fuel to the fire. After this incident, I will definitely repay you." Lingxi smiled gently. "How will you repay me?" Yun Zhenu said softly, "I will do everything I can to repay you." "No." Lingxi said, "Newer, you know that I want to marry you. However, my love will never be used for a transaction. The Cloud Sky Pavilion's matter is my matter. I will do my best. Anyone who wants to harm the Cloud Sky Pavilion will have to go through the Vulture sect first, whether it is Zhu Qingzhu or Yang Dingtian. The Vulture sect doesn't care about them. I would like to see who dares to touch the Cloud Sky Pavilion with the Vulture sect around." Yun Zhenu was stunned. Lingxi's face was gentle, but his words were domineering. This was what a hero should be like. This was what a man should be like. Compared to Yang Dingtian's arrogant and ignorant face, Lingxi was like a clown. Instantly, Yun Zhenu felt like her heart was about to melt. "Thank you, Brother Lingxi," Yun Zhenu said gently. "I will go and report this to my mother and tell her not to worry. Then we will deal with everything calmly and wait for the Vulture sect to seek justice for us." "No, you have to seek justice." Lingxi said, "Newer, don't forget that you have the Vulture sect behind you. You can't be bullied so easily. Go and tell Pavilion Master Yin and Pavilion Master Kuei. The two of you have a deep relationship with me. I will protect you until the end. Not only must you not back down, you must fight Zhu Qingzhu until the end. I will not allow them to frame you as the evil ways. I will not allow you to be wronged." Tears rolled down Yun Zhenu's cheeks as she said softly, Brother Lingxi, I will always remember your kindness to me. I will go to Zhongzhou now and meet Zhu Qingzhu. Lingxi said, I don't believe that a mere Zhu Qingzhu would dare to distort the truth. I will tell my mother and Pavilion Master Kuei. Let them fight Zhu Qingzhu until the end. Yun Zhenu said. After Yun Zhenu went to meet Lingxi, she left the vulture sect with Lingxi. When they reached the surface of the sea, the two of them said goodbye reluctantly. Yun Zhenu returned to the Cloud Sky Pavilion while Lingxi went to Zhongjing. After receiving the vulture sect's affirmation, Yun Cailin was filled with fighting spirit. After Lingxi went to Zhongjing and met with Zhu Qingzhu, the effect was obvious. Zhu Qingzhu immediately went limp. The cries of killing in the entire central continent also weakened. Originally, he wanted to destroy the earth-shattering city, destroy the Cloud Sky Pavilion, and execute slave Yunjun. Instead, Zhu Qingzhu openly said that the evil ways were cunning. Therefore, it was possible that they were framed. After that, Zhu Qingzhu weakly requested for Yun Cailin or Kuei Si to come to Zhongjing so that everyone could talk things out. Then, they would form an investigation team to investigate the entire matter. If Earth-Shattering City and Cloud Sky Pavilion were really wronged, then Zhu Qingzhu would definitely apologize personally. Soon, the joint investigation team was formed. The Vulture Sect was a neutral, transcendental force, and Lingxi was the leader of the investigation team. Suddenly, the situation was in Cloud Sky Pavilion's favor again. Yun Cailin went to Zhongjing to participate in the Tiando League Conference. Before the conference, she met Lingxi again. After leaving Lingxi's meeting room, Yun Cailin's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. During the Tiando League Conference, Yun Cailin's attitude was unyielding and aggressive. Zhu Qingzhu, you and Yang Dingtian are in cahoots. Evil ways are used to frame the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Earth-Splitting City. Don't think that I don't know about it. Yun Cailin pointed at Zhu Qingzhu and said, with the Vulture Sect to uphold justice, your conspiracy will not succeed. Zhu Qingzhu's expression changed. He laughed and said, Pavilion Master Yin, you must be joking. Everyone knows that Yang Dingtian and I are irreconcilable. Hee, the two of you are shameless and despicable. There is nothing that you won't do for the sake of your common interests. Yun Cailin said, on the third day after the Cloud Sky Pavilion attacked the southwest mainland, you sent Zhu Hongyu to the west mainland to have a secret meeting with Yang Dingtian. Is that true? Zhu Qingzhu's expression changed drastically. He shook his head and said, no, that's definitely not true. But we have evidence, Yun Cailin said sternly. After that, Yun Cailin questioned and scolded Zhu Qingzhu and Yang Dingtian. In the end, Zhu Qingzhu's face turned pale and he looked miserable. In short, Yun Cailin said that Zhu Qingzhu and Yang Dingtian were in cahoots. Evil ways are used to frame the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Earth-Splitting City in an attempt to steal the demon vulture army and the demonic crystal worship. Qin Wanchou, who was in the conference, was furious. He said, Pavilion Master Yin, if you want to punish Zhu Qingzhu, then punish him. Don't drag our sect leader Yang into this. What sect leader Yang? Who knows what Yang Dingtian's identity is? Yun Cailin said, this person talks about righteousness, but he is a thief and a prostitute. In order to get the demonic crystal worship, he lusted after beautiful women and forced my daughter, Yun Zhenu, to marry him. In the end, he couldn't take it by force, so he conspired with Zhu Qingzhu to kill us. Then, he split the loot with Zhu Qingzhu. Yang Dingtian got the demon vulture army, while Zhu Qingzhu got the demonic crystal worship. Such a despicable and shameless person actually pretended to be the leader of the Yin sect. He really doesn't know what shame is. Zhu Qingzhu coughed and said, the investigation team's conclusion is not out yet. Sect leader Yin, your conclusion is too early. Young Master Lingxi is righteous and wise. I firmly believe that the investigation team will prove the innocence of the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Earth-splitting city. They will definitely reveal the ugly faces of Zhu Qingzhu and Yang Dingtian. Yun Kalin said, "When the investigation team's conclusion is out, I will definitely ask the Vulture sect to give me an explanation. You and Yang Dingtian, I will not let either of you go. What if the investigation team's conclusion is still the same?" Zhu Qingzhu asked. "Impossible," Yun Kalin said. "Young Master Lingxi is the epitome of righteousness. His investigation will definitely prove my innocence. It will definitely be the truth. If the final conclusion is that the Cloud Sky Pavilion is the lackey of evil ways, I will be destroyed by the heavens and earth. I will lose my reputation and be crushed into pieces." Lingxi smiled at Yun Kalin and said, "Don't worry. The investigation team has already found a clue. In less than 10 days, they will definitely give the world an answer." Yun Kalin smiled at Lingxi and said, "Then we shall wait and see. I will return to the Cloud Sky Pavilion now and prepare for war. Once my innocence is proven, I will immediately seek justice from Zhu Qingzhu." Then Yun Kalin returned to the Earth-splitting city and started to assemble the demonic crystal warships. Once the investigation team's conclusion was out, they would attack Zhu Qingzhu and even Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, Yun Kalin returned to the center of the stage and became the center of attention. As for Yun Zhenu, she was stationed in Zhongjing. She often went to all kinds of events with Lingxi. They were like a perfect couple. Lingxi was of noble status. His cultivation was high and his temperament was extraordinary. Countless young ladies in Zhongjing were envious of Yun Zhenu. Yun Zhenu often appeared beside Lingxi and made countless young ladies jealous. As for Yun Zhenu, she was completely intoxicated by the envious atmosphere. The temperament of a monk who had no desires gradually faded away. There was one more day before the investigation team would announce the results. That night, Lingxi accompanied Yun Zhenu to have a romantic dinner by the sea. Then, he sent the beauty back to the pavilion. During this period of time, although both of them went in and out together, they were still polite and polite. Instantly, Yun Zhenu admired Lingxi even more. After returning to the pavilion, Lingxi left. As Yun Zhenu could not sleep, she left the pavilion and strolled along the street. She passed by a shop with the words Ling's Clothing Pavilion hanging on the signboard. It was late at night and the shop was already open. When she walked in, she saw all kinds of clothes hanging there. The shop owner was a cold and beautiful woman. Yun Zhenu was curious about the shop owner. She walked in and started to pick out the clothes. "Miss Yin, are you here to make clothes?" the beautiful shop owner asked. "You know me?" Yun Zhenu asked. "Of course. Miss Yin is famous in the world. You are coveted by Yang Dingtian. You and young Master Lingxi are together like jade. You are envied by all the women in the world. Who doesn't know about you?" the shop owner said. Yun Zhenu was embarrassed. She lowered her head and said, "Sister, you must be joking. Are these clothes made by you?" "Yes, I made each of them personally." The shop owner said, "And I only make women's clothes." "Ah, you don't make men's clothes?" Yun Zhenu said regretfully. "I do, but I only make clothes for one man." The shop owner said, "That man is really enviable. He must be the happiest man in the world." Yun Zhenu said, "But I want to make a set of clothes for one person. Is that okay?" "Young Master Lingxi?" the shop owner said. "Must it be him? My father is also a man." Yun Zhenu smiled shyly and said, "Sister, you are so clever. You are really amazing. All right, what's your name?" "Ling Wu." Ling Wu said, "In a secret chamber, there were only 2 people, Lingxi and Zhu Qingzhu. Tomorrow, the investigation team will announce the results. Have you found the truth?" Zhu Qingzhu asked. "Yes," Lingxi said. "Oh, what's the result?" Zhu Qingzhu asked. "Earth Fisher City and Cloud Sky Pavilion are innocent. All the accusations of evil ways are false. Yun Jianu and He Wanqing are not involved in any evil ways. Lingxi said. Then I am really disappointed with this result. Zhu Qingzhu said. There's no other way. This is the truth. Lingxi said. Can you change it? Zhu Qingzhu said. I can pay a high price. I believe Sect Master Zhu also knows that Yun Jianu is my beloved woman. I can't allow her to be wronged. So, not to mention whether she is an infiltrator of evil ways. Even if she is, I will protect her to the end. A man who can't protect his own woman, what kind of man is he? Lingxi said resolutely. I admire young Master Lingxi's deep friendship. Zhu Qingzhu said. However, my price is really very high. No, there's no room for negotiation. I, Lingxi, am righteous. My love for Yun Jianu is clear. If anyone dares to hurt her, I will not let them go. If you want me to betray my love and hurt the woman I love, it's impossible. Lingxi said slowly, unless you can convince me with the righteousness of the world. Love is noble. It can't be betrayed. However, the righteousness of the world is the most important thing. Am I right? Zhu Qingzhu smiled. That's right. Young Master Lingxi's righteousness is beyond words. Then, what should we do to serve the righteousness of the world? Kill Ning Wuming. Lingxi said. Ah, why? Zhu Qingzhu said. Didn't you guys work well together? We suddenly realized that there's no need for him to exist anymore. The situation has changed. It's better not to have such a useless person. Lingxi said. The situation had changed? How did it change? All right. Zhu Qingzhu said. What else? When it comes to young Master Wu Yuming, you have to agree. If you don't, we can't do what we want to do. If we really have no other choice, not only will we kill Yang Dingtian, but we will also kill you. Lingxi said. The day had finally arrived. Zhu Qingzhu fell silent. He took a deep breath and said, I will definitely stand on young Master Wu Yoming's side. All right. For the sake of the righteousness of the world, I can only sacrifice my love. Lingxi sighed. I'll leave Yun Kalen to you. You can do whatever you want with him. Yun Jianu, don't ruin him. I still want him. Chapter 567. Although Zhu Qingzhu had agreed very easily. In fact, this was the most important and also the most painful time he had to choose a side. Moreover, the Sea of Hades and the Vulture sect had been forcing him to choose a side for a very long time. He had never agreed before, and the Vulture sect and the Sea of Hades didn't force him either. Now, Yang Dingtian had risen too quickly and the threat was too big. Especially after the defeat of the 8 million troops from the central province when they attacked the west province. Yang Dingtian was like the sun in the sky. Therefore, the Sea of Hades and the Vulture sect couldn't sit still anymore. They couldn't play the neutral game anymore. Therefore, Zhu Qingzhu had no choice but to make a choice immediately. The reason why Zhu Qingzhu had agreed so readily was because he had no other choice. Of course, when he agreed, he still sighed in his heart. He even started to envy Yang Dingtian. Then I'll take my leave. Lingxi said. Zhu Qingzhu said coldly and didn't send him off. At this time, there was no need for formalities. After Lingxi left, Zhu Qingzhu suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed the place where Lingxi had been. Then he slashed the place where Lingxi had been like a madman. Tonight was the most humiliating night for him. He, Zhu Qingzhu, had been in the limelight for dozens of years. He had stood at the top of the pyramid in the chaotic world for dozens of years. Today, he had finally suffered such a great humiliation. Then he patted his waist and sighed. As expected, after my waist goes soft, I can't straighten it anymore. If I didn't kneel 20 years ago, I believe my waist would be as hard as Yang Dingtian now. Miss Yin, I heard that Yang Dingtian was greedy for your beauty and wanted to force you to be his concubine. Is that true? Ling Wu asked as she measured Yun Jianu's body. That's true, Yun Jianu said. However, she didn't mention the remaining private matters. For example, Yang Dingtian felt that she was like one of his wives. This is truly unbelievable, Ling Wu said. In the past, he was still considered a proud person. After gaining power, they started to become arrogant, greedy, and stupid. Yun Jianu said, people from lowly backgrounds are all like this. They are used to suffering, and when they finally gained power, they became crazy and ignorant. Only those who had been at the peak for a long time would be able to remain calm at all times. Not only can they enjoy the view from the top of the mountain, they can also take a leisurely stroll in the mountainous area and admire the fragrance of the wildflowers by the roadside. Ling Wu was startled. She immediately thought of Wu Yuming, who had such a noble status, frequently accompanied her out on the ship to protect her, like a red-crowned crane. It didn't feel uncomfortable at all standing among the chickens and ducks. Even though Yang Dingtian was sitting on the throne, he still felt like he was in a thatched hut. Miss Yin, are you talking about the difference between Ling Si and Yang Dingtian? Ling Wu smiled. You can say that, Yun Jianu said. However, I'm talking about young Master Ling Si and not Yang Dingtian. I'm not even willing to hear the words him, let alone mentioning it. I even feel lowly when it comes out from your mouth. I also won't compare the two of them, because that would tarnish young Master Ling Si too much. Immediately, Ling Wu's expression trembled slightly, and her gaze became complicated. Was it because someone insulted Yang Dingtian and made her heart ache? It seemed so, but it didn't seem so. It seemed like she felt a stab of pain and humiliation. Even though Yun Jianu said that she was insulting Yang Dingtian, Ling Wu herself felt a stab of pain and humiliation, because she had once loved such a person. If there was no comparison, it would still be fine. However, when she had a comparison, she immediately felt that the past seemed to be a humiliation to her vision and wisdom, especially when these words came out from the mouth of Yun Jianu, a calm, noble, and elegant woman. She didn't know why. Previously, when Ling Wu was in love with Yang Dingtian, she felt that a carefree and straightforward woman was the most beautiful. Therefore, she didn't pay much attention to her appearance. She went out to sea every day, and the clothes she wore weren't very particular, because she felt that it was the most genuine and the most beautiful. However, after getting along with Wu Yuming for a few months, she changed this point of view. She felt that lofty, proud, calm, and elegant were the most beautiful and the most intoxicating. Therefore, she became fairer, and the clothes she wore became more particular. Her temperament also became elegant, calm, and indifferent. Therefore, when Yun Jianu appeared in front of her, she felt envious of her temperament. She felt that Yun Jianu's taste and cultivation were above hers. Then, she instinctively felt that what she said was right. Ling Wu. Yun Jianu said, I seem to remember now. You seem to be Yang Dingtian's. No. As if she was stabbed, Ling Wu suddenly jumped up and said, I'm not. Yang Dingtian and I are completely innocent. There's nothing between us. Then, feeling that she had lost her composure, Ling Wu said with reddened eyes, Miss Yin, I used to love Yang Dingtian. At that time, he saved my life and also saved my father's life. At that time, he was righteous and sunny, although his temperament was rough and his charm was ordinary. However, he was honest and straightforward. I also didn't know that after he became the Cloud Heaven City Lord, he became like this. Therefore, in the beginning, I took the initiative to pursue him. Later on, I took the initiative to leave him. He gave me a magnificent castle and a huge territory. However, I didn't ask for anything. I left the West region and came to the Central region. Yun Jianu's beautiful eyes immediately brightened. She went forward and hugged Ling Wu lightly. Sister Ling Wu, you're really brave. You actually took the initiative to leave that person who was distorted by power and live in the Central region without worry. I will tell young Master Ling Si about your brave deeds. We will protect you. Yang Dingtian won't dare to do anything to you. Ling Wu sobbed. I'd rather live a simple and tiring life than to enjoy the splendor and wealth in Yang Dingtian's castle. Because that way, at least I would be proud and clear-headed, unlike Qin Jiaojiao, who was humiliated and muddle-headed. I really want to thank your mother for allowing me to see Yang Dingtian clearly. Actually, I was also muddle-headed before. I even helped him build submarines and torpedoes. I even felt that I had contributed. It was only after I came to the Central region and left that crazy atmosphere in the West region that my mind gradually became clear-headed. I finally recognized Yang Dingtian's distorted face because of power. Speaking of which, the Central region's vilification of Yang Dingtian was always escalating. There were many versions of Yang Dingtian occupying Madame Ximen, Yang Peipei. Moreover, every version was more realistic than the real one. Also, every expansion of Yang Dingtian's was described in detail. Among them, Yang Dingtian's desire for power and cunning was completely sensational. However, this kind of brainwashing was always directed at the public. As long as they had enough information, they would absolutely turn their noses up at it. Therefore, the people who released the brainwashing information were the most disdainful of the things they fabricated. For example, although Yun Kailin hated Yang Dingtian to the bone, she didn't believe in those 99 major crimes as she listed for Yang Dingtian. However, even if she didn't believe it, there would be people who would. Telling a lie 10,000 times would also become the truth. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's reputation in the Central region was at two extremes. There was a portion of people who were incomparably fanatical and worshipful of Yang Dingtian. This portion of people were mainly from the Central region's army and middle and low-level martial artists. There was a portion of people who were incomparably disdainful of Yang Dingtian. This portion of people were mainly from the bottom. It couldn't be helped. In the past few months, Zhu Qingzhu and Yun Kailin had repeatedly gone to the front. However, even if Yang Dingtian knew about it, he wouldn't care at all. This was because this kind of thing could be easily discredited and cleared up. Slave Yun Jun spoke in a cold voice. There will be a day when we will fight our way back to the West region and end Yang Dingtian's rule. We will rescue all the citizens of the West region and the innocent women who are suffering under Yang Dingtian. Believe me, Prince Lingxi and his vulture sect are already on the move. The next day, everyone's attention was focused on Zhongjing. The Zhongjing Taiando League's main hall was filled to the brim. Previously, Yang Dingtian's Zhongjing Taiando League's meeting was held in a small hall on the top floor. This time, it was held in the main hall on the first floor. All the forces in the Taiando League and their affiliated forces, as well as the representatives of the various feudal lords, were present. More than 10,000 people were seated in the main hall. The Vulture Sect's investigation team announced the results of their investigation. This was originally not a big deal. It only involved Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. However, under the manipulation of someone with ulterior motives, it seemed to have become a huge matter. However, Yang Dingtian from the Western region did not even send Qin Wanchou. Instead, he sent Li Guanong. Didn't you kick Wooden Sword Castle out of the Taiando League? I will ask him to participate in the Taiando League now. Although Zhu Qingzhu was unhappy, he could only accept it. It just so happened that the West Province's Heaven Dao Union held an extremely important position in this conference. Zhu Qingzhu even wanted to pull Li Guanong to the core seat at the center, even though Li Guanong was Yang Dingtian's representative. Therefore, Zhu Qingzhu held Li Guanong's hand and asked him how he was doing. When he talked about the Taiando League's righteousness and friendship, no matter how thick-skinned he was sick of it. In the end, everyone took their seats. They were waiting for the host, Lingxi, to arrive. Superstars were always the last to arrive. After everyone was in position for a quarter of an hour, Lingxi arrived gracefully. Of course, he came together with Yun Jianu. Under everyone's gaze, the two of them were like a golden couple. It was as if they were made for each other. While everyone was amazed, they could not help but complain. What are you doing, Lingxi? Can't you keep a low profile? We know you are here to stand up for your woman, but you don't have to be so arrogant. Aren't you afraid that people will accuse you of cheating? Yoon Janu also suggested that they should keep a low profile and not walk together. However, Lingxi rejected her suggestion. He said that he was always above board and would not care about the rumors. Therefore, when Yoon Janu entered the hall and saw the crowd, her heart skipped a beat. She felt warm all over. She was a refined person and should not care about such a scene. However, in order to seek justice for her, Sir Lingxi had actually created such a huge scene. Even though she was someone who had no desires, she still felt a wave of admiration and pride. Is he doing this for me? So that I won't be wronged. He went to such great lengths to seek justice for me. Yoon Janu felt that she had no desires and would not fall in love with any man. However, at this moment, she could not help but feel moved. After Yoon Janu sat down, Lingxi came to the center of the hall and started to report the investigation team's final conclusion to the Taekwondo League. Before I report the final conclusion of the investigation, I want to ask both of you, do you agree with the fairness of my investigation? Regardless of the final result, do you accept it? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, Zhu Qingzhu said. Yes. Although Yoon Janu's voice was cold, there was a hint of gentleness in it. Although she knew that she should not do that, she could not help but look at Lingxi. All right then. Before I announce the final conclusion, I have a few words to say. Lingxi said, as everyone knows, a few months ago, when I met Miss Yoon Janu, I fell in love at first sight. After that, I fell madly in love with her. In the past few months, I proposed to her a few times. However, Miss Yoon Janu had no desires. She did not agree to my proposal. However, I did not care. Instead, I respected her even more. Therefore, there were rumors that I would definitely side with the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earthshatter City in this investigation. Therefore, I can only say that I have a clear conscience. No matter what the consequences of this investigation are, I, Lingxi, will bear all the consequences. Suddenly, everyone in the hall became serious. Yoon Janu's heart skipped a beat. He had suffered such criticism and grievances because of her. However, he still protected her bravely. Now, I announce the results of the investigation. Lingxi said seriously, I announce that the wife of the mayor of Earth-Splitting City, Huanqing, is guilty of evil ways. Yoon Kalin's descendant, Yoon Janu, is guilty of evil ways. Earth-Splitting City and Cloud Sky Pavilion are guilty of launching a plague attack on Zhong Province. Lingxi then handed over a few hundred pages of evidence. It was as if the evidence was irrefutable. In an instant, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. As for Yoon Janu, it was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in her head. Then her mind went blank. She could not feel any pain or sadness. Her mind was blank. Lingxi lowered her head. When she looked up again, her eyes were red. Janu, I love you. This has never changed. However, justice is more important than the mountains. For the sake of the world, I have to tell you the truth. However, I have never regretted my love for you. I will never change it. Lingxi then pulled out her sword and handed it to Yoon Janu. For the sake of justice, I have betrayed our love. You can kill me with your sword. I will not resist. Then, Lingxi looked at Yoon Janu with tears in her eyes, trembling. Her gaze seemed to have awakened Yoon Janu. In an instant, boundless pain surged through him like a tidal wave. Then it was complete coldness and complete darkness. Yoon Janu felt that her body was falling in the dark cave. Below her was the 18 levels of hell. Lingxi's gentle face started to distort. In the end, she looked like a demon that was trying to devour her. Then, the faces of the tens of thousands of people on the field were all smiling sinisterly, mocking him. She was falling, but no one reached out to pull her up. All of Lingxi's previous affections, all of her gentleness, all of their public displays of affection, all of it had become a huge mockery, a footnote to Lingxi's selflessness. At this moment, thousands of pairs of eyes were staring at her. Although these eyes were filled with shock and sympathy, they did not show any mockery. However, Yoon Janu could see that every pair of eyes was shining with the same light, the same meaning, and the same word. Idiot! Almost at that moment, Yoon Janu suddenly understood. This matter was a monstrous trap from the very beginning. Zhu Qingzhu felt that the trap was not enough and pushed Yun Kalen to the high platform. In the end, Vulture Sect could not help but make a move. However, they felt that the atmosphere was not good enough and pushed Yun Kalen and Yoon Janu to the high platform. In the end, the high platform was enough. Vulture Sect and Zhu Qingzhu had reached an agreement. Lingxi came up and kicked Yoon Kalen and Yoon Janu, who were on the high platform. Then, the mother and daughter fell into the abyss. Sigh. Li Guanong from Wooden Sword Fortress sighed. Why, Junior Brotherly, are you pitying them? Zhu Qingzhu asked. Stupid people deserve to be pitied. Crazy people deserve to be pitied. However, stupid and crazy people do not deserve to be pitied, Li Guanong said calmly. If an honest and sincere person like Junior Marshall Brotherly says so, it seems that this sentence is not wrong, Zhu Qingzhu said with a faint smile. Following that, the Central Continent's actions were extremely fast. They sent Earth Fisher City and Sky Cloud Pavilion to the 18th level of hell. Then, they formed an expeditionary force to destroy Sky, Cloud Pavilion, and Earth Fisher City. They ordered Kuei Si from Earth Fisher City and Yoon Kalen from Sky Cloud Pavilion to give up all resistance and hand over Earth Fisher City and Sky Cloud Pavilion. They would hand over He Wanqing and Yoon Janu from Evil Ways, the Demon Vulture Army, and the Crystal Demon Worship. Otherwise, Sky Cloud Pavilion and Earth Fisher City would kill them all. Zhong Zhou did not capture Yoon Janu directly. Instead, they let her go back to Sky Cloud Pavilion. Throughout the whole process, Yoon Janu was in a daze. She did not realize anything. She rode on the Black Vulture Queen and returned to Sky Cloud Pavilion. The moment Yoon Kalen saw her, he said excitedly, "Noor, is the meeting over? Our two families have already gathered. Once you arrive, as long as young Master Lingxi seeks justice, we will immediately seek justice from Zhu Qingzhu. Even Yang Dingtian will not be spared." Hearing Yoon Kalen's excited voice, Yoon Janu's beautiful eyes dimmed. Then, she felt as if a giant hammer had hit her chest. Blarg! She spat out a mouthful of blood on Yoon Kalen's face. "Mother, we are doomed. Lingxi lifted us up and kicked us into the abyss. He wants to step on our bodies 10,000 times. Then Yoon Janu fainted. Soon, the Zhong Zhou Tiando League's official letter and challenge letter arrived at Earth Fisher City and Sky Cloud Pavilion. Attached to the document was Lingxi's final investigation report, which was clearly written on it. He Wanqing from Earth Fisher City was found guilty of evil ways. Yoon Janu from Sky Cloud Pavilion was found guilty of evil ways. Sky Cloud Pavilion, Earth Fisher City was found guilty of aiding the evildoer and causing a plague to attack Zhongzhou. After receiving the documents, Yoon Kalen felt as if he was struck by lightning. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Lingxi, you bastard! I will tear you into pieces." Yoon Kalen was furious and humiliated as he shouted. On the other hand, Kuei Si looked as if he had aged 10 years. He slumped on the chair. His wife, He Wanqing, took a look at the documents. Without saying a word, she slapped Kuei Si across his face. "If it wasn't for you, my Earth Fisher City wouldn't be in this mess today." He Wanqing sobbed. "My husband, if you didn't come back that day and died outside, maybe my Earth Fisher City wouldn't be in this mess." When Kuei Si heard this, his face turned pale. "My husband, it's not that I'm heartless. My husband," He Wanqing said calmly. "You are the only man in my life. You are the only man in my heart. If you die, I will go with you. There's nothing to be sad about. If I die in exchange for the survival of Earth Fisher City, I would rather you die. You don't want to be played and humiliated by others. After saying that, Yuan Qing staggered back into the house. Suddenly, Earth Fisher City and Sky Cloud Pavilion fell into an apocalypse. After 2 days and 2 nights, Yun Kalin finally woke up. However, he was already very old. His jet-black hair had also turned snow-white. Her face was completely pale, and wrinkles were all over it. After being unconscious for 1 day and 1 night, she had aged another 20 years. Originally, she was in her 40s, but she looked like she was in her 30s. Now, she was still in her 40s, but she looked like she was in her 50s or 60s. Yun Zhenyu woke up earlier. She knelt beside her mother like a beautiful doll. She was expressionless. Even her beautiful eyes were empty and unfocused. Without a doubt, Yun Zhenyu was the one who suffered the greatest blow this time. She was raised to the top by a man with love and glory. Then she was kicked down and trampled on. It was the most tragic thing that a woman would not experience in 10 lifetimes. It was the most painful thing that a woman would not experience in 10 lifetimes. It was enough to destroy a woman 10 times, 100 times. From today onwards, Yun Zhenyu would no longer have the face to live in this world. She would no longer have the face to meet anyone. If she stayed in this world, she would only be humiliated and a laughing stock. Moreover, this humiliation would never be washed away. I will go and beg Yang Dingtian, beg Yang Dingtian. Yun Kalin said weakly. No, I won't go. At most, I will die. Yun Zhenyu said word by word. She was emotionless. Go and believe in me. The things that I used to scold Yang Dingtian were all lies. I did something wrong and betrayed Yang Dingtian. I went to help Zhu Qingzhu. Because of guilt, because of self-abasement, I behaved more and more crazily. I couldn't wait to dismember Yang Dingtian into thousands of pieces, as though doing so would allow me to have a clear conscience. Because in this world, when the person who made you feel guilty and ashamed is dead, you will feel better. Yun Kalin said, I am a foolish woman. Don't learn from me. Go and beg him. He is the most righteous and stupid person in this world. He is also the only person in this world who can save us. Go and beg him. No, I would rather die. Yun Zhenyu said, Then you can die after you have saved the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Yun Kalin shouted fiercely. The reason why the Cloud Sky Pavilion is in such a state is because of my sins. However, it is also because of your sins. You can die after you have redeemed your sins. Suddenly, Yun Zhenyu's body trembled. Chapter 568. In this huge conspiracy, Yang Dingtian's role was definitely not as honorable as Yun Kalin's. Although he did not participate in the entire conspiracy, he had watched it unfold and develop without doing anything. Moreover, Qin Wanchou was the mastermind behind the entire conspiracy. The source of the conspiracy was Qin Wanchou's strategic blackmail, forcing Yun Zhenyu to marry him and forcing Yun Kalin to hand over the crystal power source. Now, the conspiracy had succeeded. However, Yang Dingtian was not very happy. Even Qin Wanchou, the mastermind, was not very happy. Why? Because the final development of the matter had exceeded their original expectations. It had exceeded the scope of Qin Wanchou and Yang Dingtian's control. In fact, Yang Dingtian and Qin Wanchou had already felt slightly uneasy when Zhongzhou's sects were massacred a few times. This was because Zhu Qingzhu had been too ruthless in order to regain his power. He had directly massacred 4 sects and killed hundreds of thousands of people through the plague. Of course, Yang Dingtian was heartbroken by the deaths of hundreds of thousands of innocent people. However, this was not the main reason for his and Qin Wanchou's uneasiness. Zhu Qingzhu had not made a move. Once he made a move, he was more decisive than Qin Wanchou had imagined. He had already involved all the martial forces in Zhongzhou. Qin Wanchou wanted to bait the Black Heaven sect, not all the martial forces in the Zhongzhou Taiyuan League. The Council of Light wanted to destroy the Black Heaven sect, not the entire Zhongzhou martial arts world. Therefore, this conspiracy had already expanded, and Qin Wanzhou could no longer control it. Originally, when Zhu Qingzhu first pointed the spearhead at the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-Shattering City, everything was still under control. At that time, although the forces in Zhongzhou had already been involved, they could still control it. Unexpectedly, Zhu Qingzhu did not make a move at that time. Instead, he suppressed it for a while before involving the Vulture sect. In the end, the entire conspiracy had completely exploded. The Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-Shattering City had already fallen to hell. The most important thing now was that the entire Zhongzhou and Vulture sect had been involved. The West State Council of Light wanted to eliminate Zhu Qingzhu. If all the forces in Zhongzhou were involved and attacked the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-Shattering City, Qin Wanzhou's plan to eliminate Zhu Qingzhu alone would basically be ruined. In the past few months, the reconstruction of Western capital had almost been completed. The headquarters of the Council of Light could be moved to Western capital at any time. In fact, many departments of the Council of Light had already moved to Xijing. Tang Guozhao and Song Lihua had led a large number of civil officials into Xijing. Moreover, the secret manufacturing base on Fire Island had been moved to the southern island of Xijing. From now on, Fire Island would only be the location of the Eastern Fleet. Right now, Yen City was only the center of the Southeast Defense Region and was guarded by Qiu Wanjie. Of course, there were still 500,000 elite soldiers scattered around Yen City. As the easternmost city in the West Continent, it was fully armed to the teeth. The coastal artillery and secret submarine forces covered the entire sea. Now, the cleansing operation had come to an end. In the end, things didn't go as Yang Dingtian had expected. The number of people who died in this purge exceeded the limit set by Yang Dingtian, exceeding 100,000. Yang Dingtian had greatly underestimated the resistance of those vassals. When you touched their lifeblood, it was like hitting a rock with an egg. They would actually fight to the death. However, it went very smoothly, and the casualties to the citizens were minimal. Duan Rian and Li Guanong led the Southwest Army to cleanse the entire Southwest continent. The construction of the southernmost city in the Southwest continent was also very smooth. Currently, more than half of it was completed. Therefore, the land policy in the Southwest continent was actually the most thorough. In the end, Duan Rian and Li Guanong directly suggested that the land policy in the Southwest continent be exactly the same as Cloud Sky cities. They would directly give the land to the free people to cultivate and then pay taxes. Even though Qiu Wanjie had some objections to this point, it was a foregone conclusion in the end. As a result, the entire Southwest continent underwent a huge change. Originally, everyone thought that the Southwest continent was a barbarian land, an ominous land with many mountains, forests, and fields. Moreover, it was definitely sparsely populated. At this moment, the entire Southwest continent was 6,000 miles long and 8,000 miles wide, and the registered citizens were only slightly more than 3 million. This population was far from the number of savages in the southern barbarian continent. However, who would have thought that after the Southwest Army cleaned up the miscellaneous factions and announced the land policy, countless people emerged from the depths of the mountains and forests, as well as from the wilderness. As a result, the registered population of the Southwest continent increased. Now, it had exceeded 10 million and was still increasing. As a result, the Council of Light realized that the Southwest continent's future potential might surpass the North and even the North and South defense districts of the Cloud Sky mountain range. Although there were primitive forests everywhere, the entire land was not damaged by the ancient destruction. As a result, the plan for the Southwest continent had to be changed again. The Sky Phoenix Pavilion and Wooden Sword Castle were unable to manage such a large land and population. As a result, they had no choice but to let the Council of Light rule over most of the land and citizens of the Southwest continent. Originally, there were only 2 cities in the Southwest continent. Now, there were at least 4 medium to large-sized cities. Moreover, They had to at least establish a second-level organization of the Council of Light and send a large number of troops and officials to the southwest continent. As a result, the Council of Light's headquarters did not raise the level of the southwest continent. In the end, it became an existence that was not inferior to the West Defense District. As the highest commander of the Southwest Defense District, Duan Rian did not enter the Council of Light's highest command department. Now that the Southwest Defense District had been upgraded, she directly entered the command department and became the 5th commander of the West Continent's army. On the other hand, Cloud Sky City's army of hundreds of thousands led a crusade against the Land of Chaos. In fact, the Council of Light had a huge disagreement on whether to clean up the Land of Chaos and incorporate it into the West Continent. The Land of Chaos was the buffer zone between the Tyando League and the Evil Ways. It had been chaotic for hundreds of years. There were all kinds of people there, and who knew how many spies were hidden there. If the Land of Chaos was incorporated into the West Continent, there would be people causing trouble every day, and it would bring great trouble to the West Continent. Those who agreed felt that the West Continent needed a buffer zone and strategic depth. Otherwise, once they started fighting with the Evil Ways, they would directly enter the heart of Cloud Sky City without any buffer zone. In the end, after a vote, all the members agreed to establish a buffer zone in the Land of Chaos. As for those who were as fierce as Song Shao, they straightforwardly said that they should leave the land, but not the people. They should kill everyone in the Land of Chaos. After all, they were all scoundrels and deserved to die. However, Song Zhao's suggestion was directly rejected. Shimin Lai led an army of 300,000 and began to clean up the Land of Chaos. In the beginning, it was very smooth. They swept through dozens of miles in a day. However, as time passed, their speed became slower and slower, and their casualties increased. This was because the entire Land of Chaos could not differentiate between the civilians and the militants. Under the instigation and encouragement of spies from many forces, the cities that had just been taken down were destroyed and revolted one after another. Hence, towards the end, they were only focused on suppressing the revolts and could not advance. Shimin Lai was too righteous. He was not strong enough to control this chaotic land of several thousand miles, where crooks mixed with honest folk. As for the other team, Qin Huaiyu and Song Shao led an army of 500,000 elites to clean up the warlords and suppress the revolts. In the end, they discovered that although this matter was big and there were many warlords who rebelled, they were basically scattered sand. They did not need so many troops. Hence, they simply handed over the task of suppressing the revolts to Qin Huaiyu and transferred Lu Hengxi's Devil Dragon army of 2,000, increasing Qin Huaiyu's Devil Dragon army to 4,000. Then they had Song Shao take 200,000 into the Land of Chaos. Together with Shimin Lai, they were responsible for the war in the Land of Chaos. As soon as Song Shao entered the Fringe, the doomsday of the local tyrants and monsters in the Fringe had arrived. Even though the Council of Light had repeatedly stated that Song Shao should not be too ruthless with his blade, Song Shao was only able to endure for a few days. In the end, after Song Shao went, he only managed to restrain himself for a few days. After being infuriated by the local tyrant, he suddenly raised his butcher's knife and killed until rivers of blood flowed. Previously, Shimin Lai's strategy in the Land of Chaos was to occupy the towns and restore order. However, Song Shao was the complete opposite. He did not care about the land and only cared about killing. Any armed force in the Land of Chaos with more than 100 people had to immediately disarm and surrender unconditionally. If anyone dared to say no, they would be slaughtered. As a result, the local tyrants of the Land of Chaos suffered a calamity. In the first 1,000 li, Shimin Lai led 300,000 troops to pacify and suppress. In the second 1,000 li, Song Shao led a few 100,000 troops to kill. All the armed forces in the Chaos world with more than 100 people were uprooted. Either they surrendered or they were killed. As for the spies of the various forces in the Land of Chaos, they were all wiped out. How did Song Shao judge a spy? He did not judge as long as you were trained in proper martial arts and were not from the Western continent. Then I'm sorry you are a spy. You want to say you are not a spy? You are trained in the martial arts of a famous sect. Why would you come to a rotten place like the land of chaos? If you are not a spy, are you here to uphold justice? Moreover, Song Zhao's interrogation was very simple and crude. The first question was, are you a spy? If you say no, then you are lying and you will be killed. If you say yes, then the second question was, which family are you a spy from? Not speaking, you will be killed. After saying which family you are a spy, if you have a good relationship with the Western continent, you will be sent back. If you do not have a good relationship with the Western continent, you will be killed. Therefore, the interrogation of a spy was not more than 3 questions. Therefore, after Song Zhao took control of the land of chaos, his progress was very fast. Within a few months, he had cleaned up the land of chaos. Drive away, move, and kill all the wandering martial artists and all the armed forces on top of the mountain. The remaining people were organized to build cities, farm, and restore order. Therefore, when Tang Guozhao led some of the civil officials to take control of the land of chaos, he sighed. Is this still the land of chaos? Why do I feel that the order here is better than the Western continent? How could the order not be good? Even the novice martial artists here had been cleaned up. Moreover, every citizen supervised each other and jointly protected each other. Under Song Zhao's butcher's knife, the land of chaos changed from a land of slaughter to a place where even kitchen knives were not taken out. Any fight would be seen as a riot. The millions of people in the land of chaos were more obedient than cats. As for Song Zhao, it was as if he had a second spring in his career. Now, the role of World Society's Northern Defense Region Commander was like chewing wax to him. Therefore, he decided not to take charge of the Northern Defense Region and hand it over to someone else. He wanted to enter the Council of Light Army, expand his territory, and sweep away all the forces of chaos. In the end, he swept through the land of chaos. He killed his way from the northeast to the south of the Netherworld Swamp. Beyond the swamp was the territory of the Temple of Blood. In the north, he killed his way to Sky Demon City, which was less than 300 miles away. In the entire Bedlam lands, thousands of Li were massacred by him, not leaving a single soul behind. He was not satisfied and led his army north several times to invade Sky Demon City. He scared the people of Sky Demon City 3 times a day and caused the most prosperous city in the world to flee. It was incomparably desolate. Shimin Lai was afraid that something would happen and hurriedly reported it to Yang Dingtian. The emissaries of Sky Demon City's merchant palace also came in waves to seek an audience with Yang Dingtian. In the end, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to transfer Song Zhao back from the front lines of the land of chaos. After comforting him for his hard work, he followed his wishes and let him continue to be the Northern Defense Region's supreme commander. However, his main responsibility was to train the Council of Light's First Army, which was a full 200,000 troops. Therefore, Song Zhao was full of fighting spirit and went to take up the post. Ever since he had no hope of breaking through to the Grandmaster level, he could not find a goal to strive for. Now that he had found it, he had endless energy. Therefore, he trained the First Army until it was wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Now, his reputation was like a child's crying. Therefore, even though the Middle Region was in chaos these few months, it was incomparably precious to the West Region. Almost all of the large-scale strategic goals had been completed. The division of the Defense Region, cleaning up the feudal vassals' land policy, cleaning up the land of chaos, cleaning up the Southwest continent, military reorganization, power structure, all of these were more or less set in stone. Without a doubt, these were the dividends from the victory in the Great War of the Middle Region. It was the easiest to do things with the momentum of a great victory. Moreover, the internal strife in the Middle Region had caused Yang Dingtian's reorganization in the West Region. Although the whole world had secretly sabotaged it, they could only sit and watch. They could not stop it. In the temporary headquarters of the Council of Light, 10 hours after Lingxi announced the results of the investigation in the Middle Region, before Li Guanong returned, Yang Dingtian had already received the exact news. Lingxi had sold out the Cloud Sky Pavilion, sold out Yinjianu, and trampled on them 10,000 times. Then, the Council of Light immediately held a meeting. The strategic blackmail plan has gone out of control. Zhu Qingzhu has played too big, involving the entire Middle Region and the Vulture sect. The world is facing a drastic change. What should we do next? Yang Dingtian asked, especially when facing the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Earth-splitting city. What should we do? The plan has gone out of control. This is my responsibility. Qin Wanchou said, Here I will make a self-criticism to the sect master and everyone. Overall, this plan is still a success. Yang Dingtian said, But conspiracies are like this. They develop on their own. It's hard to completely control them. If nothing unexpected happens, the Earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion will come to ask for help soon. Should we save them? Yes, should they still save them? Yun Kalin was too good at courting death. Now, the mark of evil ways was firmly imprinted on the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Earth-splitting city. If they saved them, it would be equivalent to colluding with the evil ways. This was very disadvantageous to the Council of Light. If they did not save them, they could only watch the Earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion fall into Zhu Qingzhu's hands. This would be a great loss to the plane. This meant that Qin Wanchou's strategic blackmail plan had not only failed to catch the big fish, Zhu Qingzhu, but also eaten the bait. Save, we must save them. No, to be precise, occupy them. Yang Dingtian said, Yun Kalin deserves to die. But the crystal power must not fall into Zhu Qingzhu's hands. Otherwise, there will be an endless number of crystal-powered demon ships attacking the West Continent. We will not be able to defend against them. Of course, if the Earth-splitting city's Demon Eagle army falls into Zhu Qingzhu's hands, the West Continent skies will not be peaceful. Once the Earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion fall into Zhu Qingzhu's hands, he will immediately turn hostile. He will immediately fall out with us, and this temporary peace will disappear in an instant. Then we will face the endless sea and air attacks. Qin Wanchou said, Therefore we must obtain the earth-shattering city and the Sky Cloud Pavilion. Everyone very keenly heard Qin Wanchou's words. It was to get them, not to save them. What is your plan, Uncle Master Qin? Please tell us, Yang Dingtian said. If Zhu Qingzhu can punish the Earth-splitting city and the Tiando League, we can do the same, Qin Wanchou said. Moreover, he is only from the Middle Continent Tiando League. We are from the Council of Light. Our level is higher. Before Zhu Qingzhu makes his move, we will use the fastest speed to take over the Earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Execute Huan Qing and Yun Jianu to give the world an explanation. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Although everyone faintly had this thought in their hearts, Qin Wanchou directly said it out loud. They would send troops to the Earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion in the name of punishment. Then, before Zhu Qingzhu made his move, they would take over the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Earth-splitting city. This was the most perfect method. It was in line with morality and would yield results. However, Zhu Qingzhu would go crazy because the fruits of victory would be taken by Yang Dingtian. Of course, how to deal with Huan Qing and Yun Jianu still needed to be discussed. As Qin Wanchou said, it was too cruel to kill them and give the world an explanation. However, we will need the cooperation of the Earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Otherwise, it will be impossible to take over the Earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion in just a few days, Song Chanhua said. Don't worry. The messengers from the Earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion will be here soon, Qin Wanchou said. We can't wait, Yang Dingtian said. All the experts above Martial Venerable Realm gather. The Devil Dragon Army, crystal cannons, and submarines gather. As soon as the messengers from the Earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion arrive, we will immediately send out our troops. The submarines and the ancient beasts will immediately head to the Southern Ocean continent and seal off the entire region. Yes, everyone said in shock. Plucking the fruits of Zhu Qingzhu's victory was simply too satisfying. That's right, will the vulture sect be angry? Qin Huaiyu suddenly asked. Will they take this opportunity to make a move? Everyone fell into silence. If Yang Dingtian snatched the fruits of victory from Zhu Qingzhu's hands, Zhu Qingzhu would definitely flip out. However, would the vulture sect take this opportunity to send out their troops? This was hard to say. Yang Dingtian suddenly said, if the vulture sect decides to jump out, they will definitely jump out. If he and the Netherworld haven't jumped out, that means he has his own reasons. If we want to completely control the Earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion without taking any risks, it's impossible. That's right, as long as we have a 50% chance of success, we can do it. How can there be no risk at all? Song Shao said loudly, let's do it. The current Song Shao was a militant from head to toe. His desire for power was no longer very strong, but his desire for battle was boundless. Afterwards, the entire Western continent began to move, and all the elite forces began to gather. All the experts above Martial Venerable Realm gathered in Yen City. They were only waiting for the messengers from the Earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion to arrive before setting off. As for the ancient beast Xiao Xiao, it had already entered the Southern Ocean continent and started to destroy all the ships in the direction of the Southern Ocean continent, regardless of friend or foe. Moreover, it couldn't differentiate between friend or foe. Once it started to kill, it didn't care about anything else. One day later, the messenger from the Cloud Sky Pavilion, Yun Zhenu, arrived and requested to see Yang Dingtian. After seeing Yang Dingtian, Yun Zhenu immediately knelt down and prostrated herself on the ground, sobbing, Sect Leader Yang, please save the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Earth-splitting city. I am willing to be your slave and serve you for life. Chapter 569. Xiao Liao, come in. Help me check if Miss Yun Zhenu is a pure and flawless lady. Yang Dingtian said. Even though Yun Zhenu had already prepared herself mentally, the humiliation she felt at this moment still trampled on her face and her heart like crazy. At this moment, she really wanted to draw her sword and perish together with Yang Dingtian. However, she endured it. Clenching her teeth, she swallowed the humiliation. Jiao Liao walked in and said expressionlessly, Miss Yun, follow me. When Yun Zhenu raised her head, her beautiful face was already pale. She followed Yun Zhenu to a small house. Then, the rustling sound of clothes being unbuttoned could be heard. 15 minutes later, Jiao Liao walked out and nodded at Yang Dingtian. Master, she is still pure. After coming out, Yun Zhenu was still kneeling on the ground. You can leave. Yang Dingtian said to Jiao Liao. Yes. Jiao Liao walked out. Yun Zhenu, follow me. Yang Dingtian said, and immediately walked towards the inner room. Yun Zhenu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Yang Dingtian wanted her body right here? Instantly, she felt her entire body turn cold. She felt that she was no longer the future young master of a sect. She was just a prostitute, and she was the kind that sent herself to his doorstep. Yang Dingtian continued to walk upwards and actually reached the roof of the castle. This was the highest point in the entire Flame City. Above his head was the sky. He could look down on the entire Flame City. Yun Zhenu was stunned. Could it be that Yang Dingtian liked to do those things in broad daylight? Or did he have some other perverted fetish? Or maybe he just wanted to woo her and have a heart-to-heart talk with her. However, it was obvious that she was thinking too much. Yang Dingtian whistled, and a huge demon eagle king flew over. Get on. Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian rode on the demon vulture king. Yun Zhenu was stunned for a moment before she followed suit. Yun Zhenu was even more surprised and curious. What was Yang Dingtian trying to do? Was he taking her to some special place? The demon vulture king flew at full speed. In just 2 hours, it landed in a remote valley of the Cloud Sky City's castle. This was also where Yan Yan, Jiao Jiao, and the baby stayed. Qin Mingli would occasionally stay here. However, she had been in charge of business before. Now that the Council of Light had been established, she had become very busy. She had become Song Lihua's subordinate and was in charge of business affairs. The seductive vixen was nowhere to be seen. She was still pregnant. That's right, she had been pregnant for more than a year. But she hadn't given birth yet, because she wasn't a human after all, and she was pregnant with a powerful race that was almost perfect. Her pregnancy was estimated to be twice that of a human. However, the baby in her belly was very healthy. Moreover, in her stomach, she could already communicate with her parents. This is a real exchange. When Yang Dingtian laid on her belly and called for her baby, she would even respond. When she was happy, she would pat her mother's belly. When she was unhappy, she would spit out bubbles. Sometimes she would make a lot of noise and her belly would even hurt. When the baby started to communicate, the seductive vixen and Yang Dingtian stopped doing those things. Therefore, the current Yao Rao was touring the great rivers and mountains of the West Continent almost every day to cultivate the temperament of the baby in her belly. Husband. Qin Jiao Jiao was practicing her swordsmanship. When she saw Yang Dingtian, she immediately rushed over happily. Of course, she was just practicing her swordsmanship for fun. Her talent was average, and so was her brain. Therefore, she could only be considered an idiot in martial arts. Yan Yan was 10 times lazier than her. She practiced day and night, and her cultivation was much higher than hers. However, the two of them had stopped fighting. They felt that there was no point in fighting for first or second place. The two of them had already colluded to deal with the older beauty, Qin Mingli. When she saw that there was a woman behind Yang Dingtian who was even more beautiful than her, the hair on Qin Jiao Jiao's neck suddenly stood up. She asked coldly, "Who is she?" Then she shouted inside, "Shiman Damien, come out quickly. Your man brought a wild woman back." Yan Yan carried the baby and ran out anxiously. She shouted, "Where? Where? Do you know how to play mahjong? The 3 of us play Fight the Landlord every day. We are so tired of it." "No way, Shiman Damien, what do you mean? Do you think your man's house is not messy enough? We fought for a year and finally settled down. Do you want to fight every day again? Can you have some backbone?" Qin Jiaojiao said. Yang Dingtian carried the heavy Bao Bao over. Bao Bao was almost 2 years old now. He had already entered the first rebellious stage and was impatient to be carried in the adult's arms. Yang Dingtian just carried him in his arms and struggled to get down. "Baby, give daddy a kiss." Yang Dingtian didn't get tired of playing this game. Bao Bao frowned and reluctantly gave Yang Dingtian a kiss. Then, without waiting for Yang Dingtian to ask for a kiss, he moved his little face closer and let Yang Dingtian kiss him. Look at that look of disdain, as if to say, "You adults are really childish. I'll be sick of this game after a few months, but you guys are still playing it. Seeing that you're my father, I'll cooperate with you. Don't make me play such childish games in the future. I don't even like eating Mimi anymore." Yang Dingtian carried the baby and greedily took a deep breath, smelling the baby's scent. It was said that the baby was still wet behind the ears. Now, the baby's milk smell was not as strong, and he could speak much more clearly. However, Yan Yan said that when he first learned to speak, he loved to talk. Now that he could speak, he didn't like to talk anymore. This sentence made Yang Dingtian want to laugh. When the baby was young, he was only 2 years old and was already young enough. Yan Yan's answer to this was that when she looked at children, the baby was the center. When the baby was 8 months old, she would look at children above 8 months old and think, "Wow, this child is so big." When she looked at children below 8 months old, she would think that this child was so small, even smaller than the baby. Now that the baby was 2 years old, as long as the child was over 2 years old, she would think that it was big. Children below 2 years old would think that it was small. Boys looked like their mothers. The baby didn't look like Yang Dingtian, but looked like his mother, Dugafengwu. Therefore, when he grew up, he would be many times more handsome than Yang Dingtian. Therefore, Yang Dingtian would sometimes think childishly, "Damn Wu Yuming, don't be too proud. My son will be more handsome than you when he grows up." Cloud Sky Pavilion Master's daughter, Yun Janu. Yang Dingtian said. Yen Yen ran her fingers through her hair and nodded at Yun Janu. Even though her movements were casual, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that her absolutely beautiful complexion was lit up. The radiance in her beautiful eyes had lit up. This feeling was like a peacock seeing a beautiful opponent. It spread its wings and wanted to defeat the opponent. Qin Jiaojiao was instantly filled with hostility as she looked at Yun Janu with caution. Great, not only is she prettier than me, but her status is also not inferior to mine. How can this be? I was originally ranked second in the family. Now that this vixen is here, am I going to be ranked third? The so-called second was really being ranked. She had even signed a contract and stamped her thumbprint. Shimin Yanyan was the eldest, Qin Jiaojiao was the second, Qin Mingli was the third, and Yao Rao was the fourth. Of course, Yao Rao didn't want to play with these little girls and didn't give her thumbprint. Qin Mingli smiled and gave her thumbprint. She even called Yan Yan big sister and Qin Jiaojiao second sister like a psychopath. Both of them felt a chill down their spines when they heard that. They immediately told her not to call them that, and that it was fine as long as she knew it in her heart. Bao Bao, Auntie will carry you. Do you want it? Yang Dingtian pointed at Yun Janu and asked Bao Bao. Bao Bao turned his head and looked at Yun Janu for a long time. He then turned his head and said no. Yun Janu reached out her hand and awkwardly left it there. I'm sorry, Miss Yun. Bao Bao has been spoiled by us, Yen Yen said gently. Then she took Bao Bao and placed him in Yun Janu's arms. It was only at this moment that Yun Janu's expression seemed to come alive. She hugged Bao Bao carefully and didn't dare to breathe. She was afraid that she would hurt Bao Bao if she used too much strength. Her kindness was unquestionable. Normally, she wouldn't even dare to step on an ant. Seeing that Yun Janu wanted to get closer, but didn't dare to, Bao Bao giggled and quickly kissed her red lips. Instantly, Yun Janu's beautiful face turned red. She looked at Bao Bao with even more affection. Yang Dingtian gently pinched Yan Yan and Jiao Jiao's cheeks and said, All right, I have to go. Yan Yan said softly, Husband, you don't want to eat any more. I'm sorry, I don't have time, Yang Dingtian said. Yan Yan's eyes turned red. After marrying Yang Dingtian, the time that they spent together didn't exceed half a month. And in this period, the 4 to 5 days that they spent traveling north from the netherworld, sea took up almost half of the time. He gently kissed Yan Yan and Jiao Jiao's forehead. Then he said to Yun Janu, Let's go. Yan Yan carried Bao Bao over and said gently, Bao Bao, Daddy has to go. Say goodbye to Daddy. Goodbye. Bao Bao waved his hand perfunctorily. Although he also loved his father, he was very happy here. It was fine to see his father occasionally, but he didn't want to be together often because he would always come and snatch his mother away. After staying in the valley for a while, Yang Dingtian and Yun Janu rode on the demon Vulture King and returned to Yen City. From Yen City to Cloud Heaven City, it was a total of 4,000 miles. The round trip was close to 10,000 miles. Yang Dingtian brought Yun Janu to see Bao Bao and Yan Yan and stayed for 15 minutes before leaving. Therefore, although Yun Janu's heart softened, she was still confused. Perhaps it was because she, Yun Janu, had said that she wanted to free Shimin Yan Yan and Qin Jiao Jiao from Yang Dingtian's evil clutches. I was wrong. In the air, Yun Janu suddenly said, I said that Shimin Yan Yan and Qin Jiao Jiao were very pitiful and that I wanted to work hard to free them. I was wrong. They are very happy. I can feel that they love you very much and you love them very much too. You said something like that? Yang Dingtian said, but you thought too much. I brought you to Cloud Heaven City not to let you see Yen Yen and Jiao Jiao, but to let you see Bao Bao. Bao Bao is very cute and lovable, Yun Zhenu said. I just want to confirm if you are the wife I was talking about. You are Bao Bao's biological mother. Yang Dingtian said. It seems like you are not. Your personalities and auras are completely different. Also, you are a virgin, and she has already given birth to a child. However, the auras of the two of you when you walk are very similar. It's a very subtle feeling. You love her very much? Yun Zhenu asked. I don't really have the qualifications to talk about love. Yang Dingtian said. What happened between us was more of a freak combination of factors. I married her, but from the beginning to the end, we barely spent a day together, and we were never gentle with each other. She killed me once, and I killed her once. Furthermore, it was after she gave birth to Bao Bao. I pierced her chest with my sword and almost harmed Bao Bao. At this point, Yang Dingtian didn't continue. Every time he recalled the scene, Yang Dingtian's back would break out in cold sweat. He felt as though his soul was about to scatter. Fortunately, Duga Xiao went to find Feng Wu and the baby. Otherwise, the consequences. Therefore, Yang Dingtian felt endless guilt towards Duga Feng Wu. Yun Zhenu was startled. She didn't expect that the woman that Yang Dingtian was talking about had such a past with her. Even though I am not her, I can replace her and be your servant, Yun Zhenu said indifferently. It was unknown why, but after the trip to Cloud Heaven City, she suddenly thought things through. That feeling of humiliation was no longer that strong, and she became indifferent again. No, there is no need. Yang Dingtian said, let's go back and talk about serious matters. Back in the castle of Flame City, Yang Dingtian regained his serious and cold expression. Yun Zhenu was still kneeling and begging. Sit. You are not here to beg. You are here to negotiate. Yang Dingtian said. Yun Zhenu was slightly startled. She then nodded and sat on the chair. I can save the Cloud Sky Pavilion, and I will definitely save it. Yang Dingtian said. However, I have a few conditions. Please speak, Yun Zhenu said. At least for now, I will not clear your name. You might still have to bear the crime of being an infiltrator of evil ways. I will also imprison you. Yang Dingtian said, It is not that I don't want to do that. I just don't want to create unnecessary trouble. I know. I deserve it. This is my punishment for my stupidity. Yun Zhenu said indifferently. Secondly, your mother, Yun Kalin, has to step down. Choose another capable person from the Cloud Sky Pavilion to be the new pavilion lord. If nothing goes wrong, we will choose Yun Qi because she is intelligent enough. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Yun Zhenu said. Mother has already made preparations for this. She was already prepared to step down. Thirdly, the Cloud Sky Pavilion can be integrated into the Council of Light and be reorganized. Yang Dingtian said. Of course, you will think that I am annexing it. However, if you have time in the future, you can take a look around the Western continent. The Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Earth-Shattering City will become the Yingzhou Defense Region. The internal affairs will still be managed by the Earth-Shattering City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. However, the Crystal Demon Warships and the Demon Vulture Army will be integrated into the frontline army of the Council of Light. The military power will belong to the Council of Light. As for whether anyone from the Earth-Shattering City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion can enter the Council of Light, I am not sure. However, the owners of the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Earth-Shattering City will become permanent members of the Council of Light. Yes, Yun Zhenu said. Throughout the entire process, Yun Zhenu did not bargain at all. Seeing Yang Dingtian's slightly astonished expression, Yun Zhenu said, My mother only had a nightmare. My greatest objective is to protect the integrity and existence of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. We don't care about anything else. If Zhu Qing comes, the entire Cloud Sky Pavilion will be wiped out. There will not be a single piece of land left. All right, this matter is settled. Yang Dingtian said, Our army and martial artists have all gathered. With an order, we can rush to the Yingzhou continent at the fastest speed possible. Sect leader Yang, I have question. Yun Jianu said. Speak. Yang Dingtian said. If the vulture sect gets involved and forces you to take a step back, what will you do? Yun Jianu asked. Since we have agreed to help, there is no possibility of taking a step back. Yang Dingtian said. Even if the vulture sect comes out in full force, even if we die, we will not take a step back. You should know that I have never taken a step back. Yun Jianu said. Then I have another question. It might anger you. Speak. Yang Dingtian said. What role did you play in the disaster of the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the earth-shattering city? You forced me to marry you at the Cloud Sky Pavilion? What do you mean? Yun Jianu asked. I played a shady role. Yang Dingtian said. I think you forced me to marry you and forced your mother to hand over the crystal demon warships as a form of punishment. The other was to infuriate your mother and give Zhu Qingzhu an opportunity. You wanted to use the Cloud Sky Pavilion to lure Zhu Qingzhu out and destroy him. Yun Jianu was startled. She didn't expect Yang Dingtian to be so direct and didn't even bother to conceal anything. Of course, we did not expect Zhu Qingzhu to play so big. Therefore, the West Continent is in great danger. However, we can't turn back. Yang Dingtian said. I understand. Yun Jianu's face suddenly revealed a trace of sadness. However, she didn't feel any anger in her heart. Perhaps, after experiencing the greatest betrayal, trampling, and humiliation, Yang Dingtian's scheme was no longer considered anything. At least, Yang Dingtian was willing to tell you the truth. He was not like some men who put arsenic in honey and thought it was sweet before they poisoned you. Yang Dingtian did not apologize. He said, then you should go and rest. When the emissary from the earth-shattering city arrives, we will set off immediately. Yes, Yun Jianu said. More than 2 hours later, the emissaries from the earth-shattering city, Kuei Ning and Kuei Qing, arrived at the same time. When Kuei Ning saw Yang Dingtian, she knelt down and did not say a word. Kuei Qing did not kneel down. She stood in front of Yang Dingtian and said, Sect leader Yang, we will agree to any of your conditions. However, please agree to one of my conditions. Please say it, Yang Dingtian said. Don't kill my sister-in-law. I have already tied her up. She has already tried to kill herself 3 times. Kuei Qing said. She was muddle-headed before, but she has never done anything evil. She is innocent. She should not die. Yang Dingtian said. I will imprison her because I am unable to prove her innocence. Yes, Kuei Qing said. We will agree to any of your conditions. What is the city, Lord Kuei Si's opinion? Yang Dingtian asked. Once you reach the earth-shattering city, he will step down immediately and pass the position of the city, Lord, to me. Kuei Qing said. Has he thought it through? Yang Dingtian said. My brother is straightforward, but not stupid. Kuei Qing said. If he still can't figure out why Wu Yuming released him and why the vulture sect did so, he would be hopelessly stupid. Yes, if he still could not figure out why the vulture sect was released back to Kuei Si, then he would be hopelessly stupid. The Cloud Sky Pavilion was helping Zhu Qingzhu to attack the West Province. Yang Dingtian wanted to punish the Cloud Sky Pavilion. If Kuei Si was not in the earth-shattering city, then the city lord would definitely watch as the earth-shattering city was punished. He might even help to step on it. After all, the hatred between the two sides had lasted for hundreds of years. However, after Kuei Si returned, how could he watch as his woman was bullied? After being deceived for a long time, he had a huge prejudice against Yang Dingtian. Hence, he immediately pulled the earth-shattering city away from Yang Dingtian. As long as he separated the earth-shattering city from Yang Dingtian, he could package the city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion together and sell them to Zhu Qingzhu. In exchange, Zhu Qingzhu would compromise. They had never done business that was at a loss. Kuei Ning, you and I are brothers in life and death. Hence, before we mobilize, there are some things I need to make clear. Yang Dingtian said, in this great conspiracy, I played a dishonorable role. I conspired with Zhu Qingzhu and I to drag the Cloud Sky Pavilion into the abyss. Yes, Kuei Ning said, however, you never thought of dragging the earth-shattering city into the abyss. It was an accident that we were dragged into this because you did not expect my father to be released safely. You also did not expect us to break off relations with you. The current situation is the result of Yun Kalin and our stupidity. All right, then let's not waste any more time. We will immediately mobilize the troops to the earth-shattering city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion, Yang Dingtian said. Within an hour, all the elites of the West Province Council of Light were mobilized. I have to vote for you. Chapter 570. Zhu Hongxue walked up to Yang Dingtian and said, I've already broken through to the Grandmaster realm. He had already disappeared for several months, and for the past month he had been in seclusion. The Grandmaster realm was a threshold. Generally speaking, it was very difficult to break through during normal cultivation. Most of them broke through during life-or-death battles or when they devoured powerful energy. As for Zhu Hongxue, he chose to break through during normal cultivation. Although it was very difficult, he still broke through. Yang Dingtian had spent very little time cultivating recently, but he still easily broke through to the 5-star Grandmaster realm. That's right, he broke through easily. Not only that, he directly broke through to the level 9 Grandmaster realm. As for Qin Huayu and Song Chanhua, they were too busy and had almost no time to cultivate, especially Qin Huayu, who was always cleaning up the vassals. Therefore, the two of them did not have much of a breakthrough in their cultivation. Among the 4 of them, Yang Dingtian's cultivation went from the bottom to the top. Are you sure you want to go? I want to arrange for you to stay behind, Yang Dingtian said. I want to go, Zhu Hongxue said lightly. During the top-secret meeting to discuss how to deal with Zhu Qingzhu, Zhu Hongxue wanted to leave several times, but Yang Dingtian asked him to participate. This time, they might have to fight Zhu Qingzhu directly. Yang Dingtian did not want Zhu Hongxue to go, but he insisted on going. Okay. Yang Dingtian nodded. Due to the intervention of the ancient giant beast, it was impossible for Zhongzhou to send a large number of troops to the Earth, Splitting City, and the Sky Cloud Pavilion. Moreover, Zhu Qingzhu had defined this battle as a battle between the Tiando League and the Evil Ways, so it could be a battle between martial artists. Therefore, the West Continent needed to mobilize almost all the martial artists this time. Currently, the entire West Continent had Grandmasters and above. There were a total of 6 World Association elders and vassals. The Northwest Qin City was the most terrifying with a total of 15. Cloud Sky City had the least with only 2. Moreover, Yarao's belly was too big, so she could not participate in this battle. Therefore, only Yang Dingtian was left. Only Duan Rian was left in the Sky Phoenix Pavilion. The rest of the experts had either betrayed or been killed. In the Divine Weapons Villa, there were a total of 4 experts above the Grandmaster realm. Therefore, on Yang Dingtian's side, there were 3 experts above the Great Grandmaster realm. Qin Wanqiu, Dongfang Minmi, Xiao Xiao. Including Zhu Hongxue, there were a total of 26 Grandmasters. If Yun Kalin, Kuei Si, and Yang Dingtian's war puppet demon, Yi Wuqing, were included, there would be 4 of them. As for powerhouses at the martial honorable level and above, there were more than 300 of them in the entire Western continent. Of course, the West Continent only had about half of the Central Continent in terms of martial venerables and grandmasters. However, it should be enough to fight against the Xiantian sect. For this trip to the Sky Cloud Pavilion and the Earth-Splitting City, almost all of the elite martial practitioners had turned out in full force. Only the great Grandmaster Dongfang Minmi, the nameless Grandmaster, and 100 martial venerables stayed behind to guard the West continent. Of course, their main focus was only in Shijing and the Council of Light's secret manufacturing base. The reason why Dongfang Minmi did not go to the Cloud Sky Pavilion's earth-shattering city was because he was going there to reorganize and take over. More than 100,000 elites from the Middle Continent were heading toward the Yingzhou mainland. Yang Dingtian and Qin Wanchou had led hundreds of martial practitioners to the earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion on various flying mounts at the fastest speed possible. After arriving at the earth-splitting city, Kuei Si did not say a word. Almost half of his hair had turned white. In this huge conspiracy, Kuei Si was the most passive one. He was completely dragged into this mess by Yun Kalin. Of course, the most painful thing for him was that he had been played. He had been played by the Vulture sect. Initially, he had a good impression of the Vulture sect that had saved him. However, things had turned out this way. His wife had become one of the evil ways, and his daughter had also become one of the evil ways. If he still did not know that he had been played, then he was really hopeless. After seeing Yang Dingtian, he did not say a word. Just like a martial practitioner, he led 7 masters and joined Yang Dingtian's martial practitioner team. Yang Dingtian saw the pale and lifeless Kuei Si's wife, He Wanqing. She had tried to commit suicide a few times in an attempt to use her death to save the earth-splitting city. Hence, Kuei Si had no choice but to lock all of her Xian meridians, making her unable to move. After seeing Yang Dingtian, Kuei Si's eyes were filled with pleading and apology. That day, she had decided to withdraw the Demon Eagle army in exchange for Wu Yuming to save Kuei Si. However, who knew that Kuei Si's return was just a conspiracy that had almost dragged the earth-splitting city into hell. You don't have to apologize, and you don't have to beg for death. Yang Dingtian grabbed Kuei Si's hand and said, I can't clear your name now, but I can definitely do it in the future. Kuei Si's expression immediately calmed down and tears fell. Reorganizing the earth-splitting city was as easy as blowing off dust. As the new earth-splitting city lord, Kuei Qing directly handed over all of the city's defensive arrangements and handed over all of the Demon Eagle Army's command rights. Next, the Western Continent's army would enter the earth-splitting city and Cloud Sky Pavilion on a large scale to take over the defense of these 2 places. Then, a large number of real cannons would densely cover every part of the coastline of these 2 places. Almost silently, the entire earth-splitting cities, over 3,000 Demon Eagle Army's soldiers, immediately changed to small crystal crossbows. Yang Dingtian and the rest only stayed in the earth-splitting city for a few hours. Then, with the earth-splitting city's masters and 2,000 Demon Eagle Army soldiers, they flew directly from the border to the Cloud Sky Plateau. The old Cloud Sky Pavilion had already been destroyed by the avalanche caused by the bombing. The current Cloud Sky Pavilion was in the huge castle of Manning Mountain. This castle was built on a cliff a few thousand meters above the ground. It was even more dangerous and precipitous. Actually, in terms of defense, it was stronger than the Cloud Sky Pavilion on the Great Snow Mountain. However, it was not as high. Sinner Yun Kalin greets sect leader Yang Dingtian. The gray-haired Yun Kalin bowed deeply and stood side by side with Yun Qi to welcome Yang Dingtian. The past few months were like a deep nightmare. After waking up, of course, she knew that she was wrong. However, she was still unwilling to kneel down. After welcoming Yang Dingtian into the castle, Yun Kalin immediately bid farewell and did not participate in any affairs. Then, she continued to lock herself in the dark room. She only said one sentence, "Call me out when Zhu Qingzhu and the people from the Vulture sect are here." When she said this sentence, she was completely filled with soaring resentment. Perhaps she only had one thought at this moment, and that was to perish together with Zhu Qingzhu and Lingxi. In the Cloud Sky Pavilion's castle, all the affairs were proceeding smoothly. Yun Kalin was gone, and her cousin, Elder Yun Qi, took over as the new Cloud Sky Pavilion master. Although Yun Qi was very talented, She was not very interested in martial arts and power. In fact, more than 20 years ago, she was the candidate for Cloud Sky Pavilion Master. Because Yun Kalin had an affair with her archenemy, Kue Si, and Yun Kalin's extreme and stubborn personality, the previous Cloud Sky Pavilion Master did not intend to pass the position to Yun Kalin. However, Yun Chi rejected directly. After Yun Kalin became the Cloud Sky Pavilion Master, Yun Chi did not care about worldly affairs. Instead, she was very interested in plants and animals. Therefore, although she was very talented and was almost 60 years old, her cultivation was still at the level of a 7-star Grandmaster. She was much weaker than Yun Kalin. If the core of Fisher City was the Demon Vulture Army, then the core of the Cloud Sky Pavilion was the Crystal Magic Warships and the Crystal Power. After the Council of Light entered the castle, Yun Chi handed over nearly 200 Crystal Magic Warships and the command of the unsuccessful Sea Demon Army to the Council of Light High Command Department. Moreover, she personally handed over all the materials for the Crystal Power to Yang Dingtian. All the mysterious sorcerers who were researching the Crystal Power also gathered and prepared to return to the West Continent. Therefore, after Yang Dingtian's group of warriors entered the Cloud Sky Pavilion, there was not much to do. On the other hand, Song Lihua's team of civil servants was extremely busy. Song Chenhua of the High Command Department was also extremely busy. The Council of Light did not participate in the internal affairs of Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. However, the reorganization of the army, the defense of the region, the allocation of personnel, and the stationing of the army all had to be replanned. Most importantly, some of the people from the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Fisher City were transferred to the West Continent. Some of them were transferred to other defense regions, while others were transferred to the headquarters in Shijing. Then the high-level warriors and civil servants of the West Continent would enter the Yingzhou mainland as quickly as possible. This looked more like a power grab, but it was not. Every family did this, and the Northwest Qin City was no exception. Moreover, these high-level warriors and civil servants had to obey the supreme commander of the defense region unconditionally in internal affairs. Therefore, even though many of the castellans and castellans in the Northwest Qin City defense region had been replaced. However, Qin Wanzhou still had the highest authority in this region. Of course, the Council of Light reorganized the Crystal Demon Fleet, the Demon Eagle Army, and the Demon Dragon Army, which were extremely professional troops, but the extent was very small. They still let the most professional people command these troops. However, the Crystal Demon Fleet would probably be reorganized into the Navy, led by Qiu Wanjie. Uncle Kue, after the Yingzhou mainland has settled down, I hope that you can become the supreme commander of the Yingzhou defense region. At that time, you will be in charge of all the internal affairs of the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Fisher City, as well as military affairs and martial arts. Yang Dingtian said. I am not suitable, Kue Si said. I am not talented enough. You should change to someone else. Cloud Pool Pavilion leader is too weak. I really don't have anyone who can take up this position, Yang Dingtian said. Then you can take up the position yourself, Kue Si said. I am already the Cloud Sky City Lord and the Supreme Commander of the Northeast Defense Region. In fact, I can't even go to Cloud Sky City once a month, Yang Dingtian said. Uncle Kue, this is not a high position. Everything we do is to prepare for the battle of destruction in a few years. If you take up this position, you might not even have time to cultivate. You might even be 10 years older in the frenzy of work. Then I will try, Kue Si said. Thank you, Uncle Kue, Yang Dingtian said, after handing over the most important authority in the shortest time possible. The Cloud Sky Pavilion and Fisher City sent out hundreds of envoys to the Middle Continent and East Continent to announce the first announcement to the world. The Council of Light sent out troops to punish Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. After an intense battle, all the Evil Ways spies have been arrested. The Cloud Sky Pavilion leader Yun Kalin, who colluded with the Evil Ways Ningwuming, has been removed from his position and officially imprisoned. Elder Yun Chi was appointed as the new Cloud Sky Pavilion leader. Although Fisher City, Lord Kuei Si, had nothing to do with the evil ways. He was not a good judge of character and was infiltrated by the evil ways. He officially resigned from the position of Fisher City Lord. The great commander of Fisher City, Kuei Qing, will take over the position of Fisher City Lord. The evil ways spies, Yun Jianu, are officially imprisoned. He Wanqing's identity as the evil ways spies are still suspicious. She is also officially imprisoned, pending investigation. Immediately after, Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion announced the second announcement to the world. Fisher City, the Cloud Sky Pavilion officially joined the Council of Light and established the Yingzhou Defense Region. All the armies of Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion will be reorganized by the Council of Light. All the suspects of Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion will be arrested by the Council of Light and sentenced on a later date. Then, the Council of Light announced the third announcement. Fisher City, Lord Kuei Qing, and Cloud Sky Pavilion leader Yun Qi will become executive members of the Council of Light. Cloud Sky Pavilion leader Yun Qi will become the fifth member of the Council of Light. 10 hours later, the report reached the Middle Continent. Zhongzhou was instantly in an uproar. Zhu Qingzhu flew into a rage and smashed a huge stone statue in front of him into pieces. Despicable, shameless. Shameless Yang Dingtian. You and I are irreconcilable. In front of everyone, Zhu Qingzhu roared in anger. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had planned for a few months and sacrificed hundreds of thousands of people. He had completely compromised with the Vulture sect and started a massacre of the evil ways. What was his purpose? Wasn't it to regain the power of Zhongzhou? Wasn't it to get Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion's territory? Now he had killed hundreds of thousands of people. He had slaughtered all the spies of the evil ways. He had been a gentleman and a villain. He had also been humiliated in front of that little bastard Lingxi, and had almost signed a contract to sell himself. He had gone through a lot of hardships, betrayed countless people, and traded many things. He was just waiting for the final harvest. In the end, Yang Dingtian reached out and plucked both fruits. How could he not be mad with anger? Aren't you, Yang Dingtian, a modest gentleman? Aren't you, Yang Dingtian, a hypocrite? Aren't you, Yang Dingtian, and Yun Kalen irreconcilable? Did they get together just like that? What about the Council of Light sending troops to the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Fisher City? What punishment? What fierce battle? What about arresting all the spies and spies of the evil ways? Who the fuck are you trying to fool? Do you think I don't know if He Wanqing and Yun Jianu are spies of the evil ways? It's only the 4th day since the Vulture sect's investigation report came out. It's only the 2nd day since Zhongzhou decided to send troops. Not everyone has arrived yet. Yang Dingtian, you fucking finished the battle? You've fucking taken over Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Can you fucking fly? Oh, you can fly, but you can't fly as fast as you. Of course. Zhu Qingzhu was mentally prepared for the situation in West Continent. But he didn't have a choice. He had to seize the opportunity to regain power in Zhongzhou. He had to seize the opportunity of the conflict between West Continent and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. But the more he played, the more he played. Although it was extremely risky for Yang Dingtian to intervene, it also made the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Fisher City even more desperate. So they threw themselves into Yang Dingtian's arms even more resolutely and quickly. Moreover, Yang Dingtian was a hypocrite and had helped Zhu Qingzhu many times. Now that he had become so cunning, it was really hard for him to predict. After his rage, Zhu Qingzhu couldn't wait to declare war on Yang Dingtian. But after he calmed down, he suddenly thought of something. Declare war? What was he going to use to declare war? Yang Dingtian wasn't protecting Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. He was sending troops to occupy them. He was also representing the Tiando League to punish them. Kuei Si and Yun Kalen were chased out. Evil Ways spies were all captured. They said that after a long, fierce battle, many people died, and a few thousand people were captured. You declared war on Yang Dingtian? With what? Of course, there was a reason. Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion were members of the Zhongzhou Tiando League, and West Continent had no right to interfere. Yang Dingtian's entry into Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion was overstepping their authority and interfering in Zhongzhou's internal affairs. At this level, it was barely enough to start a war. At night, Zhu Qingzhu sent out an envoy to visit the major forces in Zhongzhou to sound them out. What was he trying to sound them out for? To suppress Yang Dingtian for interfering in Zhongzhou's affairs. Instantly, the leaders of Zhongzhou's forces were filled with righteous indignation. They strongly condemned Yang Dingtian for interfering in Zhongzhou's affairs and said that they would stand with the Black Heaven sect. Then the Black Heaven sect's envoy tried to sound them out by saying that they should organize a second crusade against Yang Dingtian. Immediately, the leaders of Zhongzhou's forces shook their heads and said that after the last defeat, their morale was low and they really could not send out troops. In the end, when the envoy comforted Zhu Qingzhu, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. Almost all the forces in Zhongzhou had the same attitude. Crusade against Yang Dingtian? Sure, we'll curse him to death. But what about sending out troops and sending out martial artists to suppress them? Then we can only support sect master Zhu spiritually. Suddenly, Zhu Qingzhu had a strong impulse. That was to use the terror attack again and destroy a few more sects to make the forces in Zhongzhou obedient. After thinking about it, he felt that he could not take the risk. At first, others could not see through his trick, but later, almost all the higher-ups of Zhongzhou's forces saw through it. Damn, Evil Wei's terrifying forces were just a brick. They would only appear when Zhu Qingzhu needed them. If they should be destroyed, they should be destroyed. If they should fail, they should fail. If they should be arrested, they should be arrested. If they should be interrogated, they should be interrogated. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Everyone knew about it before, but they did not dare to say anything because Zhu Qingzhu and Yang Dingtian were on the same side. Now that Zhu Qingzhu was still playing the trick of destroying the Evil Wei sects, Zhongzhou's forces would really dare to invite Yang Dingtian to Zhongzhou and launch a crusade against the Evil Weis. Bastard! Suddenly, Zhu Qingzhu hated all the forces in Zhongzhou to the bone. They were really scared of Yang Dingtian. When they heard that Zhu Qingzhu was going to crusade against Yang Dingtian, they shook their heads like a rattle drum. Yang Dingtian, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you're playing this trick. Zhu Qingzhu locked himself in the pavilion again. This time he would definitely not sit by and watch Earth Fisher City and Cloud Sky Pavilion fall into Yang Dingtian's hands. He had to do something. Otherwise, he would not only lose Earth Fisher City and Cloud Sky Pavilion, but also all his power in Zhongzhou. If Yang Dingtian stole your fruit, there would be nothing you could do. These people in Zhongzhou would undoubtedly look down on you. Over the past few months, he had worked so hard to gain back the power he had gained by killing the demons with one hand of justice and the demons with the other. But now he would lose everything. How could he deal with Yang Dingtian? These fence-sitters in Zhongzhou could not be relied on. The Black Heaven sect could not do anything to Yang Dingtian. There were only two methods left. The first method was to directly fall out with Yang Dingtian and announce that he was harboring evil ways. They would openly crusade against him. However, there was a prerequisite for that, and that was to cooperate with the Vulture sect. Once the Vulture sect officially crusaded against Yang Dingtian, Yang Dingtian's doomsday would arrive. Even the fence-sitters in Zhongzhou would join in and hit Yang Dingtian when he was down. However, Zhu Qingzhu would only be a supporting character in that case. Almost all the benefits would go to the Vulture sect. He, Zhu Qingzhu, knew very well what kind of people the Vulture sect was. The second method was to raise the banner of evil ways again. All the grandmasters of the Black Heaven sect, Joyous Palace, Temple of Blood, and Ning clan would join forces and attack Earth Fisher City and Cloud Sky Pavilion in the name of Evil Wei's revenge. They would wipe out all of Yang Dingtian's experts there. Then, Zhu Qingzhu would return and take off his jacket. He would change into the banner of the Tiando League and lead the Black Heaven sect to attack Earth Fisher City and Cloud Sky Pavilion again. He would also play the part of taking back Earth Fisher City and Cloud Sky Pavilion after a fierce battle for several days. However, this way, there would be more people to split the meat. The first method was only to split the meat with the Vulture sect. The second method was to split the meat with the Joyous Palace, Temple of Blood, and Ning clan. There were only these two methods. Zhu Qingzhu's main choice now was to split the meat with the Vulture sect or with the three evil ways. He thought for an entire night and struggled for an entire night. In the end, Zhu Qingzhu came to a decision. He would rather split the meat with the three evil ways than with the Vulture sect alone. The Vulture sect's table manners were too ugly. If they split the meat with the three evil ways, at least there would still be meat. If they split the meat with the Vulture sect, there would be no bones left. There would only be soup left. Hence, Zhu Qingzhu immediately changed his appearance and headed to the Temple of Blood and Joyous Palace to negotiate and kill Yang Dingtian together. Chapter 571. Inside the Temple of Blood. Senior Brother Dugu, please follow me to kill Yang Dingtian and divide the 15,000 miles of land in the West Continent, Zhu Qingzhu said as he bowed. Dugu Xiao smiled and said, If you are well informed, you should know that my daughter and Yang Dingtian are fated to be together. Therefore, I'm his father-in-law. That's just an ill-fated relationship, Zhu Qingzhu said. Moreover, my son is also under Yang Dingtian and has become his sworn brother. However, this doesn't stop me from killing Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian can't be killed, Dugu Xiao said. Zhu Qingzhu said, I can't kill him, but it doesn't mean that Senior Brother Dugu can't. Crown Prince Li Ming has commanded the world, so Yang Dingtian can't die. Of course, we don't dare to disobey, but in the position of the temple, Senior Brother Dugu is the one who is above everyone else. You can ignore Crown Prince Li Ming's command. Dugu Xiao shook his head and said, I'm only waiting for His Majesty Demon King's resurrection. I don't care about anything else. Moreover, what's the point of dividing the West Continent? Of the 15,000 miles of land in the Temple of Blood, 2,000 miles are still in ruins. What's the point of having so much land? Evil ways are due to the lack of population, but the West Continent is different. It has a large population and is prosperous, Zhu Qingzhu said. Now the 15,000 miles of land of chaos has been taken care of by Yang Dingtian. Once we defeat Yang Dingtian, the 15,000 miles of land of chaos has been taken care of. Once we defeat Yang Dingtian, the 15,000 miles of land of chaos, the 1,000 miles of Cloud Heaven City's territory, and the 5,000 miles of northern land will all belong to the Temple of Blood. Dugu Xiao was stunned and said, Brother Zhu, you are really generous. This way, the land of the Temple of Blood will be 10,000 miles. I, Zhu Qingzhu, have always been generous, Zhu Qingzhu said. It's a pity that it's written clearly on my clothes and the hat on my head. Evil ways, Temple of Blood. Dugu Xiao said, therefore it's still possible to govern the land of chaos with the identity of the evil ways, but it's impossible to govern Cloud Sky City and the Northern Underworld Assembly. Evil ways breaking out of the fringe means the beginning of the Great War. Zhu Qingzhu said, you don't have to rule personally. You can just stay behind the scenes. These territories could still be rightfully under Cloud Sky City's name. At that time, Yang Dingtian would be imprisoned. With him as a hostage, it shouldn't be difficult to force Yang Peipei and the people of Cloud Heaven City to work for you. Moreover, I remember that you have a grandson who is Yang Dingtian's son. In the future, the Demon King will definitely unify the world. Shouldn't you leave behind a large foundation for your biological grandson? Dugu Xiao said, it seems that you are much more well-informed than I thought. You didn't deliberately hide it either, Zhu Qingzhu said. I already deliberately hid it. It's your eyes and ears that are too smart, Dugu Xiao said. Then what does Brother Dugu think? Zhu Qingzhu asked. I will stay out of this, Duguxiao said indifferently. I said before that I will definitely not betray His Majesty the Demon King. However, Yang Dingtian is my grandson's father. I will not follow you to kill him. All right then. You don't have to make a move on Yang Dingtian. You just have to help kill Qin Wanchou. Zhu Qingzhu said, with you around, you might be able to ensure that Yang Dingtian doesn't die. I know that Joyous Palace master hates Yang Dingtian to the bone, so he will definitely be very willing to kill Yang Dingtian. Forget it, you guys go, Duguxiao said. If Yang Dingtian is killed just like that, then he deserves it. Although I'm his father-in-law, I won't get involved in this kind of rotten matter for him. I'm not a human being. Many thanks, senior brother Dugu. Zhu Qingzhu bowed. Duguxiao shook his head. You came to beg me not to fight, but not to help Yang Dingtian, right? I am ashamed, Zhu Qingzhu said. You are overthinking. I will not betray the Demon King Wen Tian, Duguxiao said, but I will tell him about your actions. This is not too much, right? Zhu Qingzhu's face twisted. He said helplessly, Senior brother Dugu, you are really straightforward. And then go to Joyous Palace. There is still a long way to go. I will go to Cloud Sky Pavilion now, Duguxiao said. Oh right, Yang Dingtian is in Cloud Sky Pavilion, right? Yes. Zhu Qingzhu was speechless. In the end, Zhu Qingzhu could not help but ask, what will make you attack Yang Dingtian? It is very simple. Once His Majesty Demon King gives the order, I will go. Duguxiao said, in fact, once he revives, you and I will not have the will to resist. At that time, you will have your own will. What he gives you is yours. If he does not give you, you and I will be walking corpses. Zhu Qingzhu said helplessly, Senior brother Dugu, you are still so direct. Then I will take my leave. And let's go together. Duguxiao said, one of us will go northeast, and the other will go southeast. Then the two of them left the Temple of Blood together. Zhu Qingzhu flew northeast. Another 10,000 miles, and they would arrive at the Joyous Palace. The Joyous Palace was more than 10,000 miles north of the Temple of Blood. It was a large island in the depths of the frozen sea. To its west was the Yin-Yang Mirror, to its southeast was the Demon Domain, and to its northeast was the world of ice and snow. So when it came to remote places, the Joyous Palace was the most remote of all places. Moreover, its geographical environment was unprecedentedly complicated. A few hours later, the Cloud Sky Pavilion welcomed a guest. Instantly, the entire Cloud Sky Pavilion acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Only Yang Dingtian and Qin Wanchou's expressions did not change much. This was because only these two people had interacted with Duguxiao before. Song Zhao's level was not high enough, let alone the others. Qin Wanchou, please come out for a chat. Duguxiao actually asked Qin Wanchou to come out to meet him, and not Yang Dingtian. Qin Wanchou flew 100 miles and met Duguxiao in the sky above the sea. Senior brother Dugu, you really dote on your son-in-law. You're afraid others will think you're involved with evil ways, so you asked me to come out to meet you, Qin Wanchou said. It didn't matter before, but now that you're the head of the Council of Light, you have to be more careful, Duguxiao said. Then my reputation is no longer a reputation, Qin Wanchou said helplessly. You, Qin Wanchou, are two-faced. Everyone knows that, so it doesn't matter, Duguxiao said. Senior brother Dugu, you're still so straightforward, Qin Wanchou said. That's what Zhu Qingzhu said too, Duguxiao said. Zhu Qingzhu went to find you, Qin Wanchou asked. Duguxiao said yes. He came to find me, the Joyous Palace, and probably the Ning clan of the Southern Sea. First, he used the name of Evil Ways to destroy the Sky Cloud Pavilion and Earthshatter City, killing all the experts of the Council of Light. Then he used the Tiando League's banner to defeat the Evil Ways and take over the two places. From then on, he would be invincible in the West and Central continents. What a good plan, Qin Wancho said. It's not really a good plan. I was forced into a corner by you guys, Dugashao said. All right, that's all. I'm going back. Then Dugashao went up north and returned to the Temple of Blood. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Zhu Qingzhu will work with the Joyous Palace and the Ning clan of the Southern Sea to destroy us with martial arts, Yang Dingtian said. Martial Uncle Qin, how many grandmasters does the Joyous Palace have? The Temple of Blood has 2 grandmasters. The Joyous Palace has 2 grandmasters. The number of grandmasters is unknown, but it shouldn't be less than 10, Qin Wancho said. Other than Dugashao, the Temple of Blood has another grandmaster? Yang Dingtian said in astonishment. He had never heard of this before. In every sect, there are some old farts that are more than 100 years old, Qin Wancho said. Because of the blood pool, the Temple of Blood's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, but their lifespans aren't long. However, every generation of the Temple of Blood has someone who quits the blood pool. There was one in the previous generation. He had tortured his opponents to death, and he had also become a great grandmaster. Of course, this generation's Dugu, Shao, also quits the blood pool and became a grandmaster early. How is the cultivation of the Joyous Palace's master, Guru Irin? How is he compared to Dugashao? Yang Dingtian asked. Putting aside Walingzi, Wu Yu, Queen Devil Queen, and the Demon King Wentian, the number 1 expert in the world should be Zhu Qingzhu. Qin Wancho said, but other than those who just broke through to the grandmaster level, the rest of the grandmasters have about the same cultivation. Zhu Qingzhu is the strongest, an 8-star grandmaster. I'm barely a 7-star grandmaster. Guru Irin is about the same as me. Dugashao should be stronger than me, maybe even a little stronger than Zhu Qingzhu. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was astonished. Dugashao is stronger than Zhu Qingzhu? I'm just guessing, Qin Wancho said. Qin Wancho said, Dugushao's mystic veins talent might not be higher, but his understanding of martial arts is more profound. In this case, including the 2 grandmasters from the Joyous Palace, Zhu Qingzhu has a total of 6 grandmasters. That's more than 40 grandmasters, Yang Dingtian said. The Black Heaven sect alone had more than 20 grandmasters, including the Joyous Palace and the South Seas Ning clan. There were more than 40 grandmasters. Of course, the West Continent's Council of Light, Fisher City, and Cloud Sky Pavilion would not make much of a difference, even if there were less than 40 grandmasters. However, the disparity in the number of grandmasters on both sides was too great. The other side had a total of 6 grandmasters, while Yang Dingtian only had 3. Of course, Zhu Qingzhu believed that Yang Dingtian's side only had 2 grandmasters. But even if there were 3, there was still too much of a disparity compared to 6. When the time came, if both sides really fought, it would be a devastating outcome. Judging from the current strength of the forces, the disparity was too great. If they fought with all their might, all the grandmasters in the West Continent would probably be wiped out. Only the grandmasters could barely escape. Qin Wancho looked at Yang Dingtian. Sect Master, you probably need to make a trip to Immeasurable Mountain. Yes, he had to make a trip to the Yinyang School in Immeasurable Mountain. The Yinyang School was the world's number 1 school apart from the hidden sect. It had 4 grandmasters before. Dongfang Minmi and Lung Qingchen disappeared. But the Yinyang School still had 2 grandmasters. As long as they invited these 2 grandmasters, Yang Dingtian's side would have a total of 5 grandmasters. Although they were still at a disadvantage, they could still put up a fight. 10 hours later, Qin Wancho returned to the West Continent to guard the West capital. Dongfang Minmi rushed to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Then he and Yang Dingtian rode on the Demon Eagle King and flew to the Yinyang School. Chapter 572. Most of the time, Yinyang School was the number 1 school in the world. However, ever since Dongfang Bingling and Lung Qingchen went missing, Yinyang School had lost its reputation and kept an unusually low profile. During the First Heaven Dao Union Conference, during the crusade against Yang Dingtian, the Yin-Yang sect's representative, Lung Ao, immediately announced his abstention and left. During the Second Taiyando League assembly hosted by Zhu Qingzhu, Yin-Yang School's representative abstained from participating in the Taiyando League because of Yang Dingtian's crimes. As the #1 school in the world, not only did they not uphold justice, they abstained from participating in the Taiyando League assembly again and again. This was a fatal blow to Yin-Yang School's reputation. Therefore, it was extremely unusual for them to keep such a low profile. Yin-Yang School was located in eastern Cloud State. It was considered a large island and was part of the East Continent. The entire martial arts civilization in the chaotic continent was divided into 3 parts: the East Continent, the Middle Continent, and the West Continent. Among the 3 continents, the East Continent was the smallest but had the highest status. Compared to the Middle Continent and the West Continent, the East Continent was much more powerful. There were not many cities, armies, dukes, or castles in the East Continent. However, there was one thing that was abundant in the East Continent: the number of martial artists. The population of the East Continent was less than 1/3 of that of the Middle Continent. There were also fewer 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches. However, the number of martial artists was more than twice that of the Middle Continent. Therefore, the East Continent was a relatively pure martial arts continent. Yin-Yang School was undoubtedly the holy land of martial arts. Eastern Cloud State was about 30 to 40,000 miles away from the Middle Continent. The entire journey was covered by the vast ocean. Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Minmi rode the Demon Eagle for 2 days and 2 nights before arriving at Eastern Cloud State. However, Yang Dingtian was the only one who landed in Eastern Cloud State. His master, Dongfang Minmi, had other plans. It had been a full 3 years since Yang Dingtian had last set foot on the Central State. Yang Dingtian walked on the quaint streets of Eastern Cloud Prefecture, still unable to calm down. 3 years ago, when he set foot on this land, his heart was filled with immaturity, fantasy, uneasiness, and of course, anticipation. Initially, he thought that he would not be able to step foot on this land until his battle with Dongfang Bingling. He did not expect that he would have to come to Yin-Yang School before his battle with Dongfang Bingling. Eastern Cloud State was not a very big city. Compared with the big cities in Zhongzhou State and even the West Continent, it was much more delicate and beautiful, and also much simpler. Walking on the streets here would also be much more peaceful. Walking on the mountain path of the immeasurable mountain. Even though the Yin-Yang sect had kept a low profile, it was still the holy land of martial arts. Therefore, there was still an endless stream of visitors to Yin-Yang School. The wide stone path leading up the mountain had already become smooth. Yang Dingtian strolled around by himself. Suddenly, the people around him could not help but look at him curiously. Then, all of them secretly looked at Yang Dingtian. Thanks to Zhu Qingzhu's arrest warrant, almost the entire world knew about Yang Dingtian. Therefore, almost everyone on the road felt that the person in front of them really resembled Yang Dingtian. However, no one could be sure that it was Yang Dingtian. After all, it was a portrait, not a photograph. Moreover, most people thought so. Yang Dingtian was a big shot now. He was the ruler of the West Continent, one of the most powerful people in the world. That extravagance must be incomparably grand. It must be clear water splashing on the streets, and tens of thousands of people opening the way for him. The person in front of them was wearing ordinary clothes, and he did not even have a mount. How could he be Yang Dingtian? Nevertheless, many people could not help but look at Yang Dingtian and point at him. He walked to the front gate of Yin-Yang School. It was a square in the middle of the mountain. It was carved out of the ground. At that moment, there were still hundreds of martial artists lining up in a long line, hoping to enter the Yin-Yang School. They could either worship or learn martial arts. Of course, less than 1% of them could actually enter the Yin-Yang School. When Yang Dingtian walked to the front gate, the martial artists in the line immediately shouted, "Line up! Line up!" You're not allowed to cut in line. The Inyang school disciple guarding the gate also said coldly, You're not allowed to cut in line. You have no manners at all. You can leave now. Don't even think about entering the Inyang school for the rest of your life. Yang Dingtian took out a fire jade token and said, Please go in and report that Yang Dingtian of the West Continent has come to visit. Instantly, there was a dead silence in the area. Almost instantly, all eyes were fixed on Yang Dingtian. Everyone had a look of utter disbelief on their faces. To everyone present, Yang Dingtian was already a legendary figure. He was even a legend among legends. The most powerful figure they had ever seen in their lives did not even have a seat in front of Yang Dingtian. Even the most powerful figure they could come into contact with did not even have the qualifications to meet Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian was definitely approachable. Whether it was with the Black Blood Cavalry, the Demon Dragon Army, or the Demon Vulture Army, they would often eat together and fight together. Yang Dingtian even set off fireworks with the ordinary citizens of Cloud Sky City, walked and chatted with them. However, his duty meant that he was destined to be separated from the majority of the people in this world. And now, he had appeared before everyone, alive and well. Although this feeling was not as exaggerated as an emperor visiting incognito, it was not far from it. Of course, Yang Dingtian could have directly landed in the Inyang school without anyone knowing. However, after discussing with Dongfang Minmi, they still decided to use this method to enter the Inyang school. This was because they had already received news that the second-in-command of the Black Sky sect, Zhu Qingzhu's martial uncle, and Zhu Hongyu had already come to the Inyang school a few hours ago. After that disciple received Yang Dingtian's command token, his entire body was trembling. He couldn't even hold onto the command token. He quickly grabbed it with both hands and spoke with a trembling voice. Please wait for a moment. I will go and report this. Then he took Yang Dingtian's token and ran in as fast as he could. He could not even speak clearly and did not know how to salute. After hearing Yang Dingtian's name, he only felt his brain explode. Then he did not know anything else. He could only instinctively grab the token, turn around, and run in to report. You are really City Lord Yang Dingtian. Next to him, a teenager plucked up his courage and asked. Yes, Yang Dingtian replied. Instantly, the hundreds of disciples in front of the Inyang school's mountain gate took a few dozen steps back. When they were a few dozen meters away from Yang Dingtian, they all knelt down. Greetings, City Lord Yang Dingtian. Greetings, Sect Leader Yang Dingtian. Greetings, Guild Leader Yang Dingtian. There were really all kinds of titles. Those who called Yang Dingtian Guild Leader were called because Yang Dingtian had established the Council of Light, so Yang Dingtian had become the guild leader. Of course, the reason why they knelt down and saluted was not because they had anything to ask of Yang Dingtian. In fact, these people were either worshipping the Inyang school or learning from a master, so they did not have anything to ask of Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's status was too high, and they wouldn't be able to ask Yang Dingtian for help with their matters. They knelt down and saluted because they had seen a legendary figure, the leader of the Taiendo League. It was an instinctive reaction. Of course, Yang Dingtian's reputation in the chaotic realm was very polarized. Some people admired him greatly, while others disliked him greatly. After all, Zhu Qingzhu and the evil ways had been defaming Yang Dingtian for a long time, and the Inyang school's attitude toward Yang Dingtian was also very cold. However, even those who were extremely opposed to Yang Dingtian would lose their stance when they saw Yang Dingtian. This was because almost all of the people present were low-level martial artists. To them, having a stance was too extravagant. However, their kneeling made Yang Dingtian a little flustered. He quickly waved his hand and said, Get up, get up. There's no need for this. There's no need for this. After the hundreds of low-level martial artists got up, both sides fell into silence. They only stared at Yang Dingtian with burning eyes, but they did not know what to say. They did not have the guts to chat and greet him directly, or to directly talk about their views on the Council of Light. Thus, both sides were in a deadlock. Of course, many people wanted to say that they admired Yang Dingtian, but they found that they could not say it. Finally, Lung Ao led people over and eased Yang Dingtian's awkwardness. In Yang schools, Lung Ao greets City Lord Yang. Lung Ao cupped his hands and saluted. Yang Dingtian bowed and said, Yang Dingtian greets Senior Brother Lung. City Lord Yang, please come in, Lung Ao said. Please. Yang Dingtian said. Then Lung Ao led Yang Dingtian into the Yin Yang school. After walking for a long time, the low-level martial artists present came to their senses. Someone could not help but say, Sect leader Yang is here, but the Yin Yang school's leader is not here. At the very least, all the members of the Yin Yang school's elder council should come out to welcome him. It's not appropriate to send Lord Lung Ao alone to welcome him. Instantly, everyone present nodded. It was indeed not appropriate. Even if Yang Dingtian was only the leader of the entire West Continent, he was already on equal footing with Zhu Qingzhu and the Yin Yang school's leader. Not to mention, Yang Dingtian was also the leader of the hidden sect. He was already the top leader of the entire Taiendo League. Therefore, regardless of his status, the Yin Yang school's leader was not here, and the entire Yin Yang school should come out to welcome him. It was in accordance with etiquette. Now, only Lung Ao was sent out to welcome him. This was considered inferior because Lung Ao was not even a member of the Elder Council. Of course, if Yang Dingtian was only the Lord of Cloud Sky City, then there was nothing wrong with sending Lung Ao. This was because the Yin Yang school viewed Cloud Sky City as a traitor. Therefore, when Shiminwia came personally back then, only an ordinary elder of the Yin Yang school came out to welcome him. Although Yang Dingtian was the Lord of Cloud Sky City, he was 1 generation younger than Shiminwia. Therefore, Lung Ao was sent out to welcome him. Therefore, the Yin Yang school's attitude right now was to treat Yang Dingtian as the Lord of Cloud Sky City. After entering the Yin Yang school, only Lung Ao received him. Moreover, it was in the side hall. The main hall should be receiving Black Sky Sect's Grand Elder Ningxing and Zhu Hongyu. Lord Yang, why have you come to my Yin Yang school? Lung Ao went straight to the point. I want to pay a visit to Mistress first, then we can talk about business, Yang Dingtian said. Lung Ao nodded and said, please follow me. Then Lung Ao brought Yang Dingtian to Mistress's little paradise. Yin Yang school was on the upper half of vast immeasurable mountain, so it was covered in white snow everywhere. Only Mistress's little paradise was nourished by hot springs and had special soil. Therefore, flowers bloomed all year round, just like spring. When they arrived at the entrance of Little Paradise, the door was closed. The entire wall was covered with vines and grass, looking very desolate. It was obvious that the door had not been opened for a very long time. Originally, Little Paradise was like a fairyland, full of birds and fragrant flowers. Now it was desolate and bleak. Moreover, Little Paradise was quite far from Yin Yang school. It was located in a remote area of vast, immeasurable mountain. Lung Ao did not explain. Ever since Yang Dingtian was chased out and injured by Dongfang Bingling, Mistress had saved Yang Dingtian. However, she was unwilling to forgive Dongfang Bingling. Therefore, after returning, she immediately closed the door and never opened it again. She said that she would only open the door to Little Paradise if Yang Dingtian returned to Yin Yang school and became the Yin Yang school's principal to pick her up. Otherwise, she would not leave Little Paradise until she died of old age. 3 years ago, Yang Dingtian was humiliated and chased out of Yin Yang school. He was beaten to the brink of death. Not only could Mistress not forgive Dongfang Bingling, but she also could not forgive herself. She felt that she was not capable enough to fulfill her husband's request and protect Yang Dingtian. Madam, Lung Ao requests to see you, Lung Ao said loudly. No, please leave. A woman's voice came from inside. We will mind our own business. Our Little Paradise will not step into Yin Yang school. I hope you will not disturb our peace." This was the voice of Mistress's maid. Yang Dingtian had seen this girl before. Her name seemed to be Hong Xiu. Lung Ao did not speak again. Instead, he looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian suppressed his excitement and tried hard not to let his voice tremble. He said, "Disciple Yang Dingtian is here to greet Mistress." Yang Dingtian's voice was not loud, but it was enough to spread throughout Little Paradise. Inside the high wall, it suddenly became quiet. Then, a series of footsteps ran over quickly. As the footsteps ran, the sound of crying could be heard. A few minutes later, the door of the courtyard, which had been sealed for a long time, was opened. The vines and grass on the door were torn off. Behind the door, Mistress's haggard and beautiful face was full of tears. She looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. She was full of extreme surprise and surprise. Yang Dingtian's whole body trembled. His eyes instantly turned red. His eyes suddenly became hot. Then he immediately went forward and knelt down. But before he knelt down, he was directly held in Mistress's arms. "Xiao Tian, my child, Mother will never be able to see you again. I miss you all the time." The master's wife hugged Yang Dingtian with all her might and cried loudly. Then Mistress desperately wanted to speak, but she could not speak at all. She could only cry and cry. In the past few years, she had been locked in Little Paradise. She had not even seen Dongfang Bingling. She was completely isolated from the world. In fact, she and Yang Dingtian had only known each other for less than 2 days. But in Yang Dingtian's heart, she was the closest family member in the world. And for Mistress, in the past 3 years, guilt, responsibility, and worry had all turned into deep longing. Because of the blame for Dongfang Bingling, and because Dongfang Bingling was too cold and independent, she transferred all the love of her children to Yang Dingtian. Therefore, in her heart, Yang Dingtian was already her son, not just her husband's disciple. After crying for a quarter of an hour, Yang Dingtian could only rub her back hard and inject qi into her to prevent her crying from hurting her body. Mistress hugged him tightly and cried for a while. Then, she let go and looked at Yang Dingtian's face. She was worried that everything in front of her was not real. After seeing clearly, she hugged Yang Dingtian and cried bitterly. "Madam, you can't cry anymore. Let the young master come home, quickly." Hong Xiu stepped forward and said softly, "Yes, yes." Mistress wiped away her tears and said gently to Yang Dingtian, "Little Tian, have you eaten?" "Not yet," Yang Dingtian said. "Then hurry up. Mistress will cook for you." She had just called herself Mistress, but now she called herself Mistress again. Then she held Yang Dingtian's hand tightly and walked into Little Paradise. Hong Xiu walked to Lung Ao and said coldly, "Go back to where you came from. Don't stand here." Lung Ao bowed to Mistress and said, "Mistress, Lung Ao will take his leave." Mistress acted as if she didn't hear it. She held Yang Dingtian's hand and walked inside. After Hong Xiu came in, she slammed the door of the courtyard again and isolated them from the outside world. After arriving at Little Paradise, it was still as warm as spring. However, it was no longer blooming. Originally, there were flowers and gardens everywhere. Now there were vegetable fields and fields everywhere. The crops in the fields, the vegetables and fruits in the fields, and the chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep on the grass. Although Little Paradise was not as blooming as before, it was still Little Paradise. It had a completely different kind of beauty. Obviously, in the past 3 years, Mistress and the entire Yin school had been in a state of rupture. She was self-sufficient in food, vegetables, and fruits, and was not willing to accept the Yin school's money. There were about a dozen girls in Little Paradise. These few acres of fields and dozens of rows of vegetable fields were all controlled by these girls. They were really not simple. The mirror-like hot spring pool was now filled with green because it was full of aquatic plants. There were all kinds of fish in the aquatic plants. Yang Dingtian couldn't take his eyes off them, while Hong Xiu proudly observed Yang Dingtian's eyes and said, Young master, you're amazing, right? Amazing. Yang Dingtian gave her a thumbs up. After entering the pavilion for 10 years, white silk was hung everywhere. It was actually freshly woven. The corners outside were also full of dried meat and dried fish. After entering the pavilion, Mistress finally let go of Yang Dingtian's hand. She put on an apron and walked into the kitchen, saying, Xiaotian, wait for a while. I'll cook for you. Okay. Yang Dingtian smiled and followed her into the kitchen. Mistress was cooking with a smile. Hong Xiao had another maid who was in charge of the fire and cutting the vegetables. There were also assistants. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian stood at the side and watched. Mistress's movements were very skillful. Her smile and frown were full of infinite gentleness. She was the most gentle and beautiful woman in the world, as if she had endless maternal love. However, Dongfang Bingling was cold and independent, so her maternal love could not be released at all. Mistress cooked 3 vegetarian dishes, 3 meat dishes, and a soup. Then, the 3 of them sat around the table to eat. Mistress's cooking was really good. It looked, smelled, and tasted good. Yang Dingtian ate heartily and directly added 4 bowls of rice. Mistress put down the bowl after eating 1 bowl. Then, she happily supported her chin and watched Yang Dingtian eat. At first, she was still smiling. Later, when she saw Yang Dingtian eat 4 big bowls of rice in a row, her expression suddenly changed. Her eyes turned red and tears were about to flow out again, because she suddenly thought of the way Yang Dingtian ate. Was it because he had a hard life outside and could not even fill his stomach? Then she saw Yang Dingtian's face was full of hardships, and his palms were rough. Compared to 3 years ago, he seemed to be 10 years older at this time. Mistress suddenly felt sad and almost couldn't help but cry again. Yang Dingtian saw and hurriedly said, Mistress, I'm too busy. I usually don't have time to eat. And Mistress's cooking is too delicious, so I ate so much. Okay. Mistress said, then stay here from now on. At most, Mistress will ask someone to let you stay in Yinyang school and not let you suffer outside. Yang Dingtian did not know where to start. He said, I am fine. I didn't suffer. You must have suffered in Cloud Sky City. Senior Brother Shimin is a good person, but he was injured because of you. Cloud Sky City must be hostile to you. If Senior Brother Shimin is not here, your life will be even more difficult, Mistress said. Mistress had indeed been completely isolated from the world for the past 3 years. Young Master, did you see Miss when you came to Yinyang School this time? Hong Xiao said, She didn't come with you to see Madam. That's too much. Hong Xiao, don't talk about her, Mistress said coldly. I will never forgive her. I will treat it as if I don't have a daughter. From now on, I only have a son, no daughter. Speaking of Dongfang Bingling, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly felt bitter. Mistress did not even know that Dongfang Bingling was in trouble. For a moment, Yang Dingtian really did not know where to start. Seeing Yang Dingtian put down his chopsticks, Mistress reached out and held Yang Dingtian's hand. She said softly, Little Tian, a girl like Bingling is not worthy of your love. She will not be a good wife. My Hong Xiao is 10 times better than her. She is gentle, virtuous, beautiful, and generous. Although she is 3 years older than you, she will definitely dote on you. Mistress has made the decision to betroth her to you. Suddenly, Hong Xiao's face turned red. She was at a loss and said, Madam, what are you saying? I am just a servant. How can I be worthy of young master? You are not a servant. You are my adopted daughter, Mistress said. I can't afford to have a daughter like Dongfang Bingling, so I don't want her anymore. You are my daughter, not her, she said. Every time she mentioned Dongfang Bingling, Mistress's voice was full of pain and unforgiveness. Mistress. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, Don't blame Bingling. Although she is arrogant and distant, she is a good girl. Don't speak for her. I will never forgive what she has done to you, Mistress said firmly. Actually, Bingling, and I have already gone through the wedding ceremony, Yang Dingtian said. In the end, Yang Dingtian chose to start with this matter. Mistress was stunned. She looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief and said, You and Bingling are married? Where? Why didn't I know? Chapter 574. About a year after I left Inyang school, I met Bingling by chance. After that, we spent almost a year together. We got to know each other and fell in love with each other. Then we went to a place called the Inyang Mirror to get married, Yang Dingtian said. Since he didn't know how to explain, Yang Dingtian could only use the most common language to explain the matter between the two of them. Mistress's brows immediately relaxed, and she said, Little Tian, hurry up and tell me everything that happened between you and Bingling in detail. No, tell me everything that happened after you left Inyang school. Hong Xiao hurriedly went to brew a cup of fragrant tea and came over. Then she supported her chin and listened on the side. When Mistress appeared, you saved us from Bingling's sword and made a 5-year promise, Yang Dingtian said. After that, when we returned to Cloud Sky City's ship, Marshal Uncle Shimin couldn't take it anymore. Then he betrothed Yen Yen to me and gave me the position of Cloud Sky City's lord. Then he left us. What? Mistress said with a trembling voice. Senior brother Shimin, he's dead? Yang Dingtian nodded. How could that be? Wasn't he fine at that time? Mistress's tears fell again like a broken string of pearls. He fell into Zhu Qingzhu's trap. His body was infected with the soul-devouring qi, and he became a murderous demon. In order to prevent himself from becoming like that, he killed himself after watching me and Yen Yen go through the wedding ceremony, Yang Dingtian said. Mistress fell into sorrow again and sobbed hard. Little Tian, although the whole Inyang school treated your martial uncle Shimin as an enemy, your master treated him as a close friend. He and martial uncle Qingqin were your master's best friends in his life. Although I rarely saw your martial uncle Shimin, every time I met him it was very pleasant. I felt that he was like a family member. Martial uncle Shimin was the same as my master. They were both elders that I respected the most in my life, just like my father, Yang Dingtian said. Master's wife then remembered and said, But that little girl, Shimin Yen Yen, has a very bad temper. She's arrogant and insensible. If you marry her, you will definitely be bullied. But for the sake of her father, you have to give in to her a little. Yen Yen, she's a good girl. Yang Dingtian said, She's very sensible and kind. That's good, Mistress said, and then Yang Dingtian tried to use the simplest words to describe what happened after he left Inyang school. How he married Yen Yen, how he became the lord of Cloud Sky City, how he fell in love with Dongfang Bingling by accident, and then how they got married. Little Tian, then you're already the lord of Cloud Heaven City? Master's wife asked in disbelief and surprise. Yang Dingtian nodded. Master's wife's beautiful eyes lit up and said, My little Tian is really amazing. As expected, gold will shine no matter where it is. Your master and martial Uncle Shimin's eyes are really amazing. They could immediately see that you will have a great future. Yang Dingtian immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. Uff! Hong Xiao couldn't help but laugh and said, You've already become the lord of Cloud Sky City, but you don't look like a city lord at all. You're like a child who hasn't seen the world, still scratching your head. Yang Dingtian said, No matter what I become in front of Mistress, I will always be the little boy who met Mistress for the first time. Mistress' eyes reddened, and she said, Little Tian, although you downplay your past, I can see that you've experienced countless setbacks and hardships. You are indeed the most amazing young man in the world. Then Mistress said, Little Tian, what about Bingling? Why didn't she come back with you? Could it be that she's still angry with me? Yang Dingtian was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Just now he had talked about how he and Bingling fell in love. But he didn't mention that Bingling was poisoned by the soul-devouring demon mystic, nor did he mention that Bingling had demonized. No, how could she be angry with you? She misses you as much as I do, and she's also full of guilt for what happened that day. It's just that you know her. She doesn't know how to express it. Yang Dingtian said, She didn't come with me. She went to a faraway place and came back 2 years later. She came back to compete with you? Mistress asked. She was very gentle and kind, but she was also very smart. She immediately understood the meaning behind Yang Dingtian's words. You've already bowed to heaven and earth and become husband and wife. Why are you still competing? Hong Xiu said, Son-in-law, looking at you, why don't you give the Inyang school head position to your wife? Miss looks more impressive. Don't talk nonsense. How can a woman be the head of a school? Mistress said. If I win, I'll be the Inyang school head. If I lose, Bingling will be the head, Yang Dingtian said in the most understated tone. Mistress smiled gently, but her eyebrows were filled with worry. Although Yang Dingtian didn't say it out loud, she could already tell that something had happened to Bingling. Don't worry, mistress. Bingling is the girl I love the most in this world. She's also the most amazing girl in this world. So one day, I'll bring her to you and hold a wedding ceremony, Yang Dingtian said. I believe you. Mistress said gently, Little Tian, why did you come to the Inyang school today? There are 2 main things, Yang Dingtian said. The first and most important thing is that I want to bring you to Cloud Sky City to live with me, Sister Hongxiu, and all the other sisters in Little Paradise. This was something that Yang Dingtian had planned for a long time. Previously, Yang Dingtian was worried about the safety of the people in Cloud Sky City. Now, it seemed that the people in Cloud Sky City were the safest, or even the safest in the entire world. Mistress was the mother of Princess Mudan, so no one dared to hurt her. Yang Dingtian's baby was Dugu Zhao's grandson, so no one dared to hurt him. Yang Dingtian didn't know much about Dugu Zhao and thought that he was just a grandmaster. Now, according to Qin Wanqiu, he was even stronger than Zhu Qingzhu and was second only to Wulingzi and Wu Yu in this world. Now that Bingling and Lung Qinchin weren't here, Mistress wasn't living well in the Inyang school. Mistress's beautiful eyes lit up and were filled with radiance. Then she said worriedly, Is this okay? Will Madame Shimin have any objections? Don't worry. Although Madame Shimin isn't as gentle as you, she's very kind. Also, she's very busy, so she doesn't have any elders at home. After you go, you can take care of the baby, Yang Dingtian said. You've already given birth to the baby? Mistress asked in surprise. Yes, he's already 2 years old. He's very obedient and cute. Unfortunately, I'm very busy and don't have time to take care of him. Yan Yan is taking care of him. After all, he's still young. It's best if you can help take care of him, Yang Dingtian said. That's good. We'll go now. I can't wait. Mistress's eyes lit up when she heard the word baby. She was overflowing with joy and anticipation. Hong Xiu's beautiful eyes were filled with uneasiness and anticipation. In the past 3 years, they had lived a life isolated from the world. Although they had dignity, it was very desolate. However, Cloud Sky City was a very far place, so they couldn't help but worry. Sister Hong Xiu, don't worry. After you reach Cloud Sky City, you can go wherever you want. If you want to weave cloth or grow vegetables, Yan Yan will definitely welcome you. She'll treat you as an elder sister, Yang Dingtian said. I wouldn't dare. We're just servants, Hong Xiu said, covering her mouth. We don't have any servants. My nominal servant has never been nice to me. I have to be careful around her, Yang Dingtian said. Then she must want to marry you. But you ignored her, Hong Xiu said with a smile. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Were all women's instincts so accurate? Instantly he smiled embarrassedly. Mistress didn't notice this at all. She was already imagining how the baby would look like. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, My second baby will be born soon. Mistress, you'll be busy then. It would have been better if he didn't say it. Once he said it, Mistress's eyes were already filled with stars. She immediately stood up and said, Hong Xiu, let's pack up immediately. I can't wait for half a day. Let's get ready to go. Call all your sisters over. We'll go together. Then Mistress looked at young Ding Tian embarrassedly and said, Little Tian, is it okay to bring so many people? Yes, it can't be better, young Ding Tian said. These sisters are probably not young anymore. They can't be single for the rest of their lives. After going to Cloud Sky City, I'll arrange a good marriage for each of them. I have many outstanding young men there. That's the best. I've been worried about their marriage for the past few years, Mistress said. At this moment, Lung Ao came from outside Little Paradise. He said, City Lord Yang, the elders have invited you over for a chat. After hearing Lung Ao's voice, Mistress's good mood seemed to be ruined. She said, Little Tian, will they make things difficult for you? Don't worry, they won't, Yang Ding Tian said. Mistress will go with you, Mistress said. No need, Mistress. I don't have anything to ask of them. I came to Yinyang School mainly to take you away. I believe they won't dare to stop me, Yang Ding Tian said. Okay, then Little Tian, you go and see them. Mistress will pack up here. When are we leaving? Mistress said. Then she said embarrassedly, I really can't wait. When the sky isn't dark, we'll leave, Yang Ding Tian said. Mistress said, Hong Xiu, let's go pack up immediately. Only pick the most important things. Don't bring anything else. Okay. Hong Xiu immediately went to find her sisters in high spirits and began to pack up. Meanwhile, Yang Ding Tian left Little Paradise and went to the Yinyang School's Elders Guild. Yang Ding Tian, of course, was eager to tell Mistress about his master's resurrection, but he was directly rejected by his master. As for whether to bring Mistress back to Yinyang School, Yang Ding Tian thought about it again and hesitated. This was because the West Continent was facing an unprecedented war. If Mistress had a good life in Yinyang School, then Yang Ding Tian did not want to bring her back to Cloud Sky City. However, it was obvious that Mistress did not have a good life in Yinyang School. Although the West Continent was facing a war, the battlefield was near the Cloud Sky Pavilion. At least for now, no matter how fierce the war was, no one dared to harm Mistress and Bao Bao. Yan Yan was so sensible and cute. She was more like a daughter. Hence, Mistress would definitely be happy if she went to Cloud Sky City. That was why Yang Ding Tian finally decided to bring Mistress along. Now that he saw how happy Mistress was, his decision was not wrong. In the Yinyang School's main hall, a grand yet simple banquet was being held. The Yinyang School's Elders Guild was entertaining two distinguished guests. One was Ning Yixing, and the other was Zhu Hongyu. However, the banquet was already halfway through. Leng Ao had only invited Yang Ding Tian to attend. It was obviously a cold reception. When they arrived at the main hall, Yang Ding Tian's seat was actually the 9th seat on the right. It was even below Leng Ao's seat. Every time the Lord of Cloud Sky City came to Yinyang School, he would be humiliated. Yang Ding Tian knew this very well. Yan Yan had also mentioned it many times. However, the one who was truly humiliated was not Yang Ding Tian or Shimenwia, but the Yinyang School itself. Shimenwia did not care about being humiliated at all. Moreover, after Dongfang Minmi disappeared, Shimenwia had almost no opponents in the world. However, every time he came to Yinyang School, he would purposely admit defeat and be humiliated. Otherwise, who in the entire Yinyang School could be his opponent? He had already taken back the Yinyang School's position a long time ago. However, for the sake of Cloud Sky City's long-term future and for the sake of his friendship with Dongfang Minmi, he would rather be humiliated every time to help the Yinyang School. However, the Yinyang School's Elders Guild did not feel ashamed. Instead, they felt proud. It was obvious how decadent they were, how conservative they were, and how narrow-minded they were. Shimenwia did not care. Of course, Yang Ding Tian did not care either. When Yang Ding Tian walked to his seat, the Yinyang School's Elders Guild only nodded slightly in greeting. They did not greet him at all. Instead, it was Zhu Hongyu who stood up and bowed to Yang Ding Tian. Zhu Hongyu greets City Lord Yang Ding Tian. Greetings, Senior Brother Zhu, Yang Dingtian said with a smile. In the main hall, the remaining 2 martial grandmasters of the Yinyang school were not present. Therefore, there were about 20 martial grandmasters in the main hall. Some of them were elders, guild members, while others were not. This was the foundation of the Yinyang school. Even if they were conservative, they still had more than 20 martial grandmasters. This number was on par with the Black Heaven sect and even more than the Northwest Qin city. Yang Dingtian, why have you come to the Yinyang school? The Yinyang school's elder of internal affairs, Tian Shuj, asked calmly, asking for help. Tian Shuj smiled faintly. Your Cloud Sky City is a traitor of the Yinyang school. You are fighting for power, yet you actually came to the Yinyang school to ask for help. Don't you think it's funny? Yang Dingtian, I am not asking for help in the name of Cloud Sky City. I am asking for help in the name of the Tiando League's Council of Light. According to reliable information, Evil Ways, Joyous Palace, South Xening Clan, and other forces want to attack the Cloud Sky Pavilion's Earth-splitting city. The Council of Light has mobilized all of our forces to protect these 2 forces, but we are still not strong enough. Therefore, for the sake of the Tiando League Yinyang School, please uphold justice, support the Council of Light, and protect the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-splitting city. Chapter 575. That's strange. The Yinyang School's internal affairs elder smiled and said, This is Central Continent's matter. Why didn't you ask Black Heaven's sect for help? Instead, you came all the way to my Yinyang School to ask for help? Yang Dingtian smiled at Zhu Hongyu and said, Regarding this, Senior Brother Zhu should know best. Zhu Hongyu said, City Lord Yang, what do you mean? Yang Dingtian said, I don't have the patience to act. Your father went to the Temple of Blood, the Joyous Palace, and the Ning clan of the South Sea, and tried to join forces with them to destroy the Cloud Sky Pavilion, Fisher City, and the West Continent's Council of Light. How am I going to ask Black Heaven's sect for help? Zhu Hongyu said, This is a rumor. My father is City, Lord Yang Sr. Is it good for you to tarnish my father's reputation? Besides, my father joined forces with the Evil Ways to attack the Council of Light. Where did you get this top-secret information from? Temple of Blood. Dugu Xiao came to tell me, Yang Dingtian said directly. Zhu Hongyu smiled and said, You believe the words of a great devil? Regardless of whether my father colluded with the Evil Ways, City Lord Yang's relationship with the great devil of Evil Ways is quite deep. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, All right, let's not talk in riddles. Dear elders, I believe that all of you are already clear about the inside story. It's up to you to decide. Yinyang School's internal affairs elder Tian Shuj said calmly, I don't understand what City Lord Yang is saying. My acting skills aren't good. Can everyone be frank? Yang Dingtian said, Next, the Council of Light and the Evil Ways will have a decisive battle in martial arts. How will Yinyang School choose? Will you choose to stay out of it, or will you choose to uphold justice? Yinyang School's internal affairs elder Tian Shuj said calmly, Then I'm sorry, City Lord Yang Dingtian. Is there any benefit in standing on your side? Indeed, there are no benefits. I can't give you territory, nor can I give you anything. Yang Dingtian. However, if you choose to stay out of this, what will happen to your Yinyang School after the Council of Light is destroyed by those evil ways? Aren't you afraid of becoming the next school? The Yinyang School's internal affairs elder was silent for a moment, and then said lightly, I'm very sorry, City Lord Yang Dingtian. Yinyang School doesn't take sides, and we have the right to not take sides. Tian Shij was speaking the truth. It seemed that some secrets were no longer secrets to the entire world. Because of Dongfang Bingling, Yinyang School did not need to pick a side. Whether it was the Tiando League or the Evil Ways, no one dared to do anything to Yinyang School. This was because Dongfang Bingling's position in the Evil Ways was only second to one person. With Dongfang Bingling around, who would dare to do anything to Yinyang School? Yang Dingtian, that's right. Because of Princess Mudan, you don't need to pick a side. But what if I win in the future and want to take responsibility for what happened today? What will you do then? Inyang School's Tian Shuj said lightly. City Lord Yang Dingtian, let's talk about this after you win. Furthermore, City Lord Yang Dingtian couldn't even get through today's crisis, and you still want to ask for help from Inyang School. How can we believe that you can win? Today, you couldn't even defeat Zhu Qingzhu and Gudu Iran. You aren't even qualified to be Li Ming's opponent. Yet, you keep saying that you will win in the future. Do you think we are fools? What about justice? What about the Tiando League's justice? Yang Dingtian, are you just going to sit there and watch justice collapse and be destroyed? Where did the righteous spirit of Inyang School go? Tian Shuj smiled lightly. City, Lord Yang Dingtian, let me tell you two things. First, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Second, the winner takes all. Lastly, I will give you one last thing. There is no justice or evil in this world. If you lose too much, you will become evil. If you win too much, you will become righteous. Yang Dingtian looked at Leng Ao and said, Senior Leng Ao, is this also your attitude? Leng Ao said lightly, You don't need to care about my attitude. Just mind your own business. That's enough. Tian Shuj said, All right, City Lord Yang Dingtian, please go ahead. You should have already eaten, so don't disturb us. May I ask where Elder Ningbusi and Elder Qingdebi are? I would like to pay them a visit, Yang Dingtian said. Ningbusi and Qingdebi were Dongfang Minmi's martial uncles. They were both in their 80s or 90s and were the only two grandmasters left in Inyang School. I'm sorry, these two martial uncles have gone traveling. You won't be able to see them, Tian Shuj said. Then I have one more thing, Yang Dingtian said. Tian Shuj frowned and said, My patience is about to run out. Master's wife, I want to take her back to Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian said. Oh, then please go ahead, Tian Shuj said lightly. He didn't have any intention of asking him to stay. Leng Ao said, The Council of Light is about to go to war, and you want to take her away. She won't be in danger, Yang Dingtian said lightly. City Lord Yang, you have a good plan, Tian Shuj sneered, but you're thinking too much. We won't express our attitude just because the sect master's wife is with you. You're thinking too much, Yang Dingtian said lightly. Goodbye. Yang Dingtian left. For hours later, Yang Dingtian brought along his master's wife, Hong Xiu, and 10 other maids. They rode on 2 giant demon eagles and flew towards the West Province. From beginning to end, they didn't see Dongfang Minmi. 800 miles away from Inyang School, on Songling Mountain on Kumu Island, there was a stone cave that was bottomless. A man in a black cloak slowly walked in. This is a private abode. Sorry, we won't receive you. A deep and old voice came from inside. It was the Grand Elder of Inyang School, the 6-star Grandmaster Ningbusi. The black-cloaked man ignored him and continued walking in. Friend, what's the meaning of this? Ningbusi said angrily. Then an incomparably powerful energy was pushed out. It was a force of hundreds of thousands of pounds. Even a giant beast would be pushed out. The black-cloaked man didn't seem to feel anything and continued walking in. It seems that we can't be kind today, Ningbusi said lightly. Then he closed his eyes and waited quietly. After a full 15 minutes, the black-cloaked man walked to the bottom of the cave and stood in front of Elder Ningbusi. Who are you? Ningbusi said lightly. Then he stood up and slowly raised the dragon staff in his hand. Art of Dragon, Rending, go. Elder Ningbusi roared and struck out with the dragon staff in his hand. Suddenly, thousands of fire dragons burst out from his body and entered the dragon staff. Then they danced in the air and circled crazily. The countless fire dragons circled and instantly turned into a dazzling giant dragon. Roar! With a roar, it rushed toward the black-cloaked man. Art of Dragon Rending was Elder Ning Busi's trump card. Just this Xian technique alone wasn't the best. It was an upper 8th grade Xian technique. However, it wasn't just a Xian technique. There was also a martial soul in the dragon staff, a 1,000-year-old martial soul, the heavenly fire dragon snake. Therefore, its lethality was extremely shocking. That day, Shimen Wuya suffered a blow. Although he won, he also spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing the fire dragon attack, the black-cloaked man lightly pulled out a sharp sword and shook it lightly. 10,000 swords return. In an instant, countless sword rays rushed out and condensed in the air. Then they turned into a giant sword and rushed toward the fire dragon. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. There was no loud noise or explosion. There was only silence and a destructive aura. Then, the huge sword of light quickly shattered, and the fire dragon turned into ashes inch by inch. Finally, the entire light sword disappeared without a trace, and the fire dragon also completely dissipated in the air. The sword soul and the art of dragon rending cancelled each other out. Ning Busi didn't attack again. Instead, his whole body trembled. He looked at the black-cloaked man in front of him in disbelief. Although he tried his best to suppress it and desperately held the dragon staff in his hand, his robe was still trembling. Then he suddenly knelt down. Inyang schools, Ning Busi greets the sovereign. The black-cloaked man lifted the cloak on his head and revealed Dongfang Minmi's face. He also knelt down. Dongfang Minmi greets, martial uncle. Ning Busi couldn't hold it in any more. Murky tears suddenly surged out. Sovereign, the heavens have pity on you. You're still alive. You're still alive. Then Ning Busi's withered hand tightly grasped Dongfang Minmi's arm. That's not right, Sovereign. Why did your cultivation deteriorate? Ning Busi was puzzled. Also, although your spiritual aura is still the same as before, your energy aura has changed. Ning Busi didn't suspect that anyone would suspect Dongfang Minmi. This was because no one could impersonate a sword soul that recognized its master. Martial uncle, it's a long story. Dongfang Minmi faintly said, This body is no longer mine. It's Senior Lung Qingqin's. What happened to Qingqin? Ning Busi asked in a trembling voice. He's dead. He died at the hands of the demonic crown prince and the princess, Dongfang Minmi said. My disciple, Yang Dingtian, brought his body back. In the world of ice and snow, my body exploded into pieces, leaving behind an incomplete soul that entered little Tian's body. Little Tian used the soul-condensing shadow to find my soul in a miraculous spiritual illusion. Then he used the million-spirit demon fire to protect it. He extracted it from my body and injected it into the soul-condensing shadow of the demonic spirit. This made my soul incomparably strong in an instant. Then it entered Junior Lung Qingqin's body and was resurrected. After Ning Busi heard this, he was instantly stunned. After Dongfang Minmi died, Yang Dingtian actually resurrected him? In this world, it was actually possible to resurrect the dead. This was more than miraculous. This Yang Dingtian was really like a ghost. If he could even resurrect the dead, then what else could Yang Dingtian not do? That's not right. After Qingqin died, his heart was also destroyed. Your soul took over his body. But without a heart, the entire body can't function, Ning Busi said. Dongfang Minmi grabbed Ning Busi's hand and pressed it against his heart. Suddenly, Ning Busi's face shook violently. What a powerful heart! This is the heart of a 2,300-year-old demonic spirit, Dongfang Minmi said. Now, my soul and my heart have reached the limit of strength. Therefore, although my body has just broken through to the great Grandmaster realm, it can still release astonishing combat power. The heavens have really taken pity on us. They allowed the sovereign to be resurrected and complete his unfinished business, Ning Busi said. This matter will be handed over to my disciple, Yang Dingtian, and I will wholeheartedly assist him, Dongfang Minmi said. How can this be? Ning Busi said. Although he is unpredictable and has unparalleled wisdom, he is still young. You still have to guide him for a few decades before you can become the head of the Inyang school and hand over the world's righteous path to him. There's no need. He's much better than me. No matter what aspect, I'm far from his match. Dongfang Nimi said, I've already decided. Nominally, he's the disciple and I'm the master. But in reality, he is the master and I am the follower. Ning Busi said bitterly, Since the sovereign has already decided, it is not good for me to say more. This time, when you return to the Inyang school, are you going to directly pass on the position of Yang Dingtian? I did not return to the Inyang school. I came directly to find martial uncle, Dongfang Minmi said. Now is not the time for me to reveal my identity. This time, I came to the Eastern Cloud State to find you first, and then to find Marshal Uncle Dabii. Come with me to the Cloud Sky Pavilion and prepare to fight to the death with Zhu Qingzhu's evil ways. Zhu Qingzhu, who else? Ning Busi asked. There is also the Joyous Palace and the Lonely Man, Dongfang Minmi said. Ning Busi said, The other side has 5 great masters, and we only have 4. Yes, we can barely fight. The other side has 6 great masters, and we have 5, Dongfang Minmi said. This battle will be difficult, but we must win, no matter the cost. Yes. Ning Busi said. I will bring you to find Marshal Brother Dabii. At this moment, the cry of a crane suddenly came from afar. Someone is coming. Ning Busi frowned and gripped his dragon staff tightly. Dongfang Minmi immediately sheathed his soul sword, closed his eyes and bowed his head. In an instant, all the energy and spiritual aura in his body were withdrawn and disappeared without a trace. Half an hour later, Tian Shij's voice came from outside. Tian Shij greets Marshal Uncle Ning. What's the matter? Ning Busi said lightly. Ning Yixing and Zhu Hongyu from the Black Sky sect came to visit. They must ask you to bring them to greet the old ancestor. Tian Shij said. Ning Yixing greets Marshal Brother Ning. Ning Yixing from the Black Sky sect said. Grandnephew Zhu Hongyu kowtows to the old ancestor. Zhu Hongyu knelt down and kowtowed. Cousin, you are too polite, Ning Busi said lightly. We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. I miss you very much, Ning Yixing said. Since you hate each other, there is no need to meet. You can go now, Ning Busi said lightly. Cousin, you still don't forgive me? Ning Yixing asked. Decades have passed. There is nothing to forgive. I just don't want to hear your voice, Ning Busi said. Then, I will take my leave, Ning Yixing said. Grandson will take his leave. Disciple will take his leave. The 3 of them rode the white crane and left the island. After a full 15 minutes, Dongfang Minmi said, They are here to test whether or not you went to help Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian also came? Ning Busi asked. Yes, he should have left by now. Dongfang Minmi said. He purposely let Zhu Hongyu and Ning Yixing see that he failed to ask for help from the Inyang school. Ning Busi hesitated for a moment and said, Sect Master, are you not going to see Madam? Dongfang Minmi fell into silence. After a long time he said, It is enough for little Tian to see her on my behalf. I already owe her too much, and I have already changed bodies. Perhaps it is best not to provoke her any more. Ning Busi fell into silence again. After a long time he said, I heard that Bing Ling demonized and became the demon princess Mu Dan. Is it true? It is true, Dongfang Minmi said. Ning Busi said, No wonder Inyang school has been too low-key recently. There is no spirit of justice at all. It turns out that someone is already planning for the future. Not only are they not sad about Bing Ling's demonization, they are actually glad. Inyang school has been decaying for too long, Dongfang Minmi said. Ning Busi sighed and said, Let's go, Sect Master. I will take you to see Junior Brother Dabii. Now that you are back, we two old bones won't be idle anymore. Ning Busi found Chung Dabi 1,300 miles away from Dongfang Yinzhou. Chung Dabi had been wandering the world for more than 10 years and had never returned to Yinyang School. Even the entire Yinyang School did not know where he was. Only Ning Busi could find him. In a run-down temple, the two of them saw a beggar who was emitting a stench. Let's go. Don't be idle. It's time to work. Ning Busi went forward and hit the old beggar with his stick. Go away, go away. Don't bother me. The old beggar said. Don't look, Ning Busi said. Don't look? I was the one who killed Sect Master. Don't look? Everyone says that Sect Master is dead, but I don't believe it. He is definitely not dead. The old beggar said angrily, I have traveled all over the world, following Sect Master's footsteps. I have already found a clue. The last place Sect Master disappeared should be in the north. Yes, a world of ice and snow. Dongfang Minmi said. Yes, a world of ice and snow. How do you know? Chung Dabi said. Then he felt that the voice was familiar. He suddenly trembled and raised his head in disbelief. He saw a familiar figure and a familiar gaze. Sect Master! Chung Dabi couldn't believe it. He was completely stunned as he looked at Dongfang Minmi. After staying in a daze for a few minutes, he crawled over and hugged Dongfang Minmi's legs, saying, I'm not dreaming, right? Sect Master, you are back? I was the one who harmed you. Dongfang Minmi sighed. Young martial Uncle Cheng, it wasn't you who harmed me. It was someone else who harmed me. It's just that he used you to harm me. Even so, I can't forgive myself. Chung Dabi cried loudly. I must find that person. I must find him. Okay, we will definitely find the person who harmed me. But now, there are more important things to do. Dongfang Minmi said. What is it? Chung Dabi asked. Kill Zhu Qingzhu, Dongfang Minmi said. Yes, Chung Dabi will follow Sect Master's lead. Chung Dabi knelt on the ground. Dongfang Minmi sighed. We have 5 great grandmasters. We are still one less than Zhu Qingzhu. This battle won't be easy. 5 great grandmasters? Chung Dabi said. Zhu Qingzhu's side has 6 great grandmasters? Yes, plus Happy Palace. Dongfang Minmi said. Sect Master, maybe we still have one more great grandmaster. Chung Dabi suddenly said. Chapter 576. There's another grandmaster. Who is it? There are only a limited number of grandmasters in the world. Dongfang Minmi said. There were indeed only a limited number of grandmasters in the world. Especially before the war started, all the grandmasters in the Taekwondo League added up were only about one hand. Black Heaven Sect had 2, Yinyang School had 2, and Northwest Chin City had 1. When the war started, many grandmasters who had been hiding came out. For example, Black Heaven Sect's grandmasters went from 2 to 4, and one of them had an unknown background. Even so, there were only a dozen or so great grandmasters in the world. At least, that was the case at the moment. Therefore, Dongfang Minmi was very surprised. He could not think of anyone who was a grandmaster and invited. You are very familiar with that person. You once saved his life. Chung Dabi said, shadowless. Him. Dongfang Minmi said in disbelief. He never cultivated mystical skills. He only cultivated swordsmanship and martial arts. A few years ago, he was at most a grandmaster. Shadowless, Yinyang School's punisher. His swordsmanship and speed were unparalleled in the world. In the battle with Shimenwuya, he once stabbed Shimenwuya. However, after the battle with Shimenwuya, he secretly escorted Yang Dingtian to Cloud Sky City and disappeared. However, 3 years ago, when he fought with Shimenwuya, he was at most a grandmaster. He was not even an advanced grandmaster. His strength had always been a mystery because he was different from all the other warriors. Now he had become a grandmaster. How was that possible? This lunatic went to the taboo continent and did not die. After coming out, he became a grandmaster, Chengdebi said. He went to the taboo continent. Does he want to die? Dongfang Minmi said in disbelief. The taboo continent was more than 10,000 miles west of the northwest continent. That continent was close to the abyssal ocean. It was the place where the Legion of Doom appeared several times. The reason why it was called the taboo continent was very simple. It was an absolute forbidden zone for life. The demon realm was already very scary, but it was nothing compared to the taboo continent. A few hundred years ago, countless people had entered the taboo continent, but no one had ever come out, including many great grandmasters. Dongfang Minmi had traveled all over the world, but he did not dare to go to the taboo continent. Even so, the taboo continent was a fatal temptation to every adventurer in the chaotic world. Just like Mount Everest's allure to climbers, the taboo continent was every adventurer's crown. Dongfang Minmi had been to the demon domain, the Donley grasslands, and even the ghost hell region, but he had never been to the forbidden lands. The reason for that was because going to other places could be considered as taking a risk. However, going to a forbidden place was akin to courting death. Because Sect Master has never been there before, he went. Chengdebi said, as your former sword attendant, perhaps he has always wanted to surpass you, at least in terms of risk. Of course, perhaps it's also because he doesn't take his life seriously. I don't know if he wants to surpass me. However, he definitely doesn't take his life seriously. Dongfang Minmi said. From the moment Shadowless started practicing martial arts, he did not take his life seriously. There was a saying that one would not die if one did not seek death. However, there was another kind of person who constantly sought death. Shadowless was such a person. He never cultivated mystic skills, only martial arts and sword techniques. He was an assassin, a killer. When he was the Yin-Yang School's Punisher, he had killed countless people and had never failed. When he was still an ordinary Grandmaster, he had already killed a high-level Grandmaster. In order to study how to kill people, he needed to study and understand the structure of the human body. Therefore, sometimes he needed to dissect the body. However, while others dissected corpses, he dissected living people. Dissecting living people was fine. Others dissected other people, but he dissected himself. Therefore, when he was in the Yin-Yang School, no one dared to enter the courtyard where he lived. Because when you pushed open the door, you might see a person cutting open his own chest and observing his own heart. He might even use a knife to cut open his heart and study the internal structure of his heart. Of course, it wasn't just his heart. What he liked to dissect the most were his own meridians and mystic meridians, because he wanted to figure out whether the meridians were mystic meridians or not. This was a very common topic in the chaotic continent, only he was filled with doubt and cut open his own meridians no less than 100 times. Then he came to a conclusion. Mystic meridians could be meridians, but meridians were not mystic meridians. Later on, his courting of death rose to a level. He wanted to study the sea of energy. Then he tore open his stomach. Moreover, he opened it dozens of times, but he did not find the sea of energy. In fact, there was no sea of energy in his entire stomach. Later on, he entered a deeper level of dissection. He began to search along the meridians in his body to see where they went in the end. In the end, under his lower abdomen, he really found a place where the meridians were sealed. Then he began to study this place for several years. In the end, he came to a conclusion that this was not the sea of energy, but this was the entrance to the sea of energy. And the sea of energy was a virtual energy field. It had to be said that his research was the most profound in the entire chaotic continent's martial arts civilization. He was almost close to the truth. Such a person who was infinitely courting death, after playing with his own body to a certain extent, heard the news of Dongfang Minmi's death and finally ran to the taboo continent to court death. Because Dongfang Minmi had never been to that place, and he heard that people would die there. Then he did not tell anyone and went there. But what was unexpected was that no one came back from that place. Only he came back. Where is he now? Dongfang Minmi asked. I don't know. I think he's guarding a brothel. Qingdabii said that in the East Continent's Baidi city, there was a very high-class brothel. The women here were basically as beautiful as flowers. However, it was different from other high-class brothels. Other brothels often sold their skills, but not their bodies. This brothel only sold their bodies, but not their skills. The women here had to be very beautiful and have good figures. But the highest requirement was the ability to serve men. They wanted every guest who came here to be unable to leave. In a luxurious house, a man and a woman were in the midst of battle, and on the roof there was a person silently lying on top, lifting the roof tiles and peeping. It was as if he was not breathing, staring down. His gaze was like a sharp sword, his entire body was like the night itself, weightless and without light. Just like that, he lay on the roof and peeped at the man and woman doing things. When Dongfang Minmi appeared beside him, he could not use words to describe his feelings. A grandmaster-level expert, not only was he a hired thug in a brothel, but he was also peeping at other people doing things. This was a scene that would make people go crazy. However, Dongfang Minmi did not disturb Shadowless's peeping. Instead, he waited quietly at the side. Finally, after a mournful howl, the man twitched until he was about to faint. Then, like a dead dog, he did not move. He had finished his business. Shadowless sat up silently, then closed his eyes and began to think. Damn, peeping at other people doing things, and he still needed to think? What kind of thing was this? After a long time, Shadowless opened his eyes and looked at Dongfang Minmi, saying, Master, you're here. He was definitely surprised, but his words were still very calm. Yes, I'm here, Dongfang Minmi said. Can I ask you, what are you doing here? Shadowless said, I'm observing. When people do that, spirit, strength, perception, and so on begin to condense, and when it reaches the limit, burst forth. I want to pursue that extreme perception ability and use it on sword skills. However, sex between men and women is a kind of accumulation and release of desire. So I'm thinking, is there such a thing that can let me overdraw my usual energy and wisdom and condense it into a short period of time? I use this time to think, practice the sword, and kill people. Then, like a dead dog, I lay there. The few people present did not understand what Shadowless said. But it didn't matter because the words he said were basically incomprehensible to others. Did you succeed? Dongfang Minmi asked. Sort of, Shadowless said. I found something. After inhaling it, my whole mind was instantly focused and my spirit was instantly lifted. During that time, my killing power was extremely high, but after that, I became dispirited. You always look dispirited, Dongfang Minmi said. Okay, I became even more dispirited in my dispirited state, Shadowless corrected. Then Shadowless said, Master, people have 7 emotions and 6 desires and they delay things. Say, if you castrate yourself, will your martial arts improve greatly? Have you heard of such an example? Dongfang Minmi's face twitched. Do you have lust for women? Did you have lust when you were peeping? No. Shadowless said straightforwardly. Then there's no need to castrate yourself. Dongfang Minmi said, Okay, the thing you're researching is very profound, and it can't be solved in a day or 2. Come with me to do something first. Okay, Shadowless said, I'll go and resign now. 15 minutes later, Shadowless resigned from the brothel's bouncer job while cursing and swearing. That charming lady boss refused to let him go no matter what, and it was useless even when he increased his salary by 4 or 5 times. Later, the lady boss used her beauty to seduce him. In the end, Shadowless said something that almost made her vomit blood. It's useless. I once wanted to feel the spiritual condensation brought about by sex and see if it's different from the feeling brought by that drug. So I used to control you and wanted to try that on you, but I failed. Seeing you always reminds me of the pork at the stall. The lady boss's sharp nails scratched his face, and she said sternly, Get out, get out! You bastard, you're crazy. Then Shadowless, Qingdabii, and Ningbusi followed Dongfang Minmi to the Cloud Sky Pavilion just like that. Dongfang Nimi alone had brought 4 grandmasters with him. Under the sun, Dongfang Minmi realized that Shadowless didn't age, but became much younger. The scars that were originally densely covered in scars had disappeared completely. However, although his face was white, it was very unnatural, like a wall that had been painted with lime, pale white. Shadowless, I heard you went to the taboo continent, Dongfang Minmi said. Yes, Shadowless said. How do you feel? Dongfang Minmi asked. I don't know. After I went in, it was like a dream, and then I came out in a daze. There seemed to be a lot of things in my head, but I couldn't dig them out. Shadowless shook his head. Anyway, it's a very, very strange feeling. It is very strange. After you went in, not only did you not age, but you became much younger. You're in your 50s, but you look younger than Yang Dingtian. Dongfang Minmi said, and the scars all over your body are gone. Yes, very strange. Shadowless said, You're still just practicing the sword? Dongfang Minmi asked. Yes, practicing the sword. Shadowless said, That's good. Yang Dingtian has a set of sword skills that should be the best in the world. You two can learn from each other. Of course, he's not your opponent, but that set of sword skills should give you new inspiration. Dongfang Minmi said, Oh, let's try it. Shadowless said. Then the 4 of them didn't talk anymore and continued to fly to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. 2 days and 2 nights later, Yang Dingtian and Masteress rode 2 demon eagles and landed in the valley of Cloud Sky City. After Yan Yan heard the cry of the demon eagles, she ran out early with the baby in her arms. When she saw Yang Dingtian, she wanted to pounce on him, but when she saw Masteress behind him, her little face instantly turned red and she became bashful. There was no other reason. When Shimin Yan Yan went to the Inyang school, she couldn't stand her father being humiliated, and she also couldn't stand Dongfang Bingling, so she was always displeased. Masteress was kind and gentle. When she saw Yan Yan's expression, she suddenly felt a little uneasy. But then her gaze was completely attracted by the baby in Yan Yan's arms. Her eyes instantly widened, and her 2 jade-like hands had the urge to directly carry the baby. Yan Yan hurried over and handed the baby to Masteress. Then, with a red face, she said, Masteress, you came. With one look, it was obvious that this girl didn't know how to speak properly. What did she mean by you came? Masteress carried the baby, and her eyes lit up. She held the baby in her arms, and her whole heart seemed to melt. She said softly, so heavy, so sturdy, You brought it so well. I brought it blindly, Yan Yan said embarrassedly. Then she said to the baby, Baby, call Granny. This is Granny, Auntie. The baby said sweetly. Suddenly, everyone burst into laughter, and some of the awkwardness was swept away. It's Granny, not Auntie, Yan Yan said. Granny, Auntie, the baby said. Hey, it's really my precious baby. Masteress kissed the baby's little face hard. For the past 2 days and 2 nights, she had been fantasizing about it. The feeling of holding the baby in her arms was really indescribable. Yang Dingtian walked to Jiao Jiao's side and whispered, Jiao Jiao, this is my Masteress. In the future, she will be in charge of you. She is equivalent to your mother-in-law. If you are insensible and make her angry, I will definitely beat you. Do you understand? After saying that, Yang Dingtian waited for Jiao Jiao to explode, who knew that Jiao Jiao would roll her eyes at him and whisper, Got it. Then she looked at Masteress with a gaze filled with admiration. That shouldn't be the case. This young lady was more of an idiot and didn't know how to conduct herself. Every time she faced Madame Shimin, she didn't say anything verbally and was still respectful on the surface. But in front of Yang Dingtian, she didn't hold back when speaking to Madame Shimin. So, in general, a girl like Qin Jiaojiao might become a cute little wife, but she was basically not a filial and virtuous daughter-in-law. But now her attitude towards Masteress was actually so gentle, which really surprised Yang Dingtian. As if she had gathered a lot of courage, Qin Jiaojiao stepped forward and said, You are Dongfang Bingling's mother? Masteress looked at her gently and said, Yes, you are Jiao Jiao. Qin Jiao Jiao said, Dongfang Bingling is so lucky to have such a gentle and beautiful mother. Unlike me, I call a cold and annoying woman my mother. Yang Dingtian understood. Qin Jiao Jiao had almost lost her motherly love since she was young, and Qiu Ruhan was her mother in name. But she had always been cold and mean. When Jiao Jiao saw a masteress who was gentle and loving from the bottom of her heart, she instinctively took her place. This made Yang Dingtian surprised. The obedient and cute Yin Yin was a little awkward and unnatural when she saw Masteress, and the arrogant and shrewish Qin Jiao Jiao was as obedient as a cat when she saw Masteress. Yin Yin saw that Hong Xiu and the other maids were a little uneasy and stood at the side with joy. She quickly went forward and said gently, Sister, this will be your home in the future. I will bring you to see the rooms, okay? Greetings to Madame Yin Yin. Hong Xiu bowed, then stuck out her tongue and said, I'm sorry I scolded you before. I even scolded Dongfang Bingling, Shimin Yin Yin whispered embarrassedly. Can we grow vegetables and farm here? Hong Xiu asked. Of course, we can also raise silkworms and weave cloth. Yin Yin said, but we are all very lazy. If you want to grow vegetables, you have to be careful. There are many mischievous little demonic beasts in the valley, and they will definitely steal your vegetables to eat. When she said this, a little squirrel was tiptoeing into Bao Bao's room, preparing to steal Bao Bao's snacks. When it heard Yin Yin's words, it immediately turned around and stared at Yin Yin innocently with its eyes wide open. It spread out its hands and said, I didn't steal anything. Then, in the blink of an eye, it ran away without a trace. Immediately after, the little bird that was on a lookout also ran away without a trace. At this moment, in Bao Bao's snack room, there were sounds of insects chirping one after another. This was the big snake's signal, indicating that it had stolen the food and whether it was safe outside. However, the little bird that was on a lookout had already run away. The big snake inside was pretending to be a bug, and its throat was about to go hoarse. Almost instantly, all of Hong Xiu's maids fell in love with this place. This place was really like heaven. Yin Yin sneaked to Yang Dingtian's side and said softly, Husband, you can go and do your work. With you here, I can't even flatter Master's wife. Without you here, I can do better. Yang Dingtian suddenly burst into laughter and said, Okay, then I'll leave this place to you. Yes, by the way, there's a woman from the Snow Clan who came to Cloud Sky City to look for you. She said she came from a very, very far place, Yin Yin said. She's waiting for you in the VIP room. Woman from the Snow Clan? Wu Maji? Yang Dingtian was shocked. Chapter 577. Did all the women of the Snow Clan have such seductive bodies? When Yang Dingtian saw the Snow Clan woman, he couldn't help but sigh. The woman wasn't Wu Maji, but she was dressed exactly the same as Wu Maji. She wore a veil, revealing only her deep eyes. She was wrapped up tightly, and even her hands were covered with gauze gloves. The gloves were embedded with all kinds of beautiful gems. She was extremely conservative, but her snow-white waist was completely exposed. There was also a red gem embedded in her attractive belly button. Miss, you are? Yang Dingtian asked. Brooke Moni, she said. Why are you here? Yang Dingtian asked. It's about the princess of the Snow Clan Wu Mo Air, she said. Wu Mo Air. Yang Dingtian was confused. According to how you address her, she's called Wu Maji, she said. Oh, what's up with her? Yang Dingtian asked. She's pregnant. It's your child, she said. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He'd calculated that Wu Maji was especially prone to pregnancy that day, so he'd put in a lot of effort. He hadn't thought she'd actually be pregnant. Yes, it's mine, Yang Dingtian said. Our Snow Clan's king wants to know what you plan to do, she asked. We'll completely eliminate Ning Wuming and let this child inherit the Ning clan, Yang Dingtian said directly. I won't interfere. She was silent for a moment. Our king wants you to go to the Snow Clan, she said. When? Yang Dingtian asked. Now, said the Snow Clan woman. Sorry, I'm very busy right now. I can't go, Yang Dingtian said. It's very important. She was silent for a moment. If you become the true master of the hidden sect and rule the entire Chaos continent, what do you plan to do with the southernmost land? For now, I don't have any plans. Yang Dingtian said. If the Snow Clan rules the entire southernmost land, will you support it? She asked. I'll support Wu Maji's child to become the master of the Ning clan, regardless of whether the child is a boy or a girl. Yang Dingtian will kill everyone in the Ning clan who's related to evil ways. The woman from the Snow Clan fell silent again. The Snow Clan live in the South Pole, so we're called the Snow Clan. The Snow Woman said, Do you know why we don't leave this desolate land of ice and snow and go to the extreme south? There are very few materials in this land of ice and snow. We even need the Ning clan to provide us with salt. I don't. Yang Dingtian. Snow, she's his southernmost land. Southernmost land, southernmost land. She's southernless land, southernmost lands. If you leave, you'll be giving up on the Snow Clan's cultivation method, said the Snow Clan woman. So, in order to get enough materials, you don't want to leave the world of ice and snow. Therefore, she had no choice but to marry into the Ning clan. Thank you for the information, miss, Yang Dingtian said. I heard you've been in trouble recently. Zhu Qing is gathering the strongest forces to kill you, she said. Yes. Yang Dingtian said, Give me a demon eagle. I'll fly back to the Snow Clan as fast as I can. If I can make it in time, we might be able to send people to help. If not, then I'm sorry, she said. But the Snow Clan's experts will lose a lot of power once they leave the southernmost land. Therefore, please prepare a large amount of unfreezing water in advance. How much unfreezing water do you need? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't know. Maybe we'll need a lake. Yang Dingtian, we don't have that much unfreezing water, but the Cloud Sky Pavilion has a snowy mountain. I know that snowy mountain. The temperature isn't low enough, she said. How low do the Snow Clan's experts need when they fight? Yang Dingtian asked. Half the temperature of unfreezing water, she said. That was almost 100 degrees below zero. Where could they find such a place in this world? The snowy mountain in the Cloud Sky Pavilion was only 10 or 20 degrees below zero. Even the southernmost land of ice and snow was only 40 or 50 degrees below zero. Does the weather affect the Snow Clan's experts that much? Yang Dingtian asked. It's very important, she said. There's one thing I'm very surprised about. Yang Dingtian, evil ways are feared everywhere. Even the Inyang school didn't dare to help me. Why would the Snow Clan help me? The Snow Clan's woman fell silent. 2 reasons. The first reason is that our king and evil ways can't get along well. Of course, that's not our fault. The second reason is that we need a deal. A deal? What kind of deal? Yang Dingtian asked. Do you remember that you got the last item in the Demon City's merchant palace? But I don't know what it is, she said. Right. Yang Dingtian remembered. It was a pulsating green ball. However, no one knew what it was. Give it to us, and we'll help you, she said. May I ask what it is? Yang Dingtian asked. It was the last item in the Demon City's merchant palace. How could it be simple? Yang Dingtian wanted to know the answer. I'm sorry, but I can't, she said. I'm sorry, but I can't give it to you either, Yang Dingtian said. The woman from the Snow Clan said, Don't you need our help? I don't know how many experts the Snow Clan can send to help me, Yang Dingtian said. 3 great grandmasters, 9 great grandmasters, is that enough? Asked the woman from the Snow Clan. Impossible. Yang Dingtian hissed. Absolutely impossible. Even the Inyang school only has 2 grandmasters. How can the Snow Clan have 3? You'll see if there are 3 grandmasters soon, she said. Of course, when they arrive, They'll be placed in jade coffins in unfreezing water. They won't come out until it's time for battle. Also, the environment you prepare must be half as hot as unfreezing water. Otherwise, they'll only have half of their combat power left. Their cultivation will also be damaged. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Was there such a thing in the world? They could only fight at minus 100 degrees, or their combat power would be greatly reduced and their cultivation would be damaged. What was the point of the Snow Clan's strength then? He was trapped in an ice-cold prison. It wasn't strange for the Snow Clan to have 3 grandmasters. They were too strong compared to their surroundings. I'm sorry, but I can't make the environment half as cold as unfreezing water, Yang Dingtian said. Also, I don't agree to this deal. The Snow Clan woman fell silent. Actually, it's not very difficult to reach that temperature, she said. In Qin Wancho's territory, there's a place called the Li Water Manor. There's a lake there. If you touch the lake, you'll instantly freeze. That's because there's a 10,000-year-old ice-tight monster under the lake, the demoness of mirage spirits. If you can get your hands on it, it'll release enough cold energy to reach half the temperature of unfreezing water. How do you know that? Yang Dingtian asked. Even Qin Wancho himself doesn't know why the lake in the Water Manor freezes. No one knows more about ice than the Snow Clan, said the woman from the Snow Clan. If that's the case, why don't you go get it? Yang Dingtian asked. We're all ice-type monsters. Before we even get close, we'll be completely suppressed. Only fire elemental experts can completely suppress it, said the woman from the Snow Clan. I'm a fire type, Yang Dingtian said. Of course you can't, even if you're a grandmaster. You'll be frozen to death before you even get close, she said. There's no limit to the coldness in this world. But in Yang Dingtian's scientific knowledge, there was a limit to the coldness, which was absolute 0 degrees Fahrenheit. Even though there's no such thing as absolute 0 in the universe. If we can't even catch this 10,000-year-old demoness of mirage spirits, what's the point of telling us? Yang Dingtian asked. You can't, but you have a demonic fire phoenix. It's the descendant of a half-saint monster. It can devour limitless fire-type energy. The Snow Clan woman said, You can let it devour all the magma at the edge of the abyss and then release it into the lake. Can the demonic fire phoenix defeat the demoness of mirage spirits? Yang Dingtian asked. No, the Snow Clan woman said. The demonic fire phoenix's energy can't compare to the demoness of mirage spirits, but it can at least injure it so that the ice energy it releases isn't enough to kill a fire-type grandmaster. You can send a fire-type grandmaster to put it into an energy jade coffin as fast as possible. That way it can block the terrifying ice energy it releases. When it's time to fight, it can be released. Then we'll still be frozen to death, Yang Dingtian said. When you fight, put it in the lake. You'll stay away from the water and won't be frozen to death in the air, the Snow Clan woman said. What will happen to the demonic fire phoenix then? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't know, the Snow Clan woman said. Then I'm sorry, I refuse. Yang Dingtian said directly. I won't let the demonic fire phoenix take the risk, because it doesn't belong to me. Secondly, before I know what that pulsating green thing is, I won't make the deal. We've calculated, even if you get support from the Yinyang school, you only have 4 grandmasters. It's impossible to beat Zhu Qingzhu's 6 grandmasters, the Snow Clan woman said. Plus, your request for help won't succeed because Zhu Qingzhu also sent people to the Yinyang school. Your 2 grandmasters won't be able to beat your opponents. That's none of your business, Yang Dingtian said. The Snow Clan woman fell into silence. All right, you can still send a few demon eagles to follow me to the South Pole. Our king will still send the Snow Clan experts to the Cloud Sky Pavilion in coffins. When the time comes, if you want to trade, then trade. If you don't, then we'll take them back, okay? I'm even more curious now that you're so determined to get that item, Yang Dingtian said. The snow race woman immediately shut her mouth and didn't intend to reveal anything about the Devil City's merchant palaces finale item that Yang Dingtian had auctioned off. All right, Yang Dingtian said. Come with me to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. I'll immediately send 2 demon eagles to follow you to the Snow Clan. Okay, the Snow Clan woman said. After that, Yang Dingtian accompanied his master's wife for a meal. At this time, Yin Yen was no longer embarrassed. She was back to her sweet and cute self. She got along well with her master's wife. Then, she and Jiao Jiao treated their master's wife like a mother-in-law. The 2 women competed with each other to please their mother-in-law. With 2 daughters-in-law like this and a cute baby, her master's wife's happy smile never stopped. After the meal, Yang Dingtian and the Snow Clan woman flew to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. When they arrived at the Cloud Sky Pavilion, their master had already returned with 3 people behind him. Yang Dingtian wasn't too surprised by Ning Busi and Cheng Debiai's arrival. With their master's help, these 2 people would definitely come. Yang Dingtian's request for help from the Yinyang school was just a smokescreen. However, Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised to see another person. This was also an old acquaintance. He was the punisher of the Yinyang school, Shadowless. In the past 3 years, Yang Dingtian had never heard of him. It was as if he had completely disappeared from this world. He didn't expect to see him here today. Greetings, Grand Uncle Master Ning and Grand Uncle Master Cheng. Yang Dingtian was about to go forward and kneel. Don't be like this. You're the master of the Yin sect. We can't accept this. Cheng Debiai immediately went forward to help him up. Yang Dingtian went to Shadowless and bowed. Greetings, Grand Uncle Master Shadowless. Shadowless nodded and said, I heard that your pig-slaying swordsmanship is very powerful. He was really direct. Yang Dingtian immediately nodded and said, Yes, it's quite powerful. I heard that it's the best in the world. Then let's exchange some pointers. Shadowless said directly. This person was really too direct. Okay, I'll definitely exchange pointers with Grand Uncle Master later, Yang Dingtian said, but now we have something important to discuss. Then, Yang Dingtian looked at the few people in the room. The few great masters on Yang Dingtian's side were all here. Now we have 5 great masters on our side, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, 6. Dongfang Minmi said, Your Grand Uncle Master Shadowless is already a great master. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian and Qin Wanqiu were both shocked. Shadowless had actually become a great master. This was too heaven-defying. He didn't cultivate his martial soul or Xian skills. He only cultivated his martial skills. He could also become a great master like this. There was no need to mention Shadowless's talent. Shimin Wia had long said that if he was willing to cultivate his martial soul, Xian skills and other cultivation methods, and then complement each other, he would have already become a great master. In his words, he would never be able to become a great master just by cultivating sword skills. They didn't expect him to actually become a great master. Brother Shadowless becoming a great master is really a pleasant surprise. Qin Wanqiu said, but this way, we still only have 5 great masters. There's still the ancient giant beast, Xiao Xiao. Yang Dingtian said, Zhu Qingzhu knows how powerful the ancient giant beast is. He definitely won't fight on the sea. Qin Wanqiu said, Xiao Xiao can transform into human form, but its cultivation will be weakened by many times. However, it's still a great master. Yang Dingtian said. Qin Wanqiu was immediately overjoyed and said, 6 great masters against 6 great masters. The great masters are also evenly matched. This battle will be worth fighting. Can we win? Yang Dingtian said. At least we won't lose. Qin Wanqiu said. It's a pity that Degu Xiao won't make a move. Otherwise, we'll definitely win. If he doesn't make a move, perhaps no one here will be a match for Zhu Qingzhu. Perhaps that ancient giant beast Xiao will be pleasantly surprised. Yang Dingtian said, "She definitely won't be killed. However, it'll be very difficult for her to win. She's very powerful, but her brain is very simple. She only knows how to fight in the most direct way. Are you prepared to use that trump card?" Qin Wancho asked. He obviously meant Naga. "No, now's not the time," Yang Dingtian said. "Then this battle can only be won at best." Qin Wancho said, "If we add 3 more great masters, will we definitely win?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Definitely, and we'll be able to keep Zhu Qingzhu." Qin Wancho said, "But there's no other great master in this world, let alone 3. Yang Dingtian said, "Someone from the Snow Clan in the extreme south came looking for me. They told me 2 things. First, Wumaji is pregnant." Yang Dingtian's face turned slightly red. Fortunately, no one would laugh at him for this. Second, they want to make a deal with me. Yang Dingtian said, "They want the treasure I bought at the merchant hall in the Demon City, and it looks like they're determined to get it. I don't know what it is, or what it's used for. However, since the Snow Clan wants it so badly, it's obviously a treasure. As long as I give it to them, they're willing to send 3 great masters and 8 or 9 great masters to help me." Instantly, everyone fell into silence. Yang Dingtian continued, "However, the conditions for the Snow Clan's experts to fight are very harsh. They need to fight in an extremely cold environment. Otherwise, their fighting strength will be greatly reduced, and their cultivation will also be damaged. In this extreme cold, they need to be at half the temperature of non-freezing water." "That's impossible," Qin Wancho said. "The Snow Clan told me a way to create this kind of fighting environment." Yang Dingtian said, "The lake in your Lishui Manor, as long as you touch the water, you'll instantly freeze." "Yes, I still don't know the reason." Qin Wancho said, "I also dived into the water to investigate. However, I didn't even reach 20 feet into the ice before my entire body froze, and I couldn't move an inch. Because in the depths of the lake, there's a 10,000-year-old demon mother of fantasy spirit. This is an extremely cold demon beast from the bottom of the sea, and it survived the great destruction of the ancient era." Yang Dingtian said, "As long as you catch this 10,000-year-old ice demon beast, you can create an extremely cold fighting environment. You also know that I can catch this demon mother of fantasy spirit." Although the Naga Shuang wasn't strong, it didn't fear any injuries and could command any ancient sea demon beast. Therefore, it was very easy to catch this demon mother of fantasy spirit. The key was whether or not to take out the final item of the Demon City's merchant palace to trade with the Snow Clan. "Little Tian, you're the highest leader, so this matter can only be decided by you." Dongfang Minmi said, "Whether or not the trade is done, we'll completely obey." "Yes, Sect Master, you decide." Qin Wancho said, "Even if we don't trade, we have 6 great masters, and we're already in an invincible position. And for this war, if we don't lose, we'll win." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "However, whether or not the trade is done, it's necessary to catch that demon mother of fantasy spirit. It's better to be prepared. However, that's your territory, Martial Uncle Qin, so that demon beast should also be considered yours. I'm very willing to offer this Lishui Manor and everything inside." Qin Wancho said, "Thank you, Martial Uncle Qin." Yang Dingtian said. Then Yang Dingtian immediately brought Xiao Xiao and Shuang'er to the Lishui Manor to catch that 10,000-year-old ice demon. At this moment, Shadowless suddenly said, "Yang Dingtian, you're done talking, right?" "Yes, Martial Uncle," Yang Dingtian said. "Good, then let's exchange pointers." Shadowless said. Yang Dingtian was startled, then said, "Yes." Dongfang Minmi stepped forward and said, "Little Tian, is it convenient for you to teach the pig-slaying sword technique?" "If it's convenient, Shadowless's pig-slaying sword technique might be 10 times more powerful than yours." "It's convenient. There's nothing inconvenient about it," Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, Shadowless couldn't wait to draw his sword. Yang Dingtian also drew his soul sword, and the two directly prepared to exchange pointers in the secret room. Martial uncle, this sword technique of mine is divided into 9 levels, from complex to simple. The first level is the Shu 9 Tribulation Sword. Of course, it's the high-level state of the hidden sex swaying calamity crossing sword. Yang Dingtian said. When these words came out, everyone was instantly stunned. The hidden sex swaying calamity crossing sword was already the #1 sword technique in the world. But it was merely the lowest level of the pig slaying sword technique. Chapter 578. Yang Dingtian gently swung the sword in his hand. The first tribulation, sword of Advent. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's figure was like a red-crowned crane, moving around and changing in the narrow secret room. The sword light was blurred, and his footsteps were graceful like an immortal. Although the secret room was very small, Yang Dingtian's sword seemed to be floating all over the world. However, it did not feel the slightest bit cramped. Instead, it felt that the whole secret room was vast and boundless. Shadowless originally drew his sword and wanted to go forward to learn from each other. However, after seeing Yang Dingtian's first move, he retreated to the side, because he found that this kind of learning did not need the sword, just the heart was enough. The second tribulation, sword of all lives. The third tribulation, sword of ruthlessness. The fourth tribulation, sword of ecstasy. The fifth tribulation, sword of boundless. The sixth tribulation, sword of selflessness. The seventh tribulation, sword of great compassion. The eighth tribulation, sword of nirvana. The ninth tribulation, sword of innocuous. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Endless swords, endless shadows. The whole secret room was completely filled with Yang Dingtian's sword shadows. Almost every move, every style, left an afterimage in the air. At this time, even if Yang Dingtian finished the sword technique, it felt like the whole sword intent was still all over the air. When these thousands of shadows were connected together, it was the complete Shu 9 Tribulations sword, the best sword technique in the world. Almost all the people present were intoxicated by it. Yang Dingtian had almost never really used the Shu 9 Tribulation sword, because in battle, he used the pig-slaying swordsmanship more. In the chaotic world, swordsmanship and sword moves were very neglected. Therefore, although the few great masters present stood at the top of the martial arts civilization, their understanding of swordsmanship was not at the peak. At this time, after seeing Yang Dingtian's moves, they were almost completely shocked. They were even eager to change their style and immerse themselves in the study of swordsmanship. This was indeed the best sword technique in the world. Every move and style was so mysterious and so gorgeous. It was as if every move exhausted all the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Every style burned all the brilliance. Yang Dingtian's moves were not swords, as if they were the vicissitudes of the world, the disasters of heaven and earth. No wonder he was the best sword technique in the world. Senior, what do you think of this sword technique? Yang Dingtian asked. Profound and mysterious, Shadowless said, but I have a feeling that this sword technique has reached its peak. But I don't know how to make it better. As soon as he said this, Yang Dingtian was amazed. He was indeed the best swordsman in the world. He was able to grasp the essence of this set of swordsmanship immediately. Have you memorized all the sword moves? Yang Dingtian asked. Got it, Shadowless said. This time, Yang Dingtian was even more shocked. Although the Shu 9 Disasters sword only had 9 moves, they were extremely complicated. There were at least hundreds of movements and thousands of angles. Previously, Yang Dingtian had been engraved in his mind, and he had practiced it countless times. As for Shadowless, he had already memorized it after reading it once. I'll do it again. This is the second time, Yang Dingtian said. Shadowless frowned. He had already memorized it. Why did he have to do it again? Then, Yang Dingtian performed another set of the Shu 9 disaster sword. Instantly, everyone saw the scene of an immortal performing a sword dance again. They were shocked and amazed again. Yang Dingtian asked, "Seniors, what do you think of this time?" Qin Wanqiu said, "It seems a bit simpler than last time. It doesn't look as profound." Dongfang Nimi nodded and said, "From the looks of it, it seems to be inferior to the previous one." Yang Dingtian looked at Shadowless. "Martial uncle, what do you think?" "It seems a bit stronger than last time," Shadowless said. Everyone felt that the second time wasn't as profound as the first. Only Shadowless felt that the second time was better. Yang Dingtian said, "I'll do it a third time." Then Yang Dingtian did it a third time. Then the fourth time, the fifth time, the sixth time, the seventh time, the eighth time, and the ninth time. This set of swordsmanship was simpler and more straightforward than last time, and more vulgar than last time. Therefore, the few great grandmasters present fully felt the feeling of burning the zither and cooking the crane. They watched an immortal's Shu 9 disasters sword turn into a butcher's pig-killing swordsmanship. That feeling was really too painful. They watched helplessly as a peerless beauty turned into a flower that picked its nose. This is the pig-killing swordsmanship?" Qin Wanqiu said, "Yes." Yang Dingtian said, "I understand now. The person who created this set of swordsmanship is definitely the #1 villain in the world." Qin Wanqiu said, "It's as if a person pushed a peerless beauty in the most gorgeous clothes in front of you, instantly charming you and making you intoxicated. Then he stripped her clothes. You were still intoxicated and even had your blood boiling. But then he peeled off the skin of the beauty, turning it into horrifying flesh and blood. Then he removed the flesh, leaving only a pile of white bones. Let me tell you, what peerless beauty, it's all in appearance. It's just a skeleton." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. Qin Wanqiu's metaphor was really unique and accurate. Of course, it was also very bloody. Only Shadowless fell into silence after watching. After a full quarter of an hour, he looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "I understand now. This set of swordsmanship of yours is indeed the #1 in the world. If we only talk about swordsmanship, even if you only have 80% of my speed and power, I'm still not a match for this set of swordsmanship. But after I learn this set of swordsmanship, your swordsmanship will be far inferior to mine. My understanding of swordsmanship is not something you can compare to." Yang Dingtian nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, martial uncle. I'm at most a learner, and you're the one who comprehended it and even modified it." "Then I'll go learn it." Shadowless directly walked out and said, "This set of swordsmanship is too difficult. I think I'll need a few days to learn it, at least tens of thousands of times." After saying that, a black shadow flashed and Shadowless directly disappeared. A few years ago, Shadowless's speed was already extremely shocking, and now he was really called Shadowless. His teleportation speed was not inferior to the demonic spirit Mist Cloak at all. But Shadowless didn't have the demonic spirit Mist Cloak. "Master, it's been 4 to 5 days since Zhu Qingzhu went to Evil Ways to ask for help. When do you think they'll launch a large-scale attack?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Soon. They might be waiting for South Xining clan." Dongfang Minmi said, "In this battle, South Xining clan won't be of much use anymore. After all, they don't have a grandmaster." Yang Dingtian said, "They don't have a grandmaster, but Zhu Qingzhu is cooperating fully with Evil Ways. They can't avoid Li Ming's representative. If Ning clan doesn't go out, Joyous Palace won't be at ease." Dongfang Minmi said, "Then I'll go get that phantom spirit demoness." Yang Dingtian said, "Martial Uncle Qin, come with me." "Yes." Qin Wanqiu said, "Master, I'll leave this side to you." Yang Dingtian said, "Don't worry." Dongfang Minmi said, "Even if Zhu Qingzhu attacks now, we can barely avoid defeat." A few hours later, Yang Dingtian and Qin Wanchou once again flew to Lishui Manor. The entire northwest continent was a land that had been torn apart. It had been damaged by the ancient era and destroyed by the world-ending war. Therefore, compared to other continents, the northwest continent was in ruins. Everywhere was charred black and blood red. That kind of lush scene was more common in the south of Sunset Mountain Range. Within a few hundred miles of Lishui Manor, it was practically a piece of charred land. There was barely any greenery to be seen. Only Lishui Manor was lush and verdant. It was like a fairyland with clear water and green mountains. Even in the southwest continent, or even the central continent, it was rare to see such a nourishing land. Previously, no one knew why it was like this, but now they understood. This was because there was an underwater ice demon from the ancient world below. The ice energy it released cured the fire poison on the land, causing the land within dozens of kilometers to become moist and cool. After thousands of years of nourishment, the charred land finally turned into a fairyland-like oasis. Arriving at Lishui Manor's lake, Yang Dingtian looked at the mirror-like water surface and said, "Martial uncle, if you take out that 10,000-year-old ice demon, this lake and this beautiful scenery might disappear. Don't you think it's a pity? For the sake of the greater cause, what's there to feel pity about?" Qin Wanchou said, "After I occupied this place and built Lishui Manor, it was difficult for me to enjoy it. It's hard for me to enjoy it. I'm too busy." "Then you wait here. I'll go down," Yang Dingtian said. "What about Queen Naga?" Qin Wanchou asked. He had never seen Yang Dingtian bring her out of Naga. "I can summon her at any time," Yang Dingtian said. Qin Wanchou was shocked. Could it be that Naga had the ability to tear apart space? That plane was too creepy. But the more mysterious and powerful Yang Dingtian and Naga were, the more confident Qin Wanchou was. Yang Dingtian leaped lightly and jumped into the lake. As expected, as soon as it came into contact with the lake water, the entire lake surface within a dozen li was instantly frozen. Then, Yang Dingtian released his mystic energy and broke the ice. The deeper he went, the colder it became. When he was less than 10 meters deep, it had reached the temperature of unfreezing water. Yang Dingtian continued to go deeper. He found that his whole body had started to freeze. Then his mystic meridians also froze. Next, his energy sea and even his soul would be frozen. Could it be that the coldness of this world was really infinite? Yang Dingtian was now a 5-star 9th grade grandmaster, but he still had ice energy that could completely freeze him. He didn't dare to be careless. It was okay to test his ability, but there was no need to risk his life. Yang Dingtian took a few steps back and woke up Naga Shuang in the spatial ring. Once Naga fell asleep, it was very, very difficult to wake her up. Later, Shuang secretly told Yang Dingtian about the most sensitive part of her body. As long as he scratched it gently, she would wake up immediately. Yang Dingtian reached a few inches below Shuang's waist and 2 inches below her tailbone. He found a completely different scale and gently bent it in the opposite direction. "Ah!" Naga trembled and immediately woke up with a cry. Then she came out of the spatial ring and wrapped herself around Yang Dingtian. She kissed Yang Dingtian's mouth and said in a sweet voice, "Husband, you can't do this. Shuang can't take it if you keep playing like this." Then she hung on Yang Dingtian's body and continued to fall asleep. Once Naga fell asleep, she was very sleepy. It was very difficult to fall asleep in an extremely cold environment. At this time, the temperature was completely below minus 100 degrees Celsius. In such an environment, Yang Dingtian didn't feel very good, but Naga Shuang could still sleep. Yang Dingtian stroked her delicate body and found that her body was still warm, as if the bone-piercing cold had no effect at all. After carrying Shuang, Yang Dingtian continued to move forward. Then he suddenly found that Naga Shuang was releasing an energy field. In this energy field, no cold could invade and it could completely maintain a constant temperature. Then, Yang Dingtian found that he didn't feel cold anymore. Thus, Yang Dingtian kept going down, 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 and down. He kept using his soul sword to cut the ice deeper. 50 meters, 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. Yang Dingtian was really stunned. So deep? Even a great grandmaster couldn't take it after a few dozen meters. Therefore, Yang Dingtian thought that the bottom of the lake was at most 100 meters deep. Who knew that it was completely endless? After 1,000 meters, he still couldn't see the bottom. However, the deeper he went, the smaller the area of the surrounding water became. The entire lake was like a huge funnel. Just like that, Yang Dingtian kept going down, down, down. 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters. Towards the end, the ice was already hard to the extreme. Yang Dingtian used a soul sword close to the emperor grade to cut it. Yang Dingtian was really shocked. One had to know that his soul sword was close to the emperor grade. Not to mention looking at ice. Even if it cut stone or steel, it would be like tofu. It could even cut an ordinary bloody black gold sword easily. At this moment, it was actually a bit strenuous to cut the ice. As for this ice, it was only condensed from water. Yang Dingtian took out a black gold dagger from his spatial ring and threw it out. Although it wasn't bloody black gold, it was still a treasure blade. One dagger was worth tens of thousands of gold coins. After throwing it out of Naga's energy field, it smashed into the ice. Then, something shocking happened. The black gold dagger was instantly frozen. When it hit the hard ice, it instantly shattered. Even if it was a few tens of degrees below zero on Earth, it wouldn't be so scary. Thus, Yang Dingtian carried the sleepy Naga Shuang and continued to go down. 5,000 meters, 6,000 meters, 7,000 meters. The area at the bottom of the lake became smaller and smaller. Finally, when it was 9,000 meters, they reached the real bottom of the lake. Yang Dingtian understood. Before the ancient times, this place was actually an ocean. It was just that after the world was turned upside down, it became land. And now, more than 9,000 meters below, was the bottom of the sea of the ancient times. As for the 10,000-year-old illusory spirit demon mother, Yang Dingtian saw it. It wasn't scary or ferocious. Instead, it was very cute. It was a transparent jellyfish with a faint blue color. It wasn't big, only a meter in diameter. It was light and fluttering like a cloud. It was magnificent and had a dreamy and mysterious blue color. It was also a demonic beast, but it was the simplest demonic beast. It only knew how to do two things. One was to suck with all its might. The other was to spit with all its might. At this moment, Yang Dingtian saw a pool of blue water at the bottom of the lake, and the jellyfish was swimming in this blue water. At this moment, it felt that someone was invading, so it opened the big umbrella on its body with all its might, spitting out a terrifying ice energy. Naga destroyed the entire underwater civilization, and the ancient times annihilated the entire chaotic world. No matter if it was the sea or the land, the martial arts creatures carried out a thorough cleansing. And this jellyfish was the simplest demonic beast. It had almost no martial arts ability. Moreover, it was in this blue water, so it survived the ancient times. After living for 10,000 years, even the simplest demonic beast had become incomparably powerful. Therefore, it nourished the entire land, turning the scorched land into an oasis. It was also the most stupid and the most cowardly demonic beast. If someone touched the sea water 10,000 meters above, it would be extremely scared. It spat out the ice energy with all its might and instantly froze the entire lake. When it felt that there was no threat, it sucked back the ice energy and the entire lake instantly thawed. In Yang Dingtian's imagination, the phantom spirit demonic mother was an extremely terrifying and mysterious 10,000-year-old demonic beast. He had also made absolute mental preparations, intending to use the dignity of the Queen of Naga to subdue it. Now it seemed that it was useless, and even the dignity of the Queen of Naga would not be able to command this jellyfish. If the ancient giant beast Xiao Xiao was said to have a problem with its brain, then this jellyfish simply did not have a brain. Even if the Jade Emperor came, it would not understand. It only knew one thing, and that was to suck, suck, and spit. However, at this moment, Yang Dingtian's attention was not on this phantom, spirit, demonic mother. It was very easy to deal with it, and he just had to catch it directly. In fact, he was a little surprised, because after the Naga's energy shield enveloped this 10,000-year-old ice demon, all of its movements completely stopped, and it suddenly shrank into a ball. From a diameter of more than 1 meter, it became only the size of a fist. Then, Yang Dingtian directly caught it without any effort and put it into a special energy shielding jade box. Almost in an instant, the entire lake instantly thawed. Qin Wanchou, who was on the ground, clearly felt that the temperature of the air instantly rose by more than 10 degrees. Yang Dingtian focused his attention on the pool of blue water that the jellyfish was residing in. This pool of blue water was very small, less than 4 or 5 cubic meters, which was just enough for the jellyfish to swim around. However, Yang Dingtian clearly knew that this pool of blue water was absolutely not simple. Perhaps it was it that had nourished this phantom spirit, demonic mother for 10,000 years, and also allowed it to escape the calamity of ancient extinction. However, Yang Dingtian did not discover anything in this water, and he could not even feel a little bit of energy. There was another point this phantom spirit, demonic mother, had cultivated for 10,000 years, and possessed extremely terrifying ice energy. However, it still needed a source of energy, and it would not produce ice energy out of thin air. It would only absorb and release. The energy that supplied it for 10,000 years of cultivation must be incomparably terrifying. However, this pool of blue water, Yang Dingtian really did not feel anything strange about it. He would study it later. After Yang Dingtian filled the box of blue water, he directly closed it, and directly flew up with the phantom spirit, demonic mother. Bang! Yang Dingtian directly flew out of the water. Before flying out of the water, Yang Dingtian put Shuang air back into the spatial ring. During the entire process, this Naga Queen had been sleeping and did not even wake up and did not know what had happened. Sect Master, it's a success, Qin Wanchou said. And it's a success, Yang Dingtian. However, why do I faintly feel that the land below us seems to have some kind of change? Qin Wanchou nodded and said, I feel it too. Then, after this battle, I will return this phantom spirit, demonic mother, to the bottom of the lake, and I hope it will not anger this land, Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian and Qin Wanchou's senses were very sharp, and they both felt that the energy balance of this land seemed to have been broken. They did not know what the consequences would be, but they could feel that the consequences would be very serious. At this moment, Yang Dingtian even faintly felt that the nearby forest seemed to be slowly withering. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Yang Dingtian was even more determined that no matter how precious this phantom, spirit, demonic mother was, after this battle, he must return it to its original position. Yang Dingtian was flying towards the cloud sky pavilion when suddenly Zhu Hongxue stopped him in the air. Senior brother Zhu, what's the matter? Yang Dingtian asked. Shimin Zhu went to Cloud Sky City to find you, but you were not there. So the people of Cloud Sky City immediately sent the Demon Eagle Messenger to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. You and Marshal Uncle Qin coming to Li Water Manor was a secret, so I specially waited for you here. Zhu Hongxue said. Shimin Zhu went to Cloud Sky City to find me? Yang Dingtian was surprised and puzzled. Was Shimin Zhu not afraid of death? He even dared to go to Cloud Sky City? Thank you, senior brother Zhu, Yang Dingtian said. Then he flew towards Cloud Sky City. Shimin Zhu greets the city lord. After seeing Yang Dingtian, Shimin Zhu immediately knelt down. You actually broke through to the Master Realm, Yang Dingtian said in astonishment. Yes, I obtained the evil spirit energy, Shimin Zhu said. Why did you come to Cloud Sky City? Don't you know that Cloud Sky City is a forbidden area? Enemies of the Tiando League and evil ways cannot enter, Yang Dingtian said coldly. I know. Palace Master, Dugu's grandson, and Princess Mudan's mother are here, Shiminju said. So, no matter if it's Zhu Qingzhu, Ningwuming, or anyone else in the world, no one can enter Cloud Sky City's central castle with any hostility. No one had set such a rule. Dugu Xiao did not say anything, and Princess Mudan did not say anything either. However, everyone already knew about this unspoken rule. Shiminju, you are really amazing, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. You instigated a rebellion in Cloud Sky City. I suppressed the rebellion, but you ran away. Then you followed Qin Chi-Chi's million-strong army to attack Cloud Sky City. Qin Chi-Chi's army was completely annihilated and you ran away. Then, as the exiled Cloud Sky City Lord, you joined Zhu Qingzhu's Central State Army and came to suppress my western region. The Central State Army was defeated, Zhu Qingzhu was defeated, and you ran away. Since the start of the Cloud Sky City Lord Martial competition, you have escaped from my hands 4 times. Now, you actually dare to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Are you not afraid of death? Do you think that I can't kill you because you have an undying evil spirit body? Of course you can kill me, Shiminju said. However, I have no choice but to come. Speak, what is it? Yang Dingtian asked. I represent my master, Ningwuming, to negotiate with you, Shiminju said. What do you want to talk about? Yang Dingtian asked. Many things, such as the matter of cooperating with Black Sky Sex, Zhu Qingzhu. Ningwuming said. Chapter 579. Qin Chi-Chi was dead. She didn't let Yang Dingtian do it. She did it herself. Of course, before she died, she played Yang Dingtian once. She heard Yang Dingtian say that he wouldn't kill her, so she killed herself. Of course, Qin Chi-Chi had the evil spirit energy to protect her soul. So after her body died, her soul could escape at the fastest speed. There was no energy cage here, but after her body died, her soul just floated in the air, motionless. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to put her soul into the soul ring, her soul suddenly rushed out of the evil spirit energy circle, and her soul instantly dissipated. That's right, with the evil spirit protection, one wouldn't die. But if he wanted to die, then nothing could stop him. Just like that, Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Chi-Chi's soul in front of him. Her soul instantly dissipated, leaving behind a cloud of evil spirit energy in the air. Suddenly, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. He even couldn't understand Qin Chi-Chi. She clearly didn't have to die, and it wasn't as if she had nothing to live for. But why did she choose to die? Perhaps it was to let her daughter completely become Yang Dingtian's daughter, so that they wouldn't have any entanglements. If she was alive, even if she was in the dungeon, her daughter wouldn't completely become Yang Dingtian's daughter. Yang Dingtian reached out and touched the place where Qin Chi-Chi's soul dissipated, as if he wanted to feel Qin Chi-Chi's last soul. He sighed and said, Everything you do is too intense, so it's not easy for you to be happy. Then he put the evil spirit energy into the energy jade box. He used the ice coffin to store Qin Chi-Chi's body. An hour later, he and Song Chanhua returned to Cloud Sky City again. During the flight back to Cloud Sky City, after sleeping for 3 hours, the baby was hungry again. She even peed and had diarrhea. So, on the Demon Vulture King, Yang Dingtian and Song Chanhua hurriedly changed the baby's diaper and washed her butt. Then, Song Chanhua used her celestial qi to warm the milk in the bottle and fed it to the baby. Then, the baby seemed to feel that the aura was a little different, as if it wasn't his mother's aura, so he began to cry loudly. No matter how hard Yang Dingtian tried to coax him, he could not be appeased. The baby was very strong, and his cries were very loud. As he cried, he danced with joy. However, she was crying very hard. Her little face was first red, then a little purple. This baby seemed to have the same temperament as Qin Chi-Chi, fierce and fierce. Song Chanhua had no choice. She unbuttoned her clothes with a red face and stuffed it into the baby's mouth. Although there was no water inside, she could still deceive him. The baby was still crying after holding it in his mouth. However, as she sucked and cried, her voice gradually became softer. Although she felt different, it was still better than not having anything to drink. As he sucked, he gradually fell asleep. After the baby fell asleep, Song Chunhua did not pull her tongue out of the baby's mouth. She continued to let the baby suck on her tongue. Then, she gently leaned into Yang Dingtian's arms. Her entire person instantly became gentle, and her entire body released an incomparable feminine charm. God, when everything is over, I want to have a child too, Song Chunhua said softly. Okay, Yang Dingtian replied. Song Chunhua grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and placed it on her face. Then she lifted her beautiful face and kissed Yang Dingtian's lips. After returning to Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian buried Qin Chichi's coffin in the icy cave. There was no tombstone or grave. When he carried the baby and appeared in a remote valley, Mistress, Yan Yan, and the others were teaching the baby to read. They wrote big words on a large piece of silk and then spread the silk on the soft ground. The baby crawled on it to learn the words. After shouting a word, the baby would quickly crawl over to recognize it. In order to introduce a competitive mechanism, they even let the little squirrel, the little fox, and other small demon beasts join the game. They competed with the baby. Whoever found the word first would have food to eat. In the end, the baby's speed of recognition was not slow, but its crawling speed was not fast enough. Hence, they lost more than they won. They were a little depressed. Yan Yan used a rope to tie up the little squirrel's 4 legs, so that everyone could compete fairly. Hence, the baby won more than she lost, while the little squirrel and the little fox could only jump around with their legs tied up, looking at Yan Yan with resentment. She's too biased. She's your son, and we're pets. Don't pets have human rights? No, the right to be pampered. When they saw Yang Dingtian carrying a baby in, everyone was stunned. Yang Dingtian handed the baby to Qin Jiao Jiao and said, Jiao Jiao, this'll be our daughter from now on. You have to take good care of her, understand? Jiao Jiao pouted and said with grievance, Which wild woman's child is this? She was an idiot, so Yang Dingtian did not argue with her. He carried the baby and pointed at her. Baby, this is your little sister, understand? Little sister, don't. The baby instinctively felt threatened and quickly waved her small hands. Then, she reached out to push the baby. Yang Dingtian's face turned stiff and was about to scold her. Grandma! The baby immediately wailed and reached out to the master's wife. She said that she was crying, but there was not even a drop of tear. The master's wife did not know whether to laugh or cry. She quickly carried the baby over and coaxed her while teaching her. At this moment, the little squirrel quickly jumped to the word and ate the pine nuts on it. Then he looked at the baby and smiled proudly. Bad rat, bad little sister, baby doesn't want. This time the baby really cried. Daddy, Daddy, where's little sister, where's little sister? At this moment there was a commotion outside and the door was pushed open. Little Ning Ning rushed in and hung around his neck like a koala. Little Ning Ning was already 7 years old and could not play all day long. She had to study and learn swordsmanship. She hugged Yang Dingtian and complained that her mother had abused her, and the master had also abused her. Then she said to Yan Yan, Auntie Yan Yan, I don't want my mother anymore. Can you be my mother? It was unknown when little Ning Ning started calling Yang Dingtian daddy. It was definitely instigated by Qin Mingli. Of course, she still called Qin Huayu daddy. But Qin Huayu was very strict and she was not close to him. Yang Dingtian didn't bother about her and allowed her to blabber as she wished while hugging her. But she quickly slid down from Yang Dingtian and said, Daddy, the little sister is so small. Let me carry her. Then she took the baby from Qin Jiao Jiao. Daddy, is she like little Ning Ning and not your biological daughter? The little girl asked. When she said that, even Yang Dingtian was shocked. This little girl was only 7 years old. How could she be so scheming? Instantly, Yan Yan rolled her eyes at Qin Jiao Jiao. You idiot, you're not even as smart as a 7-year-old girl. At this moment, Qin Jiao Jiao could tell that although the baby was still very small, she looked very similar to Qin Chi. What about her? Qin Jiao Jiao asked. Although they didn't like each other, Qin Chi was still her sister in name. She chose to leave, Yang Dingtian said. Instantly, Qin Jiao Jiao's beautiful eyes dimmed. She was domineering and fierce, but her heart was very soft. When she heard the news of Qin Chi's death, she was extremely sad. Then she took the baby from little Ningning with red eyes and said gently, Nan Nan, you're my biological daughter from now on. Ningning, go to school. At this moment, Ningro rushed in and her voice was the harshest. Little Ningning was extremely naughty. Now, every time she went to school or practiced her sword, Ningro had to guard outside. Otherwise, she would immediately run out to play. In Cloud Sky Castle, little Ningning was already a little king and the only leader of all the children under the age of 10. Also, she planned to expand her power to Cloud Sky City outside the castle. She was always jumping up and down and had even developed into group fights. Of course, she didn't fight herself and ordered others to do it. Ningro could tell that this daughter was completely like Qin Huayu and had nothing to do with her own gentleness. Previously, when she was alone with her, she couldn't tell. Later on, when she went to Qin City and was suppressed, she couldn't tell. Ningro thought that her daughter was smart and obedient. Now that she was in Cloud Sky City, the little girl was doted on by almost everyone, so her mischievousness was completely released. Ningro couldn't control her at all and cried a few times. Previously, every time she cried, the little girl would immediately get scared and come over to comfort her mother. Now that Ningro cried, the little girl said straightforwardly, What's the use of crying in front of me? You should cry in Daddy's arms. The gentle Ningro couldn't hold it in anymore and hit her little butt. After hitting her, the little girl patted her butt and said, No, Mommy, you're too soft-hearted. Instantly, Ningro almost fainted from anger. Ah, Xiao Tian, you're back. When Ningro saw Yang Dingtian, her face turned red and she was extremely embarrassed. The source of her embarrassment was Duan Rian. After Duan Rian was rescued, she came to see Ningro twice. The first time, she said straightforwardly, Ro, what do you have to fight for yourself? Hurry up and let Yang Dingtian marry you. The second time, she asked if she had done anything with Yang Dingtian. With such a carefree and unrestrained master, how could Ningro not be embarrassed? Daddy, you have to care more about my mommy. Otherwise, if she stares at me all day, my days will be very difficult. Ningning jumped on Yang Dingtian's neck and said. Yang Dingtian immediately pinched her little face and said, Little girl, who did you learn these words from? Yang Dingtian was too busy, so he didn't interact much with little Ningning in the past half a year. He didn't expect the little girl to be so mischievous. It's all because of that bad woman, Qin Mingli. She taught little Ningning bad things. Ningro said angrily, Mommy, don't say bad things about Mingli's mother. Little Ningning said, She has been helping you. You can't be so heartless. Look. Ningro said bitterly. Yang Dingtian carried little Ningning out and went to Ningro room. Little Tian, little Ningning, can't go on like this. She must be disciplined. Otherwise, she will be even more lawless. Not only does she play truant every day, but she also brings the other children to play truant with her. She even gets people to fight. She practices swordsmanship every day as if she wants to kill him. Ningro said. Hearing her mother complaining, little Ningning didn't care. Instead, she listened and laughed. Sister Ro, what kind of person do you want Ningning to become? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't know either, but girls have to be gentle and virtuous. Ro said, I think little Ningning is pretty good like this. Yang Dingtian said, Every child is different, so every child has to be taught according to their aptitude. Ning Ning is different from you. You are gentle like water. Ning Ning is like Qin Huayu. However, she is not as vicious as Qin Huayu. She still has your kindness. So don't worry. She will be very outstanding in the future. She will be more outstanding than you and Yan Yan. When Ning Ning heard Yang Dingtian praise her, her eyes immediately lit up. It seems that Daddy is indeed different. He can tell how amazing I am at a glance. Lass, why don't you go to school? Yang Dingtian asked. The things that old man taught me are too old-fashioned, little Ning Ning said. Besides, I already know a lot of things, but I still have to learn there every day. I'm like a fool. Then why don't you learn swordsmanship? Yang Dingtian asked. The little girl pursed her lips and did not say a word. Just as Yang Dingtian said, little Ning Ning was very smart, but she was also very upright and kind. Even if it was such a small problem, she would rather not say it than lie. I want to learn from Daddy, but I know Daddy is very busy. Ning Ning said sweetly, Daddy, I don't want to learn Sky Phoenix Pavilion's martial arts. I don't want to be like Grandmaster, nor do I want to be like Mother. I don't want to go to Sky Phoenix Pavilion when I grow up. Yang Dingtian rubbed her little head and said to Ning Ro, did you hear that? Sister Ro, this girl is very clear in her heart. Don't just discipline her. You have to figure out what she's thinking. I don't have much knowledge anyway, so I can't discipline her well. Ro turned her face away. She had always been as gentle as water, so this was the first time she had said such angry words. Daddy, you guys chat. I'll go see little sister, Roa said softly. Then she slid down from Yang Dingtian's arms and ran away. Yang Dingtian was really impressed. This little girl was too smart. She was even smarter than her mother at such a young age. Yang Dingtian went forward and said gently, Sister Ro, I'm sorry. I've made you suffer. Ning Ro's tears fell as she said, I know. I shouldn't ask for too much. But I didn't ask for too much. Qin Huayu has already obtained his happiness. Ning Ro was already very brave to say this. It was unknown how much courage Duan Ruyan had given her. After this matter is settled, we will have a simple ceremony to marry you and Mu Liani, Yang Dingtian said gently. Ning Roa said gently, if it was an ordinary woman, she would definitely feel as though she was being bestowed with a gift and would feel that her pride was hurt. However, Ning Roa wouldn't think like that. She was gentle, and just like what she said, she didn't ask for much. In this world, there were independent and intelligent women like Dongfeng Bingling and Dugafengwu. There were also women like Ning Ro who were gentle like water and needed to find someone to rely on. Sect Patriarch Ning Wuming requests for an audience. Jiao Liao came to report. Is it Shimin Jiu or Ning Wuming himself? Yang Dingtian asked. It's Ning Wuming himself. Jiao Liao said, he is at the mountain peak 300 miles outside the city, waiting for you. Yang Dingtian met Ning Wuming again. At this moment, he was no longer full of smiles. It was as though he was 10 years older than half a year ago. His face was full of stubble, and his entire body was filled with vicissitudes of life. Ning Wuming greets Sect Patriarch Yang. Ning Wuming stepped forward and bowed. Greetings to young Lord Ning. Yang Dingtian. Then, the two of them fell into silence. Emoji is pregnant. I know. Ning Wuming suddenly said. Yang Dingtian. Sect Patriarch Yang, in your heart, do I value the Ning clan more or evil ways more? Ning Wuming asked. Evil ways. Yang Dingtian said, because evil ways can give you everything, but can also make you lose everything. Evil ways are actions, and the Ning clan is the goal. Ning Wuming said, everything I do is for the Ning clan, including killing Ningyu? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, including killing him. Ning Wuming said, since he's already living a life worse than death, he might as well die. If he doesn't die, Mo, Ji won't really follow me. Even if he dies, Wumaji won't really follow you. Yang Dingtian said. That's also because of you. Otherwise, in 10 or 20 years, she would have followed me one day. Ning Wuming said sternly. Ning Wuming gradually calmed down and said, You always thought that Ning Yu's kindness to me was as heavy as a mountain, right? When I was still the illegitimate child of the Ning clan, no one treated me as a human. Everyone treated me as a servant, including Ning Yu. It was Wu Maji who treated me as a human, as a younger brother. I met her when I was 12 years old. She was so proud and arrogant that Ning Yu didn't even dare to raise his head in front of her. She was a princess in the Snow clan, and she was still a princess in the Ning clan. Although she hadn't married into the clan, no one dared to provoke her. Only I, because of my extreme love and inferiority, went against her and was even prepared to hurt her just to get her attention. Then, when I was about to be beaten to death, she saved me and told me that I was stronger than your brother. It was this sentence that supported all my courage. I was stronger than Ning Jing. I wanted to show that I was stronger than Ning Yu. Ning Wuming said, Ning Yu wasn't worthy of emoji, and neither was I. But I wanted to do everything I could to make myself worthy of her. It was you who ruined everything. Yang Dingtian really didn't know that there were so many things between Ning Wuming and Wu Maji. Did you come to find me just to interrogate me? Yang Dingtian asked. Of course not. Ning Wuming said, I came to find you to ask you to return Mo-ji to me. The child in her stomach is yours, but I don't care. I will treat it as my own son and make it the new master of the Ning clan. If you don't trust me, I can sterilize it now. If Mo-ji isn't willing to follow me, it's fine. Let her return to the Ning clan. In 10 or 20 years, she will follow me one day. I don't care about anything in the Central State. I will return to the Ning clan, and until the Demon King Wentian revives, I won't care about anything. Ning Wuming said, For this goal, I can help you eliminate Zhu Qingzhu. But don't provoke the Ning clan, and don't provoke Wu Maji. Then Ning Wuming stared at Yang Dingtian and said, When I say eliminate, I mean kill Zhu Qingzhu. Chapter 580. Yang Dingtian, what else do you want? I just want to protect the Ning clan. I treat your son like my own. He's the future master of the Ning clan. What else do you want? Ning Wuming said sternly. Yang Dingtian remained silent. Then, what do you want me to do? Refuse to cooperate with the Snow clan, and don't give them the treasure of the Demon City's merchant palace, Ning Wuming said. Yang Dingtian said, But 2 days ago, when Shimin Ju came on your behalf, he proposed a deal. He wanted me to give you the treasure of the Demon City's merchant palace. That was just a test. I just wanted you to know the value of the treasure. Don't cooperate with the Snow clan, Ning Wuming said. Your ears are very sharp. When the Snow clan came to find me, you already knew, Yang Dingtian said. The Snow clan and the Ning clan have been in contact for almost 1,000 years. How could we not be familiar with each other? Ning Wuming said, It's because of your existence that the Snow clan has an ambition they shouldn't have. They're trying to take over the entire southernmost land. If the Snow clan didn't come to cooperate with me, would you have come to me? Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. Green Lord Zhu wanted to get rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness, so I had the urge to come to you. But in the end, I still didn't want to cooperate with you, Ning Wuming said. Even if Green Lord Zhu wanted to get rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness, he didn't have the strength to do so. I would have continued to cooperate with Green Lord Zhu to eliminate you. Then I would have followed him and the Pleasure Palace to divide the western region. Ning Wuming sighed. I didn't expect the Snow clan to appear. I know the experts of the Snow clan very well. If they fully support you, then you and Green Lord Zhu's power will be on par. No one will be able to eliminate the other. If the two of you are fine, then I'm not. I'm not afraid of Green Lord Zhu, but I'm afraid of you. He can't kill me, but you and the Snow clan can. Originally, you had nothing to do with the Snow clan, but Emoji is pregnant with your child. So I thought about it, but there's nothing I can do. I can only cut off the possibility of you cooperating with the Snow Clan and work with you myself. Ning Wuming said, whether the Snow Clan saves you or I saves you, it's all the same. Yang Dingtian fell silent for a moment before he said, do you know what the Demon City's Merchant Palace's treasure is? Roughly. Ning Wuming said. What? Yang Dingtian asked. It should be considered a key. Ning Wuming said, the key to opening an endless treasury. After entering this treasury, you might be able to become the #1 person in the world. Since it's so precious, why didn't anyone fight for it at the auction? Why did I get it so easily? Yang Dingtian asked. Because no one knew what it was at that time. Ning Wuming said. Then why do you know now? Yang Dingtian asked. Because a very, very, very important person wants this item. Ning Wuming said. I'm sorry, that's all I can say. If you want to know more, I'll tell you after we complete the transaction. Yang Dingtian continued to be silent. Ning Wuming said, Yang Dingtian, the terms I proposed are already very good. As long as you refuse to cooperate with the Snow Clan, I'll help you defeat Zhu Qingzhu. Then you'll send Wu Maji to me. I'll treat the child in her womb as my own and make him the successor of the Ning clan. After that, your Council of Light and my Ning clan will mind our own business. I won't interfere in the affairs of the world. What if I refuse? Yang Dingtian said. Then I'll help Zhu Qingzhu beat you with all my strength. Ning Wuming said. But I have the help of the Snow Clan's experts. I'm not at a disadvantage anymore. You can't do anything to me. Yang Dingtian said. That's right. When the time comes, you'll have 5 martial grandmasters. We won't be able to kill you. Zhu Qingzhu can only retreat. Ning Wuming said, next, you'll join forces with the Snow Clan to attack my Ning clan. So, in order to save my life, I can only rely on others. For example, Wu Yuming. I'm sure you don't want to see that happen. Yang Dingtian, this is a very good deal. Ning Wuming said indifferently, I'll help you kill Zhu Qingzhu and we'll mind our own business. Wu Maji will belong to me, and your son will become the future leader of the Ning clan. Then Ning Wuming took out a box and said, there's a pill called Fierce Flame Pill inside. Put it on the coffins of the Snow Clan's experts, and it will cause great damage to them. When I arrived at the battlefield, I smelled the scent of the Snow Clan's experts and knew it was your signal. Whether you agree or not, I'll give you the Fierce Flame Pill. Yang Dingtian took the box and put it in his bosom. I hope we'll have a pleasant cooperation, Ning Wuming said, and then quickly left. Yang Dingtian went to have a meal with Mistress and the others. Then he used his fastest speed to return to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. 3 days later, the Snow Clan's experts arrived. 3 women escorted 12 ice coffins and flew to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Among the 12 coffins, there were 3 venerable masters and 9 venerable masters. The Snow Clan's woman, Brook Moni, said to Yang Dingtian, I've brought the Snow Clan's experts. Sect Master Yang, did you get the Phantom Spirit Demon Matriarch? Yes, I did. Yang Dingtian said, it's just a 10,000-year-old ancient frigid ice jellyfish. It only has 2 instincts. One is to constantly absorb the ice energy, and the other is to constantly release it. The Snow Clan's woman was overjoyed. Sect Master Yang is indeed powerful. No one in the world can catch the Phantom Spirit Demon Matriarch, and you actually got it. So, have you decided to make the deal? Not yet, Yang Dingtian said. Why? The Snow Clan's woman said, the Demon City's Merchant Palace's treasure is useless to you. Because I don't know what kind of treasure it is. If it's too valuable, I'll be a fool. Yang Dingtian said, you're too greedy, City Lord Yang. The Snow Clan's woman said, what could be more important than your life? If you can't even keep your life, what's the point of this treasure, even if it's priceless? It's not the time to make the deal anyway. I still have time to think, don't I? Yang Dingtian said. Indeed, your performance reminds me of the saying, you won't cry until you see the coffin. The Snow Woman said, I have to warn you, you only have 2 grandmasters on your side. As for Zhu Qingzhu, he had a total of 6 martial grandmasters. Without our help, you'll die without a doubt. If there's a need, I'll definitely ask for your help. Yang Dingtian said. The Snow Clanswoman's expression was full of displeasure. Then, the 3 Snow Clanswomen escorted the 12 coffins into the deepest dungeon of the castle. They didn't sleep or rest, guarding the 12 coffins. The Council of Light's upper echelons were all in a secret room. Yang Dingtian repeated the details of Ning Wuming's negotiation, then asked, Everyone, do you think Ning Wuming's words are true? I don't trust him. He's extremely cunning. Song Chunhua said. His every action and every word is a trap. Qin Wanchou said, I've never seen such a cunning person in my life. We have to be careful. Tang Guozhao said, according to the relevant information, Zhu Qingzhu had reached an agreement with the Vulture Palace. When Zhu Qingzhu was trying to obtain the Sky Cloud Pavilion and Earth-Splitting City, the Vulture sect interfered and almost caused him to fail. Perhaps the agreement between Zhu Qingzhu and the Vulture sect has something to do with the Ning clan of the South Sea. Qin Huaiyu suddenly said, Sect Master, I'd like to ask, are Ning Wuming's feelings for Wu Maji real? Yang Dingtian recalled for a moment, then nodded and said, It should be real. Qin Huaiyu said, If a person's love is real, then his ambition will also be vicious. Basically, one leg will be tied up, so even if he's evil, it's very difficult for him to be completely evil. Qin Huaiyu was judging others by their own standards. He was also a ruthless person, and he was completely unscrupulous in the past. Later on, because of Ning, Ro, and Little Ning Ning, a flaw appeared in his heart, and he gradually became weak. Then, after a long period of contact with Yang Dingtian, in addition to being suppressed by Qin Chichi and Qin Wanchou, he almost fell into a desperate situation and even committed suicide. Since then, Qin Huaiyu had completely changed. It was as if a person who died once would undergo a transformation. He felt that if a person truly loved, then there would be flaws and weaknesses in their character, and it would be very difficult for them to be extremely evil. Therefore, Qin Huaiyu chose to trust Ning Wuming a little. Moreover, Qin Chichi had also said that Ning Wuming had said so much to him, such as forcing him to kill Qin Chichi, because he wanted to save Qin Chichi's life. In the end, regarding the contents of Ning Wuming's negotiation, it was impossible to determine whether it was true or not. If we really want to keep Zhu Qingzhu and Ning Wuming, do we have to cooperate with the Snow Clan? Zhu Hongxue suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian nodded, and so did Qin Wanchou. Now, Yang Dingtian's side had a total of 6 martial grandmasters. Zhu Qingzhu also had 6, so it would only be a situation where both sides would suffer. It was impossible to keep Zhu Qingzhu. However, if the Snow Clan's 3 martial grandmasters and 9 martial grandmasters were added, it was completely possible. If the contents of Ning Wuming's negotiation were true, then if they chose to cooperate with the Snow Clan, the number of martial grandmasters on both sides would be 9 to 6. Yang Dingtian had 9 and Zhu Qingzhu had 6. At this time it was possible to keep Zhu Qingzhu, but it was very difficult. There was only a 20 to 30% chance of success if they chose to cooperate with Ning Wuming. Ning Wuming had said that they could use the temple token to force Joyous Palace to change their attitude. Moreover, he had hidden an expert in the Black Heaven sect. In this way, Zhu Qingzhu would only have 3 martial grandmasters left, but he would have to face the pincer attack of Yang Dingtian's 6 martial grandmasters and the 3 martial grandmasters from the evil ways. The ratio of power was now 9 to 3. With a ratio of 9 to 3, the probability of taking down Zhu Qingzhu was at least 80 to 90%. In this way, the benefits of cooperating with Ning Wuming were much greater. They would not have to lose the trump card of the Demon City's merchant palace, and the probability of eliminating Zhu Qingzhu was much higher. However, the key was whether to believe Ning Wuming's words. His deal seemed very tempting. Yang Dingtian would not have to pay anything, and Ning Wuming would help him eliminate Zhu Qingzhu. Then, before the Demon King was resurrected, he would never step foot on the mainland. Moreover, the child in Wu Maji's stomach would become the new Ning clan master in the future. It seemed like the terms of this deal were extremely generous. However, if Yang Dingtian chose to cooperate with the Snow Clan, even if they could not eliminate Zhu Qingzhu, defeating him would not be a problem. After that, Yang Dingtian would cooperate with the Snow Clan to eliminate the Ning clan. When that time came, the entire Ning clan would be destroyed. If Ning Wuming wanted to escape, he would have to rely on Wu Yuming as a servant. However, this would be extremely painful for Ning Wuming. Moreover, it might not be possible because he was already Li Ming's lackey. Even if he wanted to rely on someone else as a lackey, they might not be willing to accept him. Even if they did, Li Ming might not let him off in the future. Sect Master Zhu Qingzhu has secretly left the Black Heaven sect. He should be fully prepared. Qin Wanqiu said, if nothing goes wrong, he will mobilize all his top experts to eliminate the Council of Light by tomorrow night at the latest. Yang Dingtian nodded. Qin Wanqiu said, no matter what decision or choice you make, you must make it. However, no matter what choice you make, we will support you. Yang Dingtian nodded. Then I'll go have a good sleep and prepare for tomorrow's big battle. Qin Wanqiu patted Yang Dingtian's shoulder and left. Now, Yang Dingtian had 3 choices. The first choice was to not hand over the trump card and not cooperate with the Snow Clan. However, if he did not cooperate with Ning Wuming, both he and Zhu Qingzhu would suffer losses. Neither side could do anything to the other, but both sides would suffer losses. Perhaps many of the grandmasters would die. The second choice was to cooperate with the Snow Clan. Then, he would definitely win this battle. But the probability of killing Zhu Qingzhu was about 20 to 30%. The consequence would be to hand over the trump card. The third choice was to cooperate with Ning Wuming. Then, not only would he win this battle, but he would also be able to eliminate Zhu Qingzhu. Moreover, he would not have to hand over the trump card. However, his only concern was whether he could trust Ning Wuming or not. The first choice did not require him to hand over the trump card, but the casualties would be the greatest. The second choice required him to hand over the trump card, but the casualties would be small and the battle results would be small, but it was the safest choice. The third choice had the greatest benefits, but the risk was also the greatest. These 3 choices, no matter which one it was, were all a gamble. Late at night, Yang Dingtian came to the depths of the cave. The 3 Snow Clan women did not sleep or rest, guarding the 12 ice coffins. What? Sect Master Yang, have you made up your mind? The Snow Clan woman said, as long as you hand over the trump card, the 12 of us will guarantee your safety and even victory. Can you open the ice coffins? I want to see the people inside. Yang Dingtian said. No, the Snow Clan woman said. After you agree and release the phantom spirit demon mother, the 12 of us will fight with you. The 12 masters of the Snow Clan will immediately come out and fight for you. Otherwise, they must stay in the coffins. If they open the ice coffins, their cultivation will be damaged. Just for a moment, there will be damage? Yang Dingtian sneered. Yes, there will be some damage. The Snow Clan woman said. What if I must see it? Yang Dingtian said. The Snow Clan woman fell into a fierce struggle, then nodded. Okay, only one coffin can be opened. I want to see the person with the highest cultivation. Yang Dingtian said. The Snow Clan woman frowned. Sect Master Yang, the person with the highest cultivation is also the one with the most noble status. Don't go too far. What if I must? Yang Dingtian said. The Snow Clan woman gritted her teeth, then nodded. Sect Master Yang, you really disappoint me. Then, She came to the middle coffin. Suddenly, the 3 Snow Clan women guarded the coffin in the middle. Whoosh! The Snow Clan woman suddenly opened the coffin. Instantly, a bone-piercing cold aura rushed out. Almost in an instant, the entire floor of the dungeon was covered with frost, and the temperature dropped to below 0. The person in the coffin had a ruddy face, without the slightest feeling of being frozen. The face was somewhat familiar. The person in the coffin was middle-aged, wearing an incomparably luxurious brocade robe and holding an ice jade sword. His face was extremely handsome and dignified, somewhat similar to Wu Maji. Could it be that the person in the coffin was Wu Maji's father, the Snow Clan king? If that was the case, then the Snow Clan had really sent out all their forces. Even the king of the Snow Clan had come, which showed how determined he was to get this treasure. Sect Master Yang, do you see our sincerity? The Snow Clan woman quickly closed the coffin, then said coldly. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Many thanks for your noble's deep friendship. I have one last question." The Snow Clan woman said angrily, "Sect Master Yang, don't go too far. Don't think that we have to beg you." Yang Dingtian asked, "I would like to ask, what exactly is this Demon City's Merchant Palace's treasure that you want to obtain from me? Don't be too detailed, just tell me a little, okay?" The Snow Clan woman immediately shut her mouth, not saying a word, and glared coldly at Yang Dingtian. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian stood straight in front of her and stared at her. After a long while, the Snow Clan woman said, "That thing is only a key to open something." "All right, that's all I can say." With that, the Snow Clan woman Brooke Moni sat on the ground, closed her eyes, and adjusted her breath, no longer paying any attention to Yang Dingtian. "Then see you tomorrow, goodbye," Yang Dingtian said. The next day came. Today, Zhu Qingzhu's 6 grandmasters and dozens of grandmasters would definitely attack. In fact, they were already here. The Demon Eagle Legion had detected them at the first moment. They came from the Joyous Palace in the north. Hundreds of black figures, riding demon spirit rays, flew toward the Cloud Sky Pavilion. All of them were wearing the black cloak of the Joyous Palace. Because they were attacking in the name of evil ways, Zhu Qingzhu and the others had to dress up like the Joyous Palace. Yesterday, Zhu Qingzhu and a few hundred experts set off from the Joyous Palace. Now, they were 18,000 li away from the Cloud Sky Pavilion. When the sun rose today, they discovered Zhu Qingzhu's group of experts in the Bedlam Sea. Currently, they were 9,000 li away from the Cloud Sky Pavilion. When night fell, Zhu Qingzhu's 6 grandmasters, dozens of grandmasters, and hundreds of grandmasters would arrive at the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Although there were only a few hundred of them, they could destroy the heaven and earth. This was the biggest battle. Night fell. Zhu Qingzhu's group of experts and hundreds of black figures appeared in the sky above the Cloud Sky Pavilion. The final battle had finally arrived.